Alright. Hopefully that's working. It's been a while. Kind of forgot how to operate the YouTube stream. But, hello? It's me, Tyler, and this is the remaster of Type Help, The Incident at Galley House. Which, hopefully, will be fun. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm a bit nervous. Preamble. So, for anybody who's watching, or anybody who's watching the VOD, it's the same game, but perhaps with a bit more and with a nice, fresh, new coat of paint. I'm hoping that there's a little bit more to it, because in all honesty, I've played Type Help, the original, so many times that I'm pretty sure if you locked me in a room and gave me a piece of paper, I could fill in 95% of all the logs just from thinking about it for a while. So hopefully there's some stuff that throws things for a mix. Oh, I see. You forgot that it came out today? I was surprised that I opened up Steam. I knew it was coming out today, but it wasn't on the front page of new releases. I don't know what's up with that, because I'm pretty sure the same team did The Root Trees Are Dead, and that was fairly popular. So I don't know why it's not getting the push. But maybe more people will. I mean, I'm seeing another comment here that says that this came out today, yeah. So I feel like the marketing has been a little bit light, but hopefully it catches on, because it looks nice. Just gonna give this a look through and hit new game and see what happens. Alright, first thing to do, probably look at this newspaper. Bodies found at Galley House. What really happened? Last Sunday, an abandoned country house was found to... Last Sunday? Oh wait, the newspaper's from 1936. Found to contain the bodies of multiple deceased men and women. Early arrivals at the scene described the bloodied body of a man found face down on the front steps. More bodies were reportedly discovered inside. All had died recently. Only one victim has been named by police, local tradesman John Hobbs. His ex-wife and son have been approached for comment, but claim to be unaware of any reason why Mr. Hobbs would have wished to visit the house. Ex-wife and son. Maybe controversial take, but I like the original UI quite a bit. I like the original UI as well, because it was very special to have just a straight text-based game. But ex-wife and son, I'm pretty sure he had a daughter originally that in one of the last things makes a comment about an ex-wife and daughter who wasn't in contact with him. So that's already a change. Bodies were discovered by a small group of concerned locals that decided to venture to the house on Sunday morning. What brought them there that day remains unclear. Details of their accounts include burnt photographs in a fireplace. We know what that is. A broken doll and shattered stained glass windows. It is claimed that at least one of the victims had been shot and one had likely fallen to his death. All stuff we know. The feeling of pouring through an archive like that, I hope they preserve that feeling of discovery. I feel obviously I haven't gotten into the game yet, but I feel since that sense of maneuvering this technology to, discover this mystery, that's a key part that hopefully gets contained. However, the police have so far shown a reluctance to release further details to the public. No causes of death have been confirmed, and no suspects or motives have been put forward. The nature of this incident and the question of why it occurred in a house previously thought to be long empty remain a mystery. So I'm interested in that they included all this, this upper right, short little paragraph. They threw in a little bit more details about some of the specifics. Anything else to click on? Just open doors. Oh, wait. Look in window first.
Can't see anyone inside.
Our player character has a voice.
Oh, it's locked.
It's locked, but it's not quite that locked. Looking very red. Notebook. Evidence. Machine. Room. Okay. This might not... In every game, I'm always poking around in the UI before I do anything else. Which, could be good, could be bad. Anyway. New evidence discovered. Remember position antennas. Quail Lane entrance living room. Power, use generator to the right. ID card, calibrate. Recovers data from previous user. At least 3 codes start with antennas. Quail Lane, entrance, etc. Draft is used for internal purposes. All users of the machine must be accompanied by an authorized machine supervisor. Dolsky and Morse cannot accept any liability. You'll be fine. Again, another disclaimer. Is not intended as a guaranteed method of event reconstruction. Is recommended to be used in conjunction with more traditional methods such as forensic analysis and eyewitness accounts to help build up a complete picture of events. Still scanning. The machine is not to be operated by any user with a previous history of psychosis or by any user who could be judged as being susceptible to false beliefs or fantasies. Use of the machine must be terminated upon any signs of audio or visual hallucinations outside of direct machine operation. And then we have our introductory O1QU, O2EN, O3LI, and the unknown. So already, we're not like, we're a different person investigating this, not someone who's been... Obviously, there's no computer to operate, so... Interesting. Well, generator. And power. Cool. Access card creation. Hold hand.
Rhea beckon.
Rhea beckon. Consciousness assigned. New evidence discovered access card. Ooh. Lots of stuff. Insert your card into the machine. Interesting. That is us. ID number 70, and today's date is February 27th, 2011. Interesting.
Looks like it's not ready yet.
Okay, insert card into machine over here. Good, checking that off. There was our card. And now we need to calibrate it. Not by doing that. She's the 70th? That does not bode well. Yeah. I mean, like, it's... Already I don't know. I imagine, this is just my speculation, that since all this equipment is already in this house, somebody else has already attempted whatever investigation that we are stumbling upon. I wonder if we're the new round of investigator for the anomaly virus curse thing. It is interesting that the date is 2011 when At's computer was like late 90s. Although maybe the date was because, you know, the computer was like locked away. Maybe the date is around the same, that it had been like a decade since the original Richard Longley investigation. Anyway. There's 11 people. Interesting. Ability to rename people has been enabled. Use manual calibration to add more people to the machine. So that's already interesting. Well, if it's a light sequel, I could see, you know, anything's possible. Nearly 20 years in between. Yeah. Obviously this technology is more, you know, supernatural or preternatural than just a regular old late 90s computer terminal. Okay. So now it's missing locations. I believe we'll have to manually add Whale Lane. Triangulated. I'm gonna resist the urge to just put all of them in, as I already know. Literally just finished the Rise video. Thank you. Did you like it? It's good to see someone who's like, you know, like fresh off an episode, being able to see the stream. And living room. And technically we've been given the study because the paper had the 04 ST. Well. There's 11 people. Isn't Type Help where they talk about using this technology, but you're going through the logs, so this game just has you use the devices mentioned in Type Help. That's true. I kind of forgot because like there weren't a lot of like specifics said, but they did use some kind of audio only technology. Although in this case, what did the instructions say again? It said hallucinate. I mean, I think I already know from like the trailer or whatever that we have visuals, which is different from the original Type Help, because At talks about his ideas as to what like the chapel looks like or what the house looks like. So perhaps it's like the same. I keep trying to hit escape to get out of that menu. Perhaps it's the same kind of sense, but like the technology, maybe it's gotten better since then. I'd enjoy to see you cover Reaper, as it's basically the 1.5 story. Reaper is like the one that I'm definitely most excited to cover as well, because it's like, it's the very end of things, and it's a little bit somber in that regard, but it's cool. And also, it's a bit difficult because every case is basically 2 cases. Yeah. I went through and played both Golden Idol videos, excellent life decisions. I'm glad that you played them, because if there's one thing I want to do on this channel is I want to be able to like say, this is a cool game, check it out, and have people check it out, especially indie games, because I like indie games. When's the DLC video coming out? It's gonna be quite some time. I'm still finishing up writing it, although I do have I'm not gonna show it on stream, but I've got paper next to me that has some of the whiteboard stuff that I've written down. Same story, more angles, yeah, and maybe more twists, given that, you know, the thing it mentioned about manually adding more people might go beyond just the obvious one. I'm gonna put in study, because technically we've been given that as well. I'm sure you've played Oberdin. Are you ever going to do a video on it? I played Oberdin back when it first launched. I probably, because it takes a long time to make these videos, I probably would less want to cover something as old as Oberdin, but it is fun and interesting and worth like going through a big story opportunity there. Maybe if I don't know what Lucas Pope, the developer, is working on since then, but maybe if he like announced something new, maybe that would be like a good impetus to go back and cover something like that. Are you a pen and paper drafter? I know we see the whiteboards, but that could just be a visual aid. Obviously I don't write the scripts in pen and paper. Actually, the Case of the Golden Idol video for the first like 4 cases, that was all written on pen and paper, but I do prefer having things like physically in front of me when it comes to like drafting things up. Never heard of Type Help. Saw your video title. I'm gonna play it before watching it. That's good. I mean, this is basically right here a remaster of the game with potentially more content. So if you do stick around here, probably major spoilers, but it could be different in some ways. Anyway. I guess it's time to start with what we all know is the first thing. Oh, 01. Where's the, this is 00QU111. Where do I dial in? Nope, that's the wrong thing. I got an achievement for trying the same incorrect code twice. Was it this knob? Yeah, it's this knob. There we are.
Blast! The damn thing's stuck. Can you push harder? It won't do! It just won't. We're not moving, sir. And I can't help it. Blast the damn thing. Blast this weather. We'll come back tomorrow, sir. When it's light outside. What a pity. You work for Rupert, do you? For as long as I can remember, sir. Well, I hope he knows what a foul situation he's put me in.
There's a thunderclap.
You'll follow me now, won't you, sir? The house is not far from here. Just mind your step. Thanks. Oh, bloody devil. I shouldn't have worn these shoes. I must ask, sir. Are you a friend of the Galleys? Never heard of them. Do you know why I've been invited here? I can't say I do, sir. But we do have a number of other guests with us this evening. I'm sure it will be a night to remember. It's strange. I received an invitation earlier this week. I have no idea who from, but for whatever reason, I decided to come anyway. It's only just dawning on me how mad of an idea this actually is. Oh, not mad at all, sir. It's a privilege to be a guest at Galley House. And if there's anything you need, sir, let me know. Is this it, then? Right you are, sir. At the top of those steps is the entrance to the house. Please knock, and Mr. Galley should answer the door.
And that's the end of the first scene. It's, I feel like I'm gonna be, for the, you know, hopefully I can beat the game in this one sitting, but I feel like I'm gonna be spending a lot of this just like silently listening and nodding my head to the professional voice acting, which is really cool. As he said that, more immersive even if your own voice is very audiobook quality. I really did, when I was doing type help, the first thing I thought of was like, I want to voice act the whole game because I want, even though it's more difficult, I want to, you know, have a little bit more personalization for each character, that they have like a voice. So even if like the scene is fairly inconsequential, you're still kind of getting the character's personality. Although I do not have that many old lady voices inside of me to do that as well as this with full professional voice acting could do, but I'm happy to see it. It's 1 a.m. here in Norway. Hope for a re-upload. I think the VOD should be around if you check like the live section of the channel. Maybe I'll make a post saying that it's up, since it's kind of like a big thing. Should I play the original first or jump straight into the remaster? That's a tough one. I feel like, because the original's free and this remaster is paid for, I kind of want to lean towards like support like the developers with the remaster as well, because like the remaster could introduce new stuff. But playing the original has its own charm to it because of how different it is, being a purely text-based game. Greatly looking forward to 6. I'm looking forward to 6 as well. I'm very interested in some of the later scenes, how he behaves. Original is such an experience, I think it's worth checking out. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're like committed to like I will play both, then probably check out the original first. Anyway, status unknown. It's the reminders tab. Attach icons to time codes. Whoopsies. Let's not do that. But I like the concept of this, and I'm going to be marking this first one with that symbol for some reason. It just calls to me. Anyway, so we can click around what's been like reconstructed from the house. If I play the original first, I'll buy and play the remaster anyway, but I don't know if the original is worth checking out. The original is worth checking out. Absolutely. Dang, I keep hitting escape. Absolutely check out the original. Loved your video on the OG game. Thank you. No shot, it's him. Yeah, I'm here. I'm around. It's been a while. Here we have John's note from the previous scene. Signed from a Rupert Galley. I'm terribly sorry to hear about you and Claire. I always thought you two seemed perfect for each other, but I've never been a very good judge of these things, I suppose. Why don't you come down to Galley House this Saturday evening? Having a small gathering for my birthday, and you'd be more than welcome to stay the night with us. I could introduce you to my family. None of us have your talent, of course, but I have recently acquired something to keep you interested if you decide to come. It's not perfect, but sometimes when you close your eyes, it's like someone else is in the house. I'll make sure to have it running by the time you arrive. Don't be fooled. There are no ghosts in Galley House. Keep that in mind. Probably worth marking everything when it's raining. Well, it's kind of raining for the entirety of the first day. Only the next day is the weather bed. But you know, like how many of these can I like put on? Oh, it's only 2 maximum. Interesting. Well, I might as well. It adds a little bit of like color to it by like having like, ooh, look, 2 symbols. Although I'm gonna have to like get used to, we have like bags, fires, heartbreak, keys, rings, portraits, keyboards, stars, drinks, telephones. Good stuff. Anyway. Next, we were given 02, 7, 10. Did I remember that correctly? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't do this. Entrance. It's gonna take a while to get used to, like, fiddling with all, like, the knobs and stuff than just, like, clickety-clacketing the keyboard. It's raining. A heavy door opens.
I'm sorry. Is Mr. Galley there?
He's somewhere. Oh, I feel sick.
Excuse me?
Just wait here. I need... Oh, God. Where's Thornton?
Hello? What do you want?
Hello. I'm looking for Mr. Galley.
That would be me.
Fantastic. I'm so sorry. My car got stuck in the mud just down on Quail Lane, so I'm a bit later than...
You haven't told me why you're here.
Why I'm here? I have... You sent me an invitation. I got it with me.
You've got the wrong person. I've never seen you before in my life.
I swear, you said... You said you had something to show me.
Eddie, what's the matter? Who's this?
I'm in the middle of talking to him, Vic.
Sorry, is there a Rupert Galley here? The invitation said... Bloody devil. Where did that come from?
Ignore it. I've lived in Galley House all my life, and I've never heard of a Rupert Galley. So I'm afraid you've got the wrong place. Goodbye.
Wait, please.
Eddie, look at the weather out there. You can't let him out in that.
Vic! We've enough guests as it is.
But I'm sure we could accommodate one more, couldn't we? Come inside, please, before your toes fall off.
Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind.
Everyone else is just through there in the living room. I'm sure someone here will know what's going on.
Oh, it looks like the doll broke in the fall.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Eddie.
Please, try and calm your sister down, Vic, or she'll end up killing someone.
This is like a visual novel thing now. Yes, it is. And that's good for me. I'm a visual novel guy, so... Are we gonna find the origin of the virus in this game? I feel like it's gonna flesh out more of the thin parts. I'm hoping that, like, my feeling is that it's gonna progress pretty normally, and then maybe, like, the end game might be a bit different to, like, add stuff. And... yeah, I just realized now because you said it. They've already color coded the text, which is like, I always thought person number 1 was blue and person number 11 was that color, that like tealish color. Interesting. Please tell me, Vic is purple. Person 6 is not green, like I envisioned. Gonna have to go have a Pathfinder game tonight, but I'll go watch the VOD later. Have fun at your Pathfinder game. Thanks for sticking around for a bit. Obviously, my personal color coding is completely unrelated, but I do like the idea that, like, some of the colors that my gut feeling attached to each, like, person, some of them are canon now. Vic is a bit of a pinkish purple. Maybe more will be correct, maybe more will be incorrect, but that's kind of funny. Reddish seems about right for a man of that many passions. Yeah, 6, this color for 6 is kind of the color I chose for, person who's not listed here at this current moment. Which, you know, I could see it. I really hope that it's not just 11 who's this kind of teal green that I chose, but that someone out there is like a very bright green. And I hope Tony is colored yellow, because I don't know, that one felt like a very bold color choice, or that I chose red for Annie. Anyway, I should probably like do this stuff. I mean, like, I can't remember if he introduced himself as John Hobbs yet, but whatever. Eddie. Vic. That's probably fine for now. And next is 03 living room. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? I can actually just pull it up so I don't have to be guessing. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 4, 5, yeah. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know why I just unticked it at the end. Is there a way of changing the colors? That would be interesting, but I feel like probably not. Living room.
There you are. Is Eve with you?
No. We brought someone else, though.
Hello? I'm dreadfully sorry. Is there somewhere to hang my coat?
Who is this man?
Apparently, his car got stuck in the mud on Quail Lane. I told him he could stay here while the weather improves.
Is everything all right?
It's fine. I'll tell you later.
He's brought a bottle of champagne with him.
Well, I should hope you weren't counting on our hospitality.
Well, actually, my name's John Hobbs. I actually received an invitation to come here from a man called Rupert Galley. Has anyone heard of him?
I swear Never mind.
No one lives here by that name, I'm afraid.
Oh, then I'm ever so sorry. There's evidently been some sort of mistake.
Don't worry about it. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Let me introduce you. This is Victoria, Helen, Tony, Eddie, and Damien. We're having a small gathering here this evening.
Did you have anything planned, Martha? Because we really shouldn't start until my daughter arrives.
I don't think she'll be coming anytime soon.
Excuse me?
Does anyone know where Annie is?
She said she didn't want to come. I don't see why we all need to be here anyway.
I beg your pardon? Who are you?
Actually, Martha, I might need to stay the night while the weather improves, if you wouldn't mind.
At least I was invited here.
I suppose we could accommodate one more. I'll show you to the spare bed in the study, Mr. Hobbs. And you best come with us too, Damien. We could do with a strong man to help set things up.
Of course, Martha.
Thank you. That sounds perfect.
Eddie, could you follow me to the billiard room, please? I'd like a private word.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt the scene. Bismarck, thank you for the $71.43, and thank you for the compliment that, you know, on the channel. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. That's crazy. Thank you. Johnstone Games. Hey there. Hi there. The names being hover text is a nice touch. Yeah, I like that. Unfortunately, the color palettes I chose for the other persons, they've been decanonized. I was really hoping, but no. Oh well, it's not that. It was just a coincidence the other time. This here is a step up from the original text version. The presentation is definitely a lot, you know. It's cool having like actual visual representations, actual voice acting, and stuff to tinker around with. Anyway, I'm not sure if I should mark those things. I should mark people though. John Hobbs. It's okay to call person 5 Martha because person 9 referred to her as Martha. And Eve is not in the scene. I don't have any reminders to put in. Pleased to be on your stream for the first time. You make some really good vids. If I play this, I couldn't resist the urge to type in 1 study 12. Me too. Like as soon as I got to this, like you can manually add the locations, I was like, I'm gonna have to resist the urge, especially considering the slots needed to be manually calibrated for this. Very interesting. Now I did notice that this has a thing on it. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. These are a collection of old case notes, all taken from that same weekend. Some of them from Galley House, but some are from an unrelated inheritance dispute case that happened around the same time. Not sure which is which. Interesting. We have 8 since he was called by name to John's room. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Although we kind of like we all know. But it's good to have it down. Scanned images. Okay. So I don't know if I should be reading these. Deep cut on left arm holding a bottle of absinthe. Death by gunshot found near a handwritten list of first names. Found outside wearing formal livery. Livery? Traces of vegetables under fingernails. I'm reading these and I'm already knowing. Okay, so before actually getting to the rest of them. Did you finish Pragmata off stream, by the way? I only remember seeing a couple of those and then they stopped. I got to like the end of the game and then the game would like crash at a certain point, and it's because I refused to update my graphics card drivers. But eventually I did accept that, okay, I'll update the graphics drivers so that I can actually finish the game. But then I actually just didn't ever boot up the game and finish what I assume would have been the final boss. I still liked the game though. Anyway, back to this. The puzzle here is, you know, we have all these different people, and some of them are characters from the incident at Galley House, but some of them are from an unrelated instance. Obviously, those who know from which of these are relevant for our case and are therefore our canon appearances for our characters. Wheelchair user found near a broken teacup. Photo nearby shows 2 young girls. Red wine stain on dress, wearing wedding ring. Long-term injury on left leg, in possession of an empty film canister and the key to a piano. High blood alcohol level, traces of cocoa drink around mouth. Traces of ash on clothing, strong smell of perfume, evidence of a missing ring. Muddy shoes, in possession of car keys and an invitation to Galley House. Injuries indicate a long fall. Some of these are like sad. Reading some of these actually like makes me a little sad because I can immediately identify them. And because it's more context to like the end of their stories. Found in bed, red marks around neck, in possession of a will which mentions only child was a daughter. Fingers stained with tobacco, in possession of a pocket watch and an army recruitment leaflet. Found with person of interest, Raven. Strong build, in possession of keys to a black car. Found with person of interest, Pike. Early stages of pregnancy, faint smell of lavender. Had been shot 3 times, found with a bloody knife and a pair of leather gloves. In possession of a large metal key and a folded sketch of a family of 5. Burn mark on right hand, high blood alcohol level, ring found in pocket, holding a bracelet. And a picture of... Interesting. It's a prototype of the machine that we have, but with a little bit more of a old school technology. Oh wait, this looks like it's used for something completely different. Workshop 1, Workshop 2, parking lot, foyer 1 and 2, storage room. Interesting. Interesting. Well, the only thing I guess we have to do is follow to 04. 1, 5, 1, no, not 3. 03 study 158. John, Martha, Damien. and I didn't do this again. I'm gonna keep forgetting this one in the top left because it's like the least, the least like kind of interactive one.
Oh my.
Bloody devil.
Is he all right?
He's not breathing.
I'm so sorry. I'm lightheaded.
Have you checked for a pulse?
He's still warm, but he's definitely dead.
Under my roof? Oh, first a stranger turns up at the door, next another is found dead in the study.
Do you know this man?
I certainly do not, and I can't fathom how he could have entered the house without someone letting me know he was here.
No sign of physical injuries. Given his age, I'd say heart failure is most likely.
Well, serves him right. Really. A strange man sneaking around our house. I wouldn't have believed it.
Let's not be rude to the dead. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation as to why he was here.
He wasn't carrying much. Just an old program for a piano recital. Has anyone heard of Amelia West?
Not a composer I've heard of.
Mr. Hobbs, you wouldn't have anything to do with it, would you?
No, I haven't a clue what's going on, I swear. But if I've arrived at a bad time, I'm sure I could find somewhere else to stay.
Nonsense, Mr. Hobbs. We'll sort this out. In the meantime, perhaps it would be wise to keep this between ourselves. Damien, darling, would you fetch Thornton, please? I'll go and call the police.
Certainly.
I'm awfully sorry about the bottle.
It's the least of my worries, John. Was that your name? Why don't you come through to the dining room with me? It should be empty. You'd best sit down before you collapse.
Cool. One thing I forgot to mention was that Person 4 said he brought a bottle of champagne with him rather than he brought a bottle of wine with him. Damien sounds really German. I'm not sure I was paying. I don't know if I caught that, but anything could be different because I remember in the original he gets asked where are you from and he says he's from here, meaning the UK. But could be different. Anyway, the number of scenes you have found indicates a complex timeline. Spectral OS has begun to process connections to undiscovered scenes. This badge indicates that there are more scenes to discover using the information within this scene. Cool. So this is our tutorial over reference numbers. Which I actually want to see if I can do anything with the avatars. So these are all of the potential ones. And I think it's fair to say at this point from I shouldn't have worn these shoes when he was outside, his car being outside, his invitation to Galley House, that person 1 is ID'd by this Lark avatar. And we know injuries indicate a long fall aligns with the evidence of one had likely fallen to his death. So that is a fair deduction to make. Thanks for playing. Yeah, I'm excited to play it as well. Stepping away to play some D&D, will definitely be back. Enjoy the experience. Have fun playing D&D. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this in one sitting. Anyway. Next, she said, let's follow to the dining room. So this is gonna be a lot of, since I already kind of know the answers, it's gonna be this is a fair deduction to make. And also we remember at the end of the living room scene, could you follow me to the billiard room, please? Cool. And I think it's fair to say that he did say that he's lived in Galley House all his life. And he's the only Galley there. He's Mr. Galley. Gotta make sure I get a hang of doing this. Follow me to the dining room, please. Seems good.
Now, John, tell me why you're here.
I'm sorry, it's not quite what I was expecting. I received this invitation not long ago, and I thought it would make sense once I arrived here.
I see. I don't like the tone of this. I'm afraid I've never heard of a Rupert Galley.
Could he be a distant relative?
He's unlikely to be. I wasn't born a Galley. I only took the surname for myself. Well, it would have been around the time I moved into this house, I suppose.
I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on why I'm here.
We were just having a small gathering here tonight. I think Eddie must have organised it. It's just for close friends and family, though. I don't know why we suddenly have strangers turning up.
Who else is here?
There are 10 of us in the house, not counting whoever we found in the study. Oh, and there's Thornton, of course. That makes 11. He's our butler and our only member of staff.
11 people? One of them must know something, surely.
What's that you're holding, John?
I found it near the body. I thought it probably wasn't one of yours. I was thinking maybe someone else might recognise it.
It's the key to the chapel. I haven't been there in a long time.
Ah. Well, that's something to look into, I suppose.
Actually, John, could you go and take it to our butler? He'll be dealing with the mess in the study.
Oh, certainly. I think I met him earlier. I'll go there now.
Thank you. And you're welcome to join us for dinner later on.
Cool. Fair deductions to make. She said she took the surname when she moved into the house. They have one member of staff whose name is Thornton. And person 11 said that they worked for the Galleys all his life. So, Thornton. And that would therefore make the next timeline 06 deduction. Back in the study, 111. 06 study 111. Some time passes.
Ah, hello again.
Good evening, sir. The room should be fit for you to stay in tonight. Just give me a moment to clear up this broken glass.
Right. I am sorry about that.
Not a problem, sir. Not at all.
It's dreadful, isn't it? Something strange is going on, and I'm worried they're all going to blame me for turning up at the wrong time.
Can't be helped, sir. And you're always welcome in Galley House.
There must be someone behind this. I mean, you haven't seen or heard anything suspicious, have you?
I spend most of my time in the kitchen, sir. That's where I've been since we last spoke. I heard the front door open and close, and then open and close again. I presume one of them was for you, but I don't know who else came in.
Did you see anyone else?
Yes, sir. After the front door closed for a second time, a guest arrived in the kitchen. She seemed rather inebriated, but nothing out of the ordinary.
And then?
Around the time the bottle smashed, a second guest arrived in the kitchen. After he left, Mr. Maseko arrived as I was tending to the inebriated guest and informed me I was needed here.
I see. I suppose it was only the three of us that knew about the body. Oh, I'd almost forgotten. Here's a key I found earlier. Martha asked me to give it to you.
Ah, thank you, sir. It must have slipped out of Mr. Galley's pocket.
You don't mean Rupert Galley, do you?
Yes, sir. Poor Mr. Galley. He used to visit the chapel often, sir. As pious a man as ever I've met.
Well, he's a mysterious man, this Rupert Galley. At least someone here knows who he is. Could you show me to him?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. Did you not recognize him earlier?
You don't mean...
Yes, sir. I'm afraid to say that he's passed away. You'd do best to give the key to Oswald if you see him. Now, I am sorry, sir, but I'd better be heading off now to the kitchen.
Wait, I need to ask you... Oh, bloody hell. I wonder what the others are up to.
I like that they added the when the body is dragged across the floor, some time passes, because it's going to be important that John did not see Thornton drag the body away when he entered the room again. Anyway, what's fair to say at this? Well, we can put in the kitchen, since he said that's where he was. And look at that. Look at that. A kitchen in the basement. As is foretold. I was correct. I mean, it was the only answer, but it's nice to physically see this basement kitchen. It's real, it's true, it was there. Anyway, he says after the second door opening and closing that an inebriated guest entered the kitchen. We know from O2 entrance that person 10, who feels sick, left to go find Thornton, opening and closing the door on John twice. So we know that at time code 03, in the kitchen, back to the machine, time code, oh wait, more paper. Put all that on hold, more stuff to read. Construct scene codes by using clues found in other scenes. Review scene, look for clues. 04 billiard, we know what this is. Allowed the machine to trace every person from the beginning to their end. This begins at time 01 and continues into either they leave the antenna detection radius until the timeline range finishes or until their death. Where did the butler go? Supplementing the machine. They will produce reconstructed images of people using personally identified information and a rough location and time frame. This can be uploaded to the machine using a Dolsky and Moore's approved scanner. Hobbs on front steps at 26. This seems like the remaster's version of prompting you that final scene, but I'm not sure if I want to put that in at the moment, even though it is prompting me to. Images are made using an alternate technique to SNC. DNM makes no assertion that such reconstructed images will all be relevant to an investigation, so that's referring to these. Although we did get them before we got that prompt. Basement kitchen sounds like a metal band. I could see that. It does. It's got that nice noun vibe to it. So, oh yeah, I was going to be like, it's fair to say 03 kitchen. Wonder if these are... No, these aren't entered in the order that I enter them in. Actually, they might have been. Oh well. 03 kitchen. 1011. I get scared every time it does this, so it's gonna be like, you failed.
Harry?
Good evening, Miss Dower. You're looking very fine in that dress, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm not in the mood, Harry. I need to sit down.
Oh dear. You're all right. Take it easy, Miss Dower.
call me that. I've known you long enough, Harry.
That's it. Take a seat there. Now, I am a bit busy with dinner, but I could make some hot cocoa if you like.
I feel sick.
You'll be all right. What happened this time?
He doesn't love me.
Well, I'm sure that's not true. He loves you very much, and you know it as well as I do.
He thinks he loves me, but he doesn't really. I'm just someone to love.
He's lucky to have you, and don't let him forget it. He'll be coming looking for you any time soon, I'm sure. Don't you worry about it.
Maybe I should run away. Would you come with me, Harry? Maybe to France or somewhere like that, and eat oysters and sit on the beach. Do they have oysters in France?
I wouldn't know, Miss Dower. But if you send me a postcard once you're there, then you can let me know, can't you?
I don't want to go on my own, Harry. Maybe Eddie will go with me.
I'm sure he would. He'd do anything for you, you know. Here's your hot cocoa.
Thanks, Harry. I still hate him, though.
Of course. Let me know if there's anything else you need, Miss Dower, and I'll be happy to help.
All right. It is now legal to call person 11 Harry Thornton. And it's legal to call person 10 Miss Dower. As far as Avatar's concerned, it might not be the largest stretch of the imagination to see high blood alcohol yeah, I said that correctly. High blood alcohol level, traces of cocoa drink around mouth, so must be her. Are any other of these fair to say? Probably not. Probably not at this point. I didn't realize it was released already. It looks so good. It does look really good, and it sounds good as well. And I was surprised as well that it's not on like the front page of Steam, even though it was on my wish list. Like, I don't know. Feels like Root Trees was popular, so this should be popular enough to be put on the front page, but it moves in mysterious ways. What shall we do next? He said, I feel bad about not putting any of the reminders on the other points in time. He said over here, a Mr. Masako arrived as I was tending to the inebriated guests around the time the bottle smashed, which we should say bottle smashed here. Is that a... I'm not seeing a bottle, unless I am well and truly blind. Nor am I seeing something that could be like a sound effect. Oh well. The point of the matter is a Mr. Maseko arrived after the incident in the study, which was 04. So, kitchen. I don't know why I'm just clicking on random ones. 8, 10, 11. Kitchen.
Thornton, is it?
Yes, sir. Forgive me, I don't think we've met.
Damien Maseko. Something's happened upstairs. Martha asked me to let you know.
We heard the bottle smash from down here. Is everything all right?
It's worse than just a bottle. Someone's died. You should see for yourself.
What? Who's died?
I don't know. I didn't recognize him. How many people are in this house?
Well, let me see. You should recognize our 2 hosts, so it won't be either of them. Then there are 8 guests, including yourself and Miss Dower over there. And there's myself, of course. You're sure he's dead?
As I thought. This is someone else.
Who is it? Who's dead?
You ought to go and look. It's up in the study.
Yes, of course, sir. I'll clear it up. Could you look after Miss Dower for me? If you take her over to Edmund's room, I think she probably ought to lie down. And make sure not to run into anyone else, least of all Edmund.
Of course. Come on then. Let's get you up.
Who are you? You're very handsome.
I'm going to take you to your bed, if that's all right with you.
Eddie doesn't deserve me anyway.
End scene. Oh hey, you're the whiteboard guy. Good luck. Took me 8 hours with prior experience. I'm happy to hear that it, at least for me, that it took 8 hours, because that means it's probably gonna be worth it. Even, coming at it with prior information. So that's good. Great Goobus. Good to see you again. What's going on here is Galley House stuff. Anyway, let's say it's fair to add Edmund's room as a location. There it is on the 2nd floor, as we suspected. And that following being taken to, oh, you know what? It's legal to call person 8 Damien Maseko. Anyway, 06 Eddie's room, 810.
Will you be alright by yourself?
I want my brother.
I think I saw him earlier. I'll tell him to find you. Don't let anyone else in here in the meantime, understand? There are strangers in the house.
I'll recognize his knock. You'll stay for a bit, won't you?
I think you ought to try and get some sleep.
I don't want to.
Vic told me about you.
Did she say nice things about me?
Yes, of course. She said you have quite a charm about you. And she said Eddie is very lucky to have you.
Oh, you're making it up.
No, she respects you a lot. Even if you don't seem to get on so well.
She's too good a person. I don't know why she's with you. You seem too quiet and serious.
I remember now. She said you could be quite honest sometimes.
Eddie still thinks about her. I can tell. He doesn't look at me the same way.
I'm sure that's not true. Where's your ring?
We had an argument earlier. I'd had too much to drink and I accidentally lost it. I hope he finds it.
I'm sure he will. He cares about you.
Well, I'm sure sometimes he knows.
I should go. I'll tell your brother you're here, but you should be able to get some sleep before he gets here. Will you be alright on your own until then?
I'll have to go and Eddie's not here and I just wish
You're right about the chapel as well. I'll be watching a scene and be like, oh, they said the chapel, that's fair to say. And, they said it a couple times. And then I'll get to the actual screen and I'll be thinking of something else. Chapel. There it is. Cool. Anyway. Fair to say, isn't this the Type Help game? Yep, it's Type Help remastered with a fresh coat of paint. Full professional voice acting, and some minor differences we've observed so far, which might turn into major differences over time. That would be interesting. remember those characters, or am I being crazy? If you remembered, like, the lines, you know, like, that they were speaking, yeah. Yeah, it is, okay, yeah. It is cool, yeah. It came out today, this, remaster. So, we're gonna try and, get through it. Which is mostly me listening to the visual novel segments, just staring at the screen, but, you know, it's fine. Also, just now realized that maybe I need to move my face cam because the thing's not too visible. That seems fine. I don't want to be like covering up text or stuff. Whoops, clicked away on accident. Anyway. Sleeping in Eddie's room.
Come in.
The distinctive knock revealed.
Oh, bloody hell.
Okay. Watched your videos so many times. I've learned a lot of the text and character situations. I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos more than once. And yeah, I've got that script stuck in my head too. I ain't afraid of no sleep. I ain't afraid of no bed. I was just about to be like, oh, we can go mark the thunderclap on the screen that lets us like attach stuff to time codes, but the fact that there was a thunderclap right now, as well as a power outage on the generator, is interesting. Is it related? Is it unrelated? Is it like a clue to pay attention to the sound of thunder? Maybe. Guess we'll find out. Best thread to follow is from the living room when person 9 says to Eddie to chat in the billiard room for a moment. I listen to them to sleep, but I also like listening to longer videos while gaming. Yours and also Flawed Peacock's videos are great for that. Thank you, and I agree. Both mine and his videos are great for that. Definitely not related, mere coincidence, we're completely safe and fine. Yeah. You came to the stream later, so I should point out that we're playing as a character who is voiced, whose name was Rhea Becken, who we do have a ID of, because the thing printed out an access card. So that is a very large difference compared to, there's no there's no Richard Longley as we knew him. Anyway, 04 billiard room 69.
I didn't want to make a scene of it, Eddie, but I don't expect you to lose track of my daughter and act so callous about it. Where is she?
She ran off somewhere.
That's not good enough. Is she all right?
Oh, she's fine. We were in here earlier and she just had a little too much to drink.
My daughter's not a drunkard. What did you say to her?
I didn't... We just had a small argument. I think she was upset. I've been trying to be a host, which really isn't my fault. If you're wondering why she took it so badly, then you'll have to ask her yourself.
Take some responsibility for once. If she's upset, then it's up to you to go and make it up to her. Why haven't you found her yet?
Naturally, I would have gone and looked for her, but then that strange man turned up at the door
Edmund Galley, I didn't buy you an engagement ring for you to forget about my daughter. What is it? What are you looking for?
It's nothing. We just, we lost the ring. But I know it's in here somewhere.
Excuse me?
I have it under control. She lost it just as there was a knock at the front door, and I haven't had a chance to look for it yet.
You'd better find it then. You'll tell her you're sorry, and this will never happen again. Do you understand me?
Yes, Mrs. Dower.
Good. Don't ruin a perfectly happy engagement, Eddie.
I like how you can pick up on the fact that he didn't leave the room, so therefore he must still be in there. Maybe at got. Maybe there's been some minor differences so far, so maybe time-wise, we're a bit further into the future. New playable character, that's fun. Probably won't chat anymore because, well, sleep time. Hope y'all have fun. Well, if and when you do inevitably fall asleep, good night, and thanks for watching. Rhea Beckon sounds like an Ace Attorney character. I mean it as a compliment. I can kind of see that, just like... I mean, like, for Ace Attorney characters, it's like the puns in their names, and right now, Beckon is a word meaning to, come closer and maybe investigate what's going on. We don't know why she's here. That's another important thing, because so far she just walked up to the door, picked up the newspaper article, said the door's locked. Then the door opened, so I assume she opened it, despite it being locked, and cranked this generator and got things going. So that's where we are so far. As to what we should do next, first let's Mrs. Dower her. And technically, because we know during the O3 living room scene that Martha says, here's everybody, she names everybody by name, which included the names Tony and Helen. And since Mrs. Dower is probably not a Tony, since she's Mrs., we can deduce that she is Helen Dower. Rip-At gone, but his legacy lives on. I hope things do, because like, I really like Ad as a character, because besides the player's deductions in the original Type Help, his commentary is important to, like, you know, kind of fleshing out what happened at Galley House, since he, you know, is the only other person who's been listening to, like, audio tapes of what exactly went on, and how it clearly affected him at the end of things. Anyway, said in the billiard room, Eddie lost the ring with Miss Dower's daughter. Person 10 said in over here in Eddie's room that she lost the ring with Eddie. We can know it's the billiard room and that it was the two of them. So, click.
You'd actually listen to me for once.
What's that supposed to mean?
I was looking forward to tonight. I thought, perhaps, since my whole family were coming, I thought you'd actually make an effort to pretend you cared about me in front of other people, for once.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You should have told me it was your birthday too, and I would have bought a cake. Darling, I'm sorry. Come back through to the living room.
What? So you can make another joke about me and then ignore me for the rest of the evening?
I'm not ignoring you, Eve. But we do have other guests. Do you think I want to be talking to your damned brother all evening about his miserable life? You know, he told me he joined the army for fun. I mean, honestly...
Leave Tony out of this. You know he's had problems, and you know that's not why I'm angry with you.
Eve, I'm sorry. Tell me what I've done. Oh, come on, Eve. Go easy on the whiskey.
Why? So I can look more dignified in front of your guests.
We're all trying to have a pleasant time. Don't ruin it for everyone.
Oh, I'm sure you'd love to have a pleasant time with that posh girl.
Oh, please. I've told you, I don't want to talk
I've seen
about...
the way you look at her. I can't believe you'd bring her here.
You don't get to tell me who I invite to my own house.
We're supposed to be engaged, Eddie. Admit it. You still have feelings for her.
It's never enough with you, is it? I give you a ring, and all it does is make you more jealous than you were before. I don't know why I even try.
I can't do this.
Eve, that's not what I meant. Eve! Damn it. Where did it go? She'll kill me.
That was a cool character because you could see through his notes how much empathy he had towards everyone affected by this incident. Yeah, exactly. Basically, it was, you know, you have this empathetic, why does that feel like I'm saying it wrong? Narrator who, you know, started revealing more about himself as things went on. I could catch when the piano was playing, which I will change that reminder to there was a piano, right? I could catch what the song playing on the piano was, and it sounded to me like I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, performed by Lee Sims. That's just what it sounded like to me, though. This is playing out like an episode of Midsummer Murders. It's definitely, you know, with the professional voice acting, a lot more dramatic, and it also, like, especially that scene kind of stings a little bit more, given how things ended, at the end of that scene, and for the two of them. So, what do we have next that we can legally do? Things have kind of, like, broadened open. Guest arrived in the kitchen. Okay, yeah, second guest who we know who it is, but we can't really deduce that. I'm heading off now to the kitchen. That's what we'll do. That is legal. Which... is that 7? Or 6? 7. Hit the wrong button. 7. Kitchen. 11. I sing it every now and then. I'm sure that bodes well for my future. I had originally intended, and this would have been too much work and probably would have been that good, to put like a puzzle in the video that would be like a YouTube link to me singing the lyrics for the I'd Climb the Highest Mountain song, but that was like, I figured since it was taking so long to make that I would focus on things that would actually be in the video and not like secrets and stuff. Also, I'm not good at singing, so it wouldn't have been that good. It would have been funny though.
I never. He's really dead.
Ugh, it's a lot more eerie when all like the mundane sound effects are included for so long, you know, scraping food, loading dishes, closing the dumbwaiter. Ugh, makes me feel bad. That's out of the way. What shall we do next? There's one scene here. I'm not sure if that's just referring to person 4 showing up. Rip Harry Thornton died before his kitchen ASMR dreams could take off. Yeah. It was the 1930s. He couldn't know how important those sound effects could have been in the future. Ooh, I can highlight lines. Well, let's see. I'm not sure if it's legal to do person, number 4 yet. Does he make any reference to, besides like he says the Oswald thing. And I'm looking for when he says anything about like, you're gonna join us for dinner, right? Is it fair? It's not fair to do any of the person 3 because we can't distinguish between person 3 and person 2. I think maybe it's okay to say that Damien says, I saw your brother earlier, and that would have been during the living room scene. So I think it's fair to throw in the Martha said the dinner thing earlier. Yeah, it's just that like because not everybody besides person 10 is at dinner, that it's probably not fair to just be like, okay, let's see, okay, let's see who is at dinner. Not you. Click it, have it fail, and be like, okay, who wasn't of these 9 people there? Spinning Rush be going through everything, feels familiar, and then something will come out of left field. Yeah, so far the biggest difference, which isn't particularly meaningful, is that John Hobbs is said to have a son instead of a daughter. So, interesting. Anyway, I think it's probably fair to say, since, I also forgot that we're allowed to, because of Martha's introductions, we're allowed to call person 4 Tony. And therefore, I think it might be fair to say that at timecode 08, in Eddie's room, she was waiting for her brother, who Damien saw earlier, and is Tony. So, click.
Where the hell have you been?
I was asleep.
I could tell. Listen, something strange is going on.
Oh, did someone die?
What? Were you involved?
Tony, just tell me what happened.
Not now. I need you to hold on to something for me. Don't tell anyone else about it.
Where did you get it? It looks really valuable, Tony.
Look, I'll explain the rest later. It's just... A stranger turned up earlier, and I think he's looking for this. So just hide it, would you?
Tony, you didn't steal it, did you?
Just take it, Eve. He's currently talking to Eddie in the kitchen, so I should have a bit of time.
You mean Oswald? I told you about him, didn't I? Funny moustache, dresses like it's the 1700s.
No, this is someone else. He said his name was John Hobbs. But I think Oswald is up to something too. He and Annie were talking in the attic, while the rest of us are gathered in the living room. And now Annie's trying to... I'll explain it all later.
Wait, who's Annie?
She went to your school, remember? I think she got into a fight with one of the boys one time. It doesn't matter. Just hide it, will you?
Fine. But promise me you'll stay out of trouble.
I can't promise anything. At least I'll be able to protect myself. Don't trust anyone.
There's a little extra line there with the, I'll be able to protect myself. I think. That's all went and fine. Does he mention... He and Annie were talking in the attic, so... Attic. This looks really silly now to have the first floor, the basement, outside, and just this the roof over it. It's like a postmodern house. I was really thinking he's the most ominous dude around, huh? It's like he's definitely like he's laying on the I'm a powerful guy in his little scheming. Anyway, things that are fair to say is not that button. He, who he names as John Hobbs, in the kitchen at the same time that they were talking with Eddie. Click.
Oh, bloody hell. What a mess.
I should warn you, I'm not great with these sorts of things.
Help me move it outside.
Do you know who he was?
He had the key to the pantry on him, so I'd imagine he's the one that cooked us our dinner.
You're not familiar with your own stuff?
It's never really concerned me. I think Martha deals with those sorts of things.
You mean your mum?
Listen to me. You're going to explain what you're doing here, who this Rupert Galley is, and why we've just found a second body.
I swear, I've told you everything. As far as I know, I've been invited here for some unknown reason by a man that died before I could ask him why.
How did you know Rupert Galley? Why was he here?
I have no idea. I don't know who he was.
Then how did you recognize him?
I knew it was him.
I don't know what game you're playing, but if this involves any one of my guests here tonight, then you need to tell me. One member of staff has already been caught up in it.
You don't suppose the deaths were related? I thought maybe the thunder gave them a fright.
Do you take me as a fool? Two strangers in my house, and one of them dies. I can tell something's going on here. I just need your assurance that it won't affect anyone else.
How could I have something to do with this? I was there at the dining room table with everyone else. If someone is behind this, then someone already in the house. If they brought me here for a reason, then I could be in danger.
Lower your voice, would you? There were 2 people missing from dinner. One of them, well, she's out of the picture. But the other one, Oswald, I'll admit, I don't know much about him.
Who is he?
Well, I don't know who my father is. I've never really spoken to Mum about it or given it much thought. But Oswald has always been there in the background as my uncle. Not that he's been to this house for a very long time.
Well, then perhaps he knows something about Rupert Galley. That's the best lead we have at the moment. Do you know where I could find him?
I imagine he's waited for us all to leave before he eats. I'm sure you could go and talk to him now.
Thank you. Don't you want to talk to him too?
No. I have something else to take care of. Ow, ow! Bloody hell!
They've added some extra details towards what Eddie is doing at the end of the scene, which I like. Besides that, we learn about Oswald not being at the dinner table, but first things first, now that he's dearly departed, Mr. Harry Thornton. Do these check marks mean they're... Oh no, it just means they're used. I was like, it shouldn't be telling me they're correct. Harry is dead. And he's probably the person who was found outside, since they just dragged his body outside. And he has traces of vegetables under his fingernails. And he's also dressed like a butler. But John didn't recognize him. I wonder what's up with that. Could John be suspicious? Also, look, he's ginger. It's canon. Anyway, next fair judgment to make is... I gotta get better, like, maybe using these hotkeys to switch between stuff. Next fair judgment to make is that... Tony says that when everybody else gathered in the living room, Oswald and Annie were talking in the attic. We don't know who Oswald and Annie are, but we do know that we don't know who persons 2 and 3 are. So this is the only logical conclusion. I think you cracked the case. It's all John's scheme. It must be. I mean, think about it. He talked to Harry earlier, but he's acting like he's never even met him when he takes his body outside. And he comes up and then he says the line about Rupert Galley, about how he recognized him, but he doesn't know why. Of course he should know why. Harry told him. That must be proof of some kind of nefarious behavior. Ooh, the attic's creepy. The piano, you're right.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't me, it was Tony. I told him not to.
My dear, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're referring to.
Sorry. I'm Annie. Eddie said I could stay up here. I hope that's all right with you.
I suppose so. You remind me of her, in a way.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. Can I help you with something?
Not at all, my dear. It's been a while since I last came up here, and I wanted to have a little look.
Oh, I see. It must be unpleasant.
A little, yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure I can find somewhere else to sleep if you'd prefer.
No, that's quite all right. It's nice to revisit old memories, isn't it? I think I'll leave you in peace.
All right. Well, it was nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm sure we'll meet again.
I'm sure they'll meet again. How suspicious. John needs the money to help him out because he's getting a divorce. Could be on the table. Could be on the table. I mean, he did reference the divorce in the letter he received. In the invitation. Sorry about you and Claire. Interesting. Anyway, things that I want to get done is... This is... Miss Dower's brother, so... Definitely named Dower. Other thing, and this is not too much of a jump to make, but Miss Dower, person 10, said that Oswald, who actually we can name since we know Oswald and Annie were in the attic, so one of them is male and the other one is female. We know that person 10 said that Oswald dresses like the 1700s and has a funny mustache. And I'm looking at all these people, and I'm only seeing one person particularly dressed in a fairly strange manner with a cooler mustache than the rest of his potential peers. So it must be the person in possession of a large metal key and a folded sketch of a family of 5. Seems fair. What we can do next is... She mentions it wasn't me, it was Tony. I told him not to, which means Tony was here in the prior scene in 01 attic. Tony plus Annie. 01 attic 24. That's the most Oswald guy you've ever seen and you know it. Yeah. Oh, did I mess this up? Did I mess this up? Annie and Tony were in the attic. Is this... Did I mess this up or is this different? Oh, it's 02. It's 02. I did mess it up. Yeah. 01 was Quail Lane, 02 is the doll dropping. Okay. I'm on edge. I'm like, eventually something's not gonna work the way I think it's supposed to.
Oh, I didn't wake you up, did I?
No. Who are you?
It is you, isn't it? What's your name again? God, I swear I recognise you.
I used to live nearby years ago, but I haven't been back in ages. I'm only here to visit my sister for a bit. I'm sorry, who are you?
You're Annie Beaumont. I remember. You got caught stealing from the newsagents one time, and you weren't allowed back in. I knew I recognised you.
At least you remember me for the right reasons. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pull that.
Is it even connected to something? Doesn't do anything.
I mean it, don't do that. They'll come up here and tell me off.
This room is uncanny. How old is the doll's house?
Well, they weren't expecting me to turn up, and this was the only bed they had left. Feels like no one's been in here for a long time.
You know what happened to the girl that used to live here?
No.
My sister told me. She slowly went mad. There were plenty of other bedrooms, but she always chose to sleep up here. And then one day...
Hey, don't drop that! I'm not joking, stop messing about!
Oops. Too late.
Are you blind? There's someone down there, you idiot! You almost hit them! Oh, bloody hell!
Sorry, Anne. I'm Tony, by the way, if you don't remember me. Are you coming to the living room?
I hardly know anyone else here. Just leave me alone.
All right, Anne. Sorry. I'll see you later.
Tony comes across as a little bit more sleazy with the voice acting, you know? Like I always pictured from the whoops plausible deniability thing that he was like a bit of like joking around, but like also kind of like being a bit of a dick about it. But like I don't know, he sounds a bit eager here to be like, sorry Anne, I'm Tony by the way, if you don't remember me. Interesting. I mean, there were thoughts I had about him that I didn't want to, like, you know, label with, like, a super... I didn't want to, like, swing a hammer around and be like, Tony Dower, and point to him on the whiteboard, is a terrible man and a terrible person, blah, 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 blah. You know, I wanted to kind of attempt to let the characters speak for themselves a bit, but I had the thought in mind, and it's kind of confirmed with the official voice acting that he's, like, I don't know. Feels like he's trying to flirt. You do a good Tony impression right there. I'm not even sure if I was trying. I can't even remember what I said or did. But if you say it was good, then that's good. Interesting. Anyway, next is oh, I didn't wake you up, did I? So yes, she was sleeping in timecode prior. Click. Yeah. With what you're saying, Tony is the guy. Definitely, like, he has the means, basically. Nothing too conclusive, but, you know, it's out of the way. Next, because during O3 living room, Helen said, is Eve with you? Is it actually like, was that the first? Okay, that was the first line. I was gonna be like, is that a coincidence? That the point I was getting to is right there. Is Eve with you? Eve was not with them. Eve is not any of these people. So the only person who doesn't have a first name is her daughter, which we know is who Eddie is engaged to, the ring nonsense and all that. It's Eve Dower. Cool. I've been watching lots of Midsummer Murders recently, and there's an episode quite like this, and the Tony stand-in is the guy. Yeah, if there were actual, like, gunshots and not, like, thunderclaps, which, like, in a different context, you could probably write there's a thunderclap and actually have it be a gunshot. Or a gunshot, there'd be no way you'd be able to time a gunshot, really, with a thunderclap, but, you know, that would be, like, a potential narrative element, which, it's not present here, but, you know. It would definitely point to Tony being the guy. Anyway, next one is going to be a long one, and we know that during the 06, was it 06 or 07 that they have dinner? It's 07. During the 07 dining scene, we know who is not there, which is Oswald, Eve, and Harry. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dining room.
Please come in and take a seat. Dinner will be up in a moment.
Does it matter where we sit?
It wasn't him that you saw, was it?
Oh, no. Well, I didn't catch a good look.
Ah, Damien, you wouldn't help me with the dishes from the dumbwaiter, would you?
Still no sign of my daughter.
I believe she's asleep, Mrs. Dower. Be careful, it's
You'll
hot.
have to remind me of your name, I'm afraid.
John Hobbs. I hope you don't mind me eating with you. Very much
Eddie,
appreciate it.
I told Mr. Hobbs he could eat with us.
And sorry about earlier. Everything all right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's up with you two?
Could you pass me the wine, please, Eddie?
Of course. How are you liking the house, Mrs. Dower? I hope this evening hasn't been too chaotic for you.
You know very well how my evening's been, Eddie. But I hope we can put all this chaos behind
I
us.
wouldn't be so sure about that.
I beg your pardon? I don't seem to understand why you're joining us this evening.
Well, to tell you the truth, there's been an interesting development.
Mr. Hobbs, let's keep the discussion at the dinner table civil, shall we?
I'm interested in what the gentleman has to say.
Oh, it's, nothing, really. Would you be so kind as to pass me the red wine?
I don't want to be the one to have to announce the news, but I think it needs saying. Someone was found to have passed away peacefully in the study area.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
You buffoon! You've splashed some on me!
But did you say someone died?
Yes, but it's no one that any of you would know, and it's being dealt with discreetly.
Well, not anymore, it isn't.
Mum, who was it?
Oh my god. I think I saw him earlier.
Wait, it can't be Oswald. I saw him a moment ago.
It wasn't Oswald. Whoever this man was, I didn't recognize him.
Gosh, that's awful.
Why didn't you say?
Someone in the house is found dead. Shortly after, a complete stranger turns up at the door.
I can assure you, Helen, I've been with John since he arrived, and he has nothing to do with this. And I'd prefer it if you didn't attempt to implicate our guests.
Wait, how did he get in? I don't understand what he was doing here.
I happen to have discovered that the man we found dead and the man that invited me here are one and the same, a Mr. Rupert Galley. Now that's as much
Who
as
the hell is Rupert Galley? I'll go have a look.
Well, as I was saying...
Come with me. We need to have a talk.
Tony?
I need to go and get something.
Ah, your sister asked for you. She's in Eddie's room.
Tony, please.
Annie, it's fine. It's under control.
I really ought to go and find Oswald. His dinner is going cold. But please, enjoy the rest of your meals, everyone. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Annie, what's going on?
Lots of things. One, we know the scene that happens next because we see who's still at the table. Another thing is, I wish I could have the image pulled up without replaying the whole thing, probably, but it's that nobody is seated at the head of the table, which, like, maybe there's a little bit of memory involved in who should be sitting at the head of the table, but who isn't there. Of course, there were two ends, but both of those seats were empty. Just a thought. Anyway, John Hobbs, who I love for being so clumsy and such an oaf and so bad, like, you know, he brings up the dead body out of nowhere and then he throws the Rupert Galley info on top of it. I like the fact that they added that he's accidentally spilled wine on Helen, which adds to his clumsy oath points, which does make him endearing, but interesting. You can click a play button from a specific line. Will it redo the whole thing? But yeah, look. Okay, yeah, nobody's sitting at the ends of the table.
You splashed some on me.
And now I can click exit from there. Okay. I do wish I could just have the image, though. But I guess the image wouldn't work because people, like, shift and change around the room over time. Tony's acting like the guy. He definitely is, you know... He's acting a little more, like, desperate than the way that I portrayed him. Yeah. John Hobbs, relatable. Yeah, I mean, like, that is what really makes John quite endearing, is just, like, he's just a guy, and he just shouldn't really be here, but he's here, and it's the most confusing for him, and kind of for everyone else, because he's the odd man out. Most unfortunate. Alright, what's legal to deduce at this point? Oh, can we do something with, people, because... Is there anyone who had, like, wine splashed on them? Bottle of absinthe. Can ignore. Red wine stain on dress, wearing wedding ring. Really? Really? I'm gonna see if there's anybody else who has a wine stain on them. I can see at a glance who everyone else is, including the red herrings. I did not imagine that Helen would be so young looking, but I guess that's a me problem, but she looks red wine stain on dress, wearing wedding ring. It lines up. Maybe this will end up being wrong, but I don't see anybody else who fits the part. There's only 5 other women, and I can already tell who's who, so interesting. I guess maybe I shouldn't have tried to do an old lady voice for her. Maybe she was just a lady. Where are we now? There are a lot of threads, but the first one that comes to mind is Oswald. I imagine he's waited for us all to leave before he eats, and that you can talk to him at timecode 09. Timecode 09 in the dining room. Just these two. And I think this might be the first scene where we've had just like everybody visible. So that's nice.
Excuse me, I'm looking for someone by the name of Oswald.
I am sorry, but I've had rather enough disturbance already this evening. I'd prefer to be left to eat my meal in peace.
Of course. Oh, well, actually, I found this key earlier.
Ah, the key to the chapel. That's very kind of you. What was it you wanted to ask?
I don't suppose you've heard of a Rupert Galley?
Rupert? Well, it's a popular name in my family. I had a great-uncle called Rupert, although I never met him.
I suppose he would have passed away many years ago by now.
Certainly. He was well before my time. Although this house has been known to still hold the memories of people from the past. Why do you ask?
Are you aware? There's been 2 deaths here this evening. One of them was a man called Rupert Galley. Or so I believe.
Well, that certainly is interesting. Could you show me to the body?
I went back there earlier, in fact, and it had been moved.
And the other one?
We found him downstairs just a moment ago. I think he was the butler, although Eddie didn't seem to recognize him.
We used to have a butler many years ago called George Thornton. Does that name mean anything to you?
No, I just arrived earlier. I'm not connected to this house.
If you're here, then it's by no accident. Everything happens for a reason. You may be tied to this house in a way that you don't yet realize.
If you don't mind, I was hoping you might be able to explain why you yourself are here.
I was invited, although it doesn't seem like I'm very welcome. Hark! The heavens are alive!
That reminds me, you were the only one not there when the rest of us were having dinner, weren't you?
I was visiting the room that used to be the library, although it now seems to have been hastily turned into a bedroom of sorts. The floor was slightly sticky, and I found a note there about a performance of Dvorak's Humoresque, although I'd never heard of the pianist.
I see. I just have the feeling that someone in this house is hiding something. 2 deaths can't just be a coincidence.
I happen to know something important. You'll want to go and have a look in Tony's room. Ask him to show you what's in his bedside drawer. I think you'll find it rather condemning.
Thank you. And sorry for interrupting your meal.
This conversation has been more informative for me than it has for you, I'm sure.
Oh, Oswald, stirring the pot. You said, I thought Helen was like 50. Yeah, I thought she was like in her 50s because she mentions that her husband died in what I assume was World War I. And that would be like kind of a while ago, but who knows? Of importance, of course, is the... Where does he say it? Where does he say the line I want to point out? It's when he says... There we are, after the thunderclap. You were the only one not there when the rest of us were having dinner, weren't you? Has he forgotten that Eddie told him that there was another woman who was out of the picture and not present? Interesting. Also, let's mark that. How pleasant. I am kind of sad that there's only... Like, I get that having 2 makes sense, since it can't fit a bunch, but I would like to just go, like, wild and be like... You know, oh, it's raining, and it's thundering, and it's, there's a piano playing, and blah, 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 blah. And you can't do them for the individual scenes, which doesn't quite matter. But, you know, for, like, bookkeeping reasons, I think it would be nice to be, like, you know... Some of these reminders are a little bit too broad. That John, a serial liar, yeah, he keeps learning information, but he refuses to be honest with it. I wish that, like... Because, like, the wedding ring, or the engagement ring, would make sense for, like, I don't know, we hear about it, you know, in the billiard room between Helen and Eddie, and we have it here, so it would be nice to mark those scenes with, hey, look, there's a mention of an engagement ring, but... you can't, and it also probably doesn't matter. What's next? I think next we do... They meet, and he says that a second guest arrived in the kitchen during what would have been timecode 03, and that he mentions Oswald is looking for the key. We know he met with someone, we know he knows Oswald's intentions. Therefore, it's fair to say that at timecode 03 in the kitchen, when he and Eve were still there from the previous timecode, that Oswald is the person who shows up. And I messed something up. What did I mess up? Was it the timecode? It was the timecode. Yeah, because 03 is when they're in there alone. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good evening, sir. What brings you down here, then?
I say, you bear a striking resemblance to the butler that used to work here when I was young. You don't happen to be related, do you?
That sounds like my father, sir. You knew him, did you? I must say it's an honor to follow in his footsteps.
What was that? Was that Eddie?
Yes, I thought you looked familiar, but I just came here for the key to the chapel. I imagine you have it.
I'm afraid I don't, sir.
What do you mean? Where is it?
I'm not sure, sir. How about I have a look after dinner, and I'll let you know once I find it.
I remember this house being a lot more organised. We had a lot more staff back then, very good quality staff. I didn't used to have to cause such a commotion just to get a key.
Oh, I do apologise, sir. I'll find it as soon as I'm able.
Tell him what you told me, Harry, about the chapel.
I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Dower. I don't know of any stories, and if I did, I wouldn't be repeating them.
What's this? Your father must have told you something, no doubt.
Well, sir, I suppose I did hear about a few things.
He was the one to bury her there, was he not?
He was, sir. That
His
he was.
dad was the one that found the body. Can you
Miss
imagine?
Dower.
You do well not to speak of such matters in this house, young lady.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. You'd be kind to forgive her. It's all been a little unusual this evening.
Well, whatever it is, I'd rather stay out of it. I'll have my dinner once everyone else has left the dining room. Understood?
Of course, sir. I apologise about the key.
Well, it's not your fault. I don't trust the owners of this house to know what to do with it.
I'm sure I've just misplaced it, sir. And if you'll forgive me for saying it, I think she's happy to see you back, sir.
Am I?
What nonsense are you talking about?
I don't mean anything by it, sir. I just heard something earlier. Like maybe she's still in the house with us. I just thought you should know, sir. But forgive me if I've overstepped.
Watch your mouth. You'll find that key, bring it to me, and then neither of you will mention this again.
Of course, sir.
Good. That will be all.
Interesting. Oswald meets Harry and has a conversation with him about the key. Yet in his conversation with John, he only makes reference to who he confirmed was Harry's father, George Thornton. We know Tony did mention that John was up to something and that Oswald was up to something too. So perhaps there are many different players, so to speak, in this Galley House scheme. Now, the fairest thing to do is 7. Is there like a, can I put like, oh look, I can put dinner. Thunderbolt and dinner, that's good. Because actually it's nice that I can kind of see the screen from here and be like, oh, 07, dinner. And what I'm getting at is 08, dinner part 2, which was Annie and Vic and Damien and Helen. Pretty sure? Click.
Nothing, I swear. I just heard that name before.
I appreciate the honesty earlier. Too many people nowadays seem to favor politeness over giving a straight answer.
That's quite all right, Mrs. Dower.
Do you know anything about what happened?
She saw someone steal something from my bedroom. Isn't that right, dear?
Yes. I don't know who it was.
What's been stolen?
A pocket watch of mine. I hadn't even had it long.
I'm so sorry if I've accidentally let a thief into the house. Oh, gosh. You don't think this is related to...
I checked the dead man myself. There's no reason to think his death was suspicious. I'm sure there's a simple explanation behind why he was here.
Could I ask you to keep an eye out for my watch? It would mean a lot to me if you could return
I
it.
think the two of us would rather stay out of all this trouble.
Of course, Mrs. Dower. I think I might know who to talk to. Annie, would you like to have a word with me in Vic's room?
Sweetheart, You know, it's not her fault.
Vic, it's fine. I'll go and talk to Damien. It's not like I've done anything.
You two be nice to each other, then. I'll go and check that everything's all right upstairs.
Vic, if there is something going on...
Sweetheart, I won't be gone long. If I need you, I'll go and play the piano in the living room. How does that sound?
I'll listen out for it. I'll come and find you if I hear it. Annie, come with me.
Cool. We hear the clattering from upstairs, which is one of those rooms we can enter in Vic's room. Which is right there. And it's fair to follow timecode 09 in Victoria's room. That Damien Maseko and Annie Beaumont have a little bit of a chat amongst themselves. This room is very blue.
This doesn't need to be a long discussion. Just tell me where you put the pocket watch.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
I'm not blaming you for anything. Just tell me where it is.
What would you blame me for? I haven't even done anything.
I'm not stupid, Annie. Please don't make a fuss out of this.
Oh, you're not stupid? Then explain to me why you've got it into your head that I'm the one stealing things. I haven't even been near Helen's room.
I never said you stole it, but Helen said that you know who did. I also saw you and Tony talking secretively over dinner, and Tony said that he was going to get something. There's no point lying to me, Annie.
I swear I didn't have anything to do with it.
I understand. Just give me something to go on.
You already know everything by the sounds of it. Tony's probably hidden it somewhere.
That's all I needed to hear. Look, I'm sorry that I'm sleeping with your sister, Annie. That doesn't mean we have to be enemies.
You two are lucky Martha didn't make you sleep in the attic.
I'm sure it's not that bad. Have you had a chance to meet the others yet?
I've spoken to Tony, and that almost landed me in trouble. And I came down to the living room just before dinner, but only Helen was there. I thought this place was going to be more lively, to be honest.
I'll admit, I can't say drinking sherry with two older women was how I expected my evening to go. But enough's been happening to keep me interested, at least.
Dead bodies aren't my idea of fun. That was dramatic.
You don't know anything about this Rupert Galley, do you? Not that I'd expect you to.
No, although I did see this one strange man walking about. He used to live here a long time ago, I think. I'll go and ask him.
Try and break the news to him gently. If this is one of his relatives, then it could be quite upsetting.
Thanks for the advice, sweetheart. You're always looking out for me. Kiss, kiss.
Damien's my favorite character, just seems like a chill, level-headed dude. Yeah, he's basically calm and collected the entire time, and he's playing a little bit of detective, which, you know, it's kind of our role in the story. Although, our role ends up being a little bit different from his detective-wise, since no one knows what's going on. Anyway, we heard Helen's room. Legal input. And I also remember that Oswald mentioned going to Tony's room. Which is great. All legal inputs entered. I know a short scene we can do, which is when they're talking in the dining room. He says he was in a makeshift bedroom in the library while everybody else was having dinner, which is the study. And everyone had dinner in 07. Study by himself. Probably. Certainly.
Good heavens.
Not a lot, but, you know, that's out of the way. Next should probably be... We can go the Annie Oswald lead. We could do the side... Tony's little side quest. I think I'll do... Annie says in dinner. I can put dinner here because it's dinner part 2. Annie says during dinner part 2. No, she doesn't say it during dinner part 2. She says it in the scene we just watched previously. That she went downstairs before dinner. In the living room, and only Helen was there. So 06 living room, Annie plus Helen. Click.
Hello. Are you Tony's mum?
That's right, darling. Do come and join me. There's a bottle of sherry over there from earlier.
I don't drink. I just came to say, I think I know where your stolen pocket watch is.
Oh dear. Stolen? I shouldn't have brought it with me in the first place. I knew it would be trouble.
What do you mean?
I haven't had it for long. I'm not sure why I bought it, really. And now with strange men walking around the house. You know, I spoke to one funny gentleman in here just a moment ago that wanted to go and visit the chapel in the dead of night. I'd rather not attract the attention of men like that.
Tony said, he said there was a name on the box.
Oh? I don't seem to recall.
Oh, never mind.
My dear, you said you knew of the whereabouts of my watch.
Did I? I just meant I'd seen someone come out of your room.
Thanks for stopping by, Dutfish.
I didn't see
Have a
who
nice
it
day.
was.
Or I guess night, actually. Good night.
Thank you for coming to tell me. Not even my own daughter seems to want to inform me of what's going on today. Really.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Shall we move through to the dining room? I think dinner should be ready soon.
Cool. Thing I noticed, besides the bottle of sherry, which is a reference to this scene between Vic and Damien, where Damien says he was, you know, he didn't see that his evening would be drinking sherry with 2 older women. We can make a deduction from there. But the other thing I was interested in was one. There's like, it feels like there's a little bit more details that are like, okay, yeah, she's obviously like, I don't know how Helen doesn't seem to grasp that, you know, that Annie knows a little bit more than she's suggesting. What else did I want to point attention to? I think it was just that. Yeah. Regardless, let's probably do That's probably due, I was speaking to one funny gentleman, funny looking gentleman, to be specific, in the living room just beforehand, which would be Oswald and Helen. Sorry, Oswald. You're funny looking and funny sounding.
Excuse me? I don't think we've met.
No, I don't think we have.
Helen Dower. Pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry, is there something out there?
It's too dark to see it properly, but the chapel sits somewhere out there on the hill. I would have liked to have visited it, but perhaps I'll get the chance tomorrow.
I think you'd have to be quite mad to go out there in this weather.
Forgive me, I am very distracted this evening. My name is Oswald Brian Arthur Galley. I used to live here a long time ago. It's a pleasure to meet you too.
Oh, I see. I think Eve mentioned you. Could you remind me how you are related to the family?
Well, I am the last of my family, I'm afraid. I have no relation to our hosts other than through the house itself.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you mind if I ask whether you're married?
I've always preferred to live alone. Now that I think of it, it is perhaps a shame that the line of true Galleys won't continue. Do you have any children yourself?
Yes, 2 of them. They're somewhere around the house, although I can never seem to hold on to them as much as I might like.
And is Mr. Dower here?
No. No, he's away. He's doing something else. But he said he would have liked to have been here.
Well, it's been lovely meeting you, Mrs. Dower.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Dower. I did always envision Oswald as a bit of a Teddy Roosevelt type of fella. Very funny, very fun to see him realized this way. Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw the image, that was kind of the vibe I got, but I never, I felt like, I can't remember how I drew him, but I felt like, you know, I think I gave him a mustache. Felt like he had to have that kind of, like, presentation, that he was, like, old. Here he's wearing glasses, but I didn't draw anyone with glasses. I did not envision him to be a large and short guy, but, you know, he's certainly, the most esteemed guest. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something inconsequential, and that was rename him to Oswald. I'll shorten it. Brian Arthur Galley. I feel like I might run into a text limit if I try and full name him, and also it would not be helpful. Can I tell you a pseudo joke I added? It's not really a joke, just a thing I found mildly amusing. Yeah, sure. Well, I think of what the next thing to do should be, which is... I wanted to do... Okay. No, we can do it. Previously in the original, it said, like, there were, like, it said something along the lines of 3 people enter. During the scene just watch, it starts with Helen trying to get Oswald's attention. He's at the window staring at the chapel, and you're crazy to be focused on that. That's a good one. Besides the dining room scene, I haven't really been focused on their positioning as much. But yeah, that's a... I'll click it again so it comes up. Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't think we've met.
To see he's very obviously you know, captured by something else. And we can see right here if we click on where the study is, and not the study, the living room was they were in. These back windows, if you can see my mouse cursor, are pointed at the chapel. So that's a pretty good detail to pick up on. Yeah. That's probably something I would have, like, you know, if I was replaying the game over and over, been trying to, like, be like, okay, where exactly is everybody standing? But yeah, that's, we'll watch the next scene. I mean, where should do locations? Living room 5, 6. Oh, now she's standing over there as well.
Are you Tony's mum?
That's right, darling.
And then she's like, "Oh, forget that. Yeah, that's good. What was he doing staring outside of that window over there?" And then she goes over. That's a nice detail. Good job picking up on that one as well. Now, where actually are we? Oh yeah, I was gonna do that. In the original, it says 3 people enter, and then we can be like, okay, who entered and who was already there. But the scene, which is supposed to be 7, 8, and 9, and 4, actually. Eddie, Galley, Vic, and John enter. Should be... Wait, should Tony be there? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be... I'm pretty sure that one is supposed to... Man, I don't know where I'm clicking around on the UI. Living room. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be 7, 8, 9, because it's supposed to be when Damien says, drinking sherry with, 2 old women. I'm the person that positioned them in those places if it wasn't clear. Oh, thank you for watching the stream. Never mind. More so, good job pointing that out. Good job putting them there. Oh, man. Wow. I guess I could have seen from the Johnston games. Well, thank you for watching along on the stream, you know. Type Help was one of my, you know, favorite games, so good I made a video on it. So this has been a nice experience. But yeah, that's cool. I gotta, like, I'll probably end up replaying the game with everybody's avatars put in place, and then I can, you know, like, I'd probably comb over it again and be like, okay, where exactly are people situated? Yeah, well, thank you for all your hard work. It's awesome. And I liked root trees as well. You know, I wasn't YouTube when the original for that or the Steam remake came out, but I did enjoy the Steam remake a lot. It's really nice that you're playing it the right way, if that makes sense. Yeah, I basically, you know, I could be sequence breaking, but that would be a little bit, you know, rude. So it's fun to kind of, like, I've been saying, like, what can I legally deduce? You know, what would be fair to deduce at this point? And yeah, what I was gonna get at right there was Damien in the living room drinking sherry with 2 old ladies. Assuming that Tony thing doesn't pop up. Yeah, he came in later.
Would you like a drop of sherry, Helen?
Hello, Martha. That would be wonderful, thank you. You know, it's not often I get the opportunity to enjoy myself like this.
You should come round more often. Otherwise I end up getting through a whole bottle by myself. No. Is that right?
Good evening.
Ah, Helen. This is Damien. He's the lovely man that's courting Victoria.
It's a pleasure to meet you, madam.
Please, Mrs. Dower.
Isn't he handsome? Would you like some sherry, Damien?
No, thank you, Mrs. Galley. Vic and I were just discussing what a lovely house you have.
Oh, Damien. Call me Martha, please. Did you manage to get the phone working?
Yes, it was all fine. Vic just needed to make a quick call. We finished a moment ago.
Where are you from, then?
London. But Vic and I met while traveling in Egypt, actually.
Oh, so you travel a lot, do you?
Not so much anymore, but I'd like to plan another trip soon. Only if Vic wants to, of course.
She's lucky to have you, Damien. I always thought she'd do well for herself, you know. Always a clever girl.
That's too kind.
Well, it's nice to meet a young man who's made something of himself, at least. Too many these days lack discipline.
Right.
Ah, here come the others.
I like that, you know, the dialogue is in one place and the sound effects which are tied to the text in the middle of the screen are like, that they're like cutting into each other, you know, they're having a conversation and then like a large door is slammed somewhere else in the house, which is obviously the front door, given the opening and shutting both times, but I like it. Haven't quite finished your type help video yet, but I've been meaning to spend an evening watching it one of these days. Just finished Galley House, so maybe this is the perfect time. If, you know, if it's fresh in your mind, the incident which occurred here, then, yeah, there should be. Hopefully there's, you know, you finish it and you already know what's going on, but, like, you know, you get my thoughts on the matter. Try not to spoil anything in chat because I chat a lot and I don't want to say anything in case someone here hasn't played the game or seen anything about it. Yeah. Which is fair, you know. There's people watching who, you know. In the end of the day, this will be like a VOD, which is like kind of its own like walkthrough, given the what's fair to deduce. Now in that scene, and clearly what this is referring to is, did you manage to get the phone working, Damien? Vic and I were just discussing what a lovely house you have, but we don't know which room the phone is in, so that is a bit of a dead end at the current moment. What we should do next is, I'm wondering if we should follow up on the pocket watch leads. Think for a minute where we have these, so I can figure out what the proper thing to deduce is. We know we have the what am I looking for? I'm looking for John and Oswald talking and him telling him to go to Tony's room. But what and that he'll find something in his bedside drawer. But I think what I'll do instead is the dining room. They hear someone's died and Tony says, "Wait, it can't." Oh wait, we don't know where. We can't do that. I'm just trying to figure out what we can do before going into Tony's room the first time. I think a really fun added dimension for Galley House is the portrait matching, since you get a short description of each person. You need to look through what they experienced to match them. Yeah, I liked that as well. Even though I could like, I could figure out who's who and who's like a red herring just from like the knowledge that I know. I like it. I think it's really cool. Because in the original, the puzzle is more like who's, you know, like the puzzle is 05 is, and then you assign it to like a person, which you still kind of have to do with naming people's names, but because like the scenes are presented visually, the other element, which is not in the text-based game, is can I assign an identity to this person? But yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It fleshes the characters out a bit more as well. What shall we do? We know Eddie at the end of the... No, there's not a mark on the kitchen scene, but we know he's doing something with hot liquid at the end of the scene. I think maybe we... The reason why I'm hesitant to do the deductions that I currently have in my mind is because... What's the time code? The time code is... Oh, you know what? You know what I'll do instead? I'll do... Annie said... Or Annie and Damien were talking, and they said, let's, you know... I know Oswald might know something, the funny old man who she saw earlier in the attic, and to break the news to him, you know, softly, if Rupert Galley is someone she actually knows. So that would be time code 10, and we know that only John left while they were talking, so he's still in there, and it should be the two of them. Cool.
Hello again. You're Oswald, aren't you?
Tell me, why is it that everyone seems to know my name today without me introducing myself? I should hope there aren't things being said behind my back.
No, we met before, up in the attic. You said...
I remember what I said. Why have you disturbed my meal?
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind, it's not important.
My dear, I apologize. Please, take a seat. I don't mean to seem so rude. So then, what brings you to Galley House on this rainy evening?
I'm here with my sister. I don't really know anyone else here, to be honest. It's just somewhere to stay.
Oh, it's a lot more than that, my dear. This house is full of history.
Oh, I'm sure. How long ago did you used to live here?
Heavens. Seems an eternity now. I remember when this part of the house was still being built. How exciting it seemed to have a future for my family. And my parents took the bedroom above us, of course.
You mean Martha's room?
I apologize. I am easily upset by the thought of how this house has fallen into other hands. I should have hoped to have my own family here with me tonight, but alas.
Oh. I wanted to let you know. Have you heard of Rupert Galley?
I think I know where this is going. I've already been informed. It's a very intriguing business.
Did you know him? I haven't heard that much, to be honest, just that he died.
Yes, I knew him. He used to live in this house a very long time ago. He's long dead, however. I don't know why he would turn up again today.
Oh, God. Really?
I am as surprised as you are. Not only that, but when they went back to inspect the body again, it had disappeared.
That's terrifying. You don't think someone's trying to scare us, do you? Maybe someone wants something given back that Rupert used to have?
Perhaps. But Rupert's not the only one. They found the body of the old butler, Thornton, in the kitchen. He was the butler here when I was a child.
Another one? I had no idea.
This house has its dark secrets. The current residents have no idea what's in store for them.
Oh, that sounds like Vic. She said she'd only play to get our attention.
I'm sure she's fine, my dear. If she wanted us to come, she'd be playing a lot louder.
I suppose you're right. He'll come rushing in to save her anyway.
If you're interested, I'd be happy to talk more about the history of this house.
Well, I hope you don't mind me asking, but I heard something about a girl that used to sleep in the attic. Could you tell me anything about her? Just in case, you know? She could be connected.
Why don't you follow me up to my bedroom? I can show you some things from many years ago that you might find interesting.
Oh, well, sure. Why not?
Wonderful. Then follow me.
A lot of additions in this scene. Also, what Air Rice said, I preferred to go breadth first in this game, trying to get every possible scene for a time code first before moving on. That was definitely how, when I played it for the first time, I went about it. That obviously, oh look, there's like a thing here that says like status unknown. Basically doing like the like, you know, you look at like, let's say like, we know everyone in 03, but let's say that I didn't have, you know, like the attic scene. That would be like, you know, a priority. What about Backsplash? I don't know if there's a band called Backsplash. Backsplash does sound like it would be a band's name. And you know, like, dishwasher lime scale as well. It's this like, this powerful noun plus noun combination. Anyway, things we can do is Oswald's room. And something that I caught. Well, not that I caught. Something that was a new addition in that scene, which I think is interesting, is the "You mean Martha's room," referring to my parents took the bedroom above us, of course. So I can type in MA, and I'm not sure if I should be... Okay, it's called Martha's room. In the original, it was master bedroom, which was the same code, but like potentially like at least for me, when you know, first you type in, oh, it's Martha has to have a room, and then you see it's actually referred to as the master bedroom, you're like, oh, you know, that was kind of like a serendipitous, like, it was like a coincidence that what you suspect as the player, Martha has to have a room, is correct, but actually means something else. But I really liked there were other things in that scene, which is kind of making Oswald a little bit more like angry, and like he slams the table, so like a little bit like violent when Martha's brought up, and he says lines about a future for my family, and that, you know, I think this is new as well. I remember when this part of the house was still being built, which, you know, kind of emphasizes how long he's been around. But I like that. It adds a little bit more like antagonism to Oswald. And of course, you're supposed to be like, Martha said in dinner part 1, I'm gonna go find Oswald. His food is getting cold. And then the next time we see Oswald, he does not seem happy about how this house has fallen into other hands. And then the other new thing was having Annie, since she knows about, play the piano, and Damien will meet up with Vic, come to her rescue. That as her sister, she would be like, she's playing the piano, is she in trouble? And then Oswald, you know, tells her, she's probably not in trouble, otherwise she'd be playing the piano louder. But all that's good, and that kind of like makes sense that since she's aware, she might think she also needs to come to Vic's rescue. Back in my day, this house was made of straw. It's true. It could have been back in his day was quite some time ago. It could have been anything. Anyway, what should we do next? We can follow. I think I like the idea of following up to Oswald's room. And sorry, what time code would that be? That would be 11. And having their conversation there in Oswald's room. I see there's only room for one more thing at the bottom. Very interesting. Both of them together. Another very cobwebbed room.
Here we are.
Oh. You haven't redecorated in a while, have you?
It's completely untouched since I left it all those years ago. This room is rich with memories. Please, sit down.
You said you wanted to show me something.
Yes, my dear, I did. I've kept all my old drawings in here. I used to draw a lot when I was young.
Is this your family?
Yes. That one's me, of course. And those are my parents. I stopped contacting them when I left home. They died a long time ago.
Is that her, then?
That's my sister, Eleanor. She was always very kind to me. She used to play with me in the garden when I was little, even when my parents were too busy to pay me any attention. We created our own little world. It was very hard, losing her.
What happened?
She became very unwell. She had to stay in her room all day, up in the attic. My parents were worried about her for a long time, and then one day we went up there and... well...
That's awful.
It was always understood that I was never to speak about it with my parents. I don't think they ever loved me as much as they had loved her. So when I was old enough,
I left.
And who's the other one?
Oh. I'm not so sure. He must have been one of Eleanor's friends before she got ill.
Did you hear that?
I certainly did.
I hope she's all right. We should go and check.
And that's why I wanted to do that scene, because it ends with a what's going on? Someone female is screaming. Where are they? Who's causing them to scream? Besides that, if you hadn't already picked out the large metal key, which was the chapel key that John gave him earlier, you would get from the, and you didn't like try and match the man with the funny mustache to Oswald, the sketch of a family of 5 is certainly in reference to the drawing that he brings out to show Annie. She's perfectly fine, absolutely A-okay. At this particular point in time, yes, she's okay. At time code 11, to be specific. I think the next thing to do, the problem I have with trying to turn to the Tony's little side quest is that it kind of involves, like, okay, Oswald told John to look in Tony's room, and whatever time code that would be, we would try it, and we would get an which means he's not there alone. Which I think is a deduction you're supposed to make from, like, filling in the absence of information. I guess technically, at the end of Eddie's room, Tony says that he's going to grab something. Which he doesn't say he's going to his room, but we do know he leaves somewhere. I think I was gonna turn to Vic and the piano and Damien, but I think I'll do the Pocket Watch side quest unless there's something else I'm supposed to keep in mind. I think one thing was, where can I get? It's not marked here as a reference, but Annie references that she spoke to Tony and knows about the hidden pocket watch, and it's the same as when in this scene. And we're supposed to think, well, how did Annie become aware of this information? And to become aware of it, she needs to be told by someone, and given she is, during dinner part 1, acting suspicious with Tony, who says he needs to go and get something, which we know is him leaving to find Eve, I think it's fair to be like, okay, Annie must have met Tony at some point, and during living room 6, she's trying to inform Helen about her stolen pocket watch. So we can infer that was time code 5. Let's not do that because we don't know where she is. I think we should do the what I mentioned earlier, the pocket watch side quest. Because as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a fair deduction to be like, okay, what time was it? Time code 10. Tony's weird adventure. Tony's bizarre adventure, the pocket watch arc. Yeah. When I was planning out my original video, I had like a bunch of like small note cards that I would... Originally, I just started writing down like this scene references these scenes and just doing that for like basically the first like half of the game, and then I started putting them on postcards, which I did title like the Pocket Watch side quest, and then I would look at all the scenes that have to do with the Pocket Watch and connect them together. Because when scripting that video, it has to be like, which, you know, if we just went everywhere, it wouldn't be that good of a video. It would be, all the information would be correct, but the narrative would be jumping a little bit back and forth, which is fine when you're playing it. It's different when you're listening to it or like observing it. Anyway, I think we attempt, okay, Tony's room. Oswald tells John to go search Tony's room for something suspicious in his bedside drawer. And we try this. That's not true. And then we connect that to, well, during timecode 09, or no, during timecode, did I screw this up in my brain? I wanted to get to Eddie's room. No, he does go there. I think it's the deduction you're supposed to make. That it's like, well, if John goes to Tony's room and he's not there alone, someone else has to be there, and it's probably Tony, considering it's Tony's room. But now I kind of don't like this deduction. This is the telephone. This is... Oh, we should have done this one earlier, huh? Where he says, I've spent most of my time in the kitchen, sir. That's where I've been since we last spoke. And they last spoke in 01 Quail Lane. So I should have done this earlier. Although it's not too consequential, which is 02. He says he was in the kitchen by himself. And that's the last Harry scene.
Huh. Haven't heard that in a long time. Can't be good.
He's cooking. So him specifically saying vegetables are chopped is also kind of where you're supposed to connect this traces of vegetables under fingernails. Which, found outside was where we deduced him, and because that's where his body was dragged. That makes sense. One thing that kind of came to mind to me during that scene was that, like, I felt because of how this and some other scenes are almost entirely sound effects dominated, that I could close my eyes and kind of pretend that I was from the original game, and these would be the sounds that he'd be hearing and trying to make sense of. One hell of a kitchen ASMR album. Yeah, I mean, so like I don't know. Now a part of me wants to like be like playing through scenes just with my eyes closed to get that role play of being like, So this is like the sounds he heard and the sounds that he had to connect and transcribe in the original game. So that was interesting. Of course, the bell, we know what that refers to, but doesn't come into play until a little bit later. So, what to do? We know where Martha goes, but we don't know where she is during the next time code specifically. Only that she went and found Oswald. Oh, wait a minute. Status unknown. Can we do... I believe it was Robin that insisted we do have a mode with no subtitles if you want. Not sure if that is the same thing or not, or if the lack of visuals is important. It would kind of be like the lack of visuals, because it would just be like, you know, there's some scenes in the original game where At says, like, I think once or twice he says it sounds like blah blah blah, like he's we the reader assume his information is correct, but the idea is that he's having trouble transcribing some of the events because he doesn't have like a visual on them, and therefore like that colors his interpretation of the incident at Galley House, because, you know, we as the player in the original game take for granted that he's written all the sound effects out. But in truth, there's a little bit of, what exactly is, could be going on here, because he had to figure it out. And maybe in a different case, if it was the incident at Galley House, but every time you put in a scene, it was just the dialogue and a black screen, obviously that would be a super hard mode and probably wouldn't be that engaging as an actual game. But it would be an interesting experience, if that makes sense. Just like, and then you, the player, would be having to like pick apart who person 3 sounds like, not just like, seeing him on screen and seeing that the subtitles say that he's talking. That would be interesting, because then obviously different people talk in like a different way. Oswald talks very like old-fashioned. John's a bit like meek, maybe a bit like silly because he's like a bit of an oaf. Kind of like Obra Dinn, where you hear stuff happening in the scenes and you can use that to work out what happened. Yeah, kind of like that. I'm thinking of like the true end of Obra Dinn, where before the visuals are on the screen, you hear stuff happening and something happens and then boom, you're presented the scene. Kind of like that, if it was like that the entire time. Which was just an interesting thing that came to mind. Which I only realized having to like, be in that kitchen scene, and like I said, this and other scenes are very like, there's some of them that are very sound effect dominant. So even though like, I'm not sure if you can skip through them, but maybe if another player was just like, oh, this is inconsequential, I'm clicking through it. That they would actually be like missing out on something other than just like, I don't know, there's like a lived space that's being like breathed into the scene, from like doors opening and closing, pots and pans. You can really hear him going at those vegetables and loading the wooden stove. Very cool stuff. What do we have here to follow? I could just go on to the Pocket Watch side quest, but I'm trying to delay that for some reason. Let's see. I know what scenes exist and where we could jump to. It's just I don't think they're like fair deductions to make. I think we should do Pocket Watch. because it's fair. It's fair to go back to the, where are we again? I know in my original video I did like the, where the heck are Tony and Annie during parts 4 and 5? Oh, I know what I was gonna jump through, which got me curious, is that status unknown still says Harry. We know Harry's dead at this point. Oh, he's dead outside. I was gonna be like, could we do 08 Kitchen 11 and hear his corpse, even though we know that from the manual that that's not how it works. I don't know. Maybe that'll be a thing. Maybe not. We're gonna go to the Pocket Watch side quest, which is 10. Tony's room. John tried to go there alone. It didn't work. Someone must be in Tony's room. The only person who could be in Tony's room is Tony. One of the things I like about the game is that incorrect assumptions yield information. So this is one of them. Sounds very sinister, music-wise.
I don't think we've properly met.
You're here. Please, come on in. I want to talk to you.
Great. That makes two of us. As in, I also want to talk to you.
Where's the pocket watch?
I haven't seen a pocket watch. I don't think I have. Is one missing?
I don't have it, and neither does my mum. So if you're looking for it, don't bother asking me.
I'm not looking for it.
You must have come to this house looking for something. I don't believe for a second that you'd come all this way for no reason.
I received an invitation from Rupert Galley.
Did you really? The only place I've seen that name before is on a box that contained a pocket watch. And now, that watch is missing.
I see. So, how do I fit into this?
You stole the watch.
Why would he invite me here to steal his watch?
I was assuming that Rupert Galley either wasn't real or was some deceased relative. And that perhaps you had forged the invitation yourself to have an excuse to steal his things. You tell me.
Now, see here! I understand that you're suspicious of me, given that I don't exactly fit in here. But I'm going to find a way to prove I'm innocent. I'm as confused as you are as to what's happening here, and it will be far easier if we work together on this.
I'm not confused. I know you're trying to hoodwink the owners of this house. But I don't care, as long as you leave me out of it.
I see.
Hey! Stop!
Aha, what's that?
It's just a service revolver. How did you know that was there?
And just a second ago, you were trying to put the blame on me.
Don't touch it! I'm not trying to blame you. I told you, I don't care what it is you're up to. I'm just minding my own business and looking out for myself.
2 people have died here this evening, and you've been keeping a gun in your drawer.
2? Wait, was someone shot?
No, I didn't say that, but it's suspicious all the same.
Oh, give up. I clearly don't have anything to do with it. I hardly know anyone else here.
Well, neither do I.
Oh, great! Then we're both in the same boat. Now please, get out of my room.
Oh. The piano.
What?
I noticed it earlier, but I didn't think... I need to go and see.
I really like the framing of that scene with the music and the sound effects and the voice acting. The voice acting's really good there. Just the this kind of, it's kind of like the first clash of heads, so to speak, that we kind of see between characters. And of course, John is as confused as ever, and Tony is a bit as assertive as ever. And they're both making points that make sense to them, or don't make sense to them in some people's case. Cool. Now we can follow the piano, or we can do more pocket watch shenanigans. I really like John's awkward. Good, me too. I mean, I also wanted to talk to you. Yeah, that one is one of my favorites. I'm not sure how well I did when in my video on type help pointing at John and really talking about how he's trying so hard. Yeah, like you say, he's trying to be assertive. He's trying to deduce things, because as far as all things are concerned, as the first kind of character we're introduced to, he's the most confused. He's the most out of place. He's the most kind of mysterious in a way, because the first time we see someone is withholding information that they should know. He's talking to Eddie after Harry's death. So it just, especially with the voice acting, it's just really convincing. Just that he's trying hard to figure things out, and he's doing a terrible job. And he's super awkward. He's spilling wine on people. He's bringing up dead bodies at the dinner table. Yeah, this is... I can't remember how... I don't think I voice acted the scene in my video as well as I kind of pictured it in my head. But this was perfect. Just like, me too. I also want to talk to you. And then he immediately gets grilled on something he has seemingly no knowledge about. A pocket watch? I don't know. I haven't, it's great. It's great. It's a really great scene, just entirely. Its contents and where exactly it's positioned in the deduction that you make. You gotta give him credit for it. And the fact that, like, he's trying so hard and you gotta give him credit for it is what makes, like, the tragedy of this whole incident at, like, the very end. It makes it hurt. I think I responded to a comment in my original video about it, but I had some kind of extra details that, I talked about John in the scene that I haven't brought up from Hobbs on Front Steps at 26. That just kind of make it really sad, and especially because he was my favorite. I think I do say in my video that he was my favorite character. And now that I've brought back to this, I should have thought earlier who is leaving these notes, because our character, Rhea, was on the top there. Our character Rhea's found these notes that already have this writing on it. I kind of didn't think too hard about that. I was more amused by the, this part where it's like, this is, it's like our proprietary blah, 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 this is how it works. And then this little warning of it's completely different to SNC, which I'm not sure if there was a reference to what SNC is. I immediately assumed it was like a rival company's machine or something. But yeah, who has left these commented instructions and this coffee stain? Those last scenes with John are so sad, yeah. And I imagine when I get to it here, it's really gonna hurt. Okay, so we can follow the piano noise. Yeah, I think that's the most logical step we can make. I think I could do Pocket Watch side quest shenanigans in the early time codes when Annie and Tony are missing, but I think I shouldn't until it becomes more obvious later. Same with the, because it's not marked as a reference. Like, I maybe as an unknown player might be like, okay, Hellendower leaves, but Eddie doesn't leave, which means he's still in the billiard room, and then we do the same kind of, well, he's not in there by himself, who could possibly be with him, but that doesn't seem, it's legal, but it doesn't seem fair to do that. So instead we'll do, it's supposed to be time code 11. We know that Vic is in the living room because she's playing the piano to summon Damien. If we tried this before when we first heard the piano, we would get an and then we'd be like, someone else was with them. And the answer to that question, if we did try that, which would have been like a fair attempt to make, is that now we know from at the end of this that John hears the piano and he's like, I gotta go check it out. So hopefully that was 11, and that I'm not messed up on that. Cool. I like that. I like that the shadow is sitting there.
Vic, is everything all right?
I'm fine, sweetheart. Come here.
Are you sure?
I was just talking to someone in here about... well, it doesn't matter. I just needed to see you.
Would you look at that?
Excuse me, Mr. Hobbs. Vic and I were just...
Oh, I'm sorry, I won't disturb you. I'd just like to have a quick look at this piano.
Did you find the pocket watch, sweetheart?
I found it, but it's hardly important right now. There was someone else. I couldn't tell at first. I thought they were just asleep.
Wait. Someone else has died.
I don't know who it was. A young woman. It wasn't nice to see.
Was she there with us? Over dinner? I'm trying to work out who it could be.
You may be interested to know that, I've discovered another body as well. Down in the kitchen. I don't know what to make of it.
Something's not right. This doesn't feel like an accident.
But I don't understand why anyone would do this.
It could be poison. Maybe it wasn't even intentional. Is that possible?
I don't know. I suppose so. I didn't see any signs of injuries or struggle.
Oh gosh, that's really horrible. I don't think it can be that.
I actually just spoke with a boy named Tony and I found a gun in his bedside drawer. I know there haven't been any gunshots, but still.
Does Eddie know anything about this, do you think?
He has nothing to do with this, sweetheart. It wouldn't make any sense. I don't understand what motive anyone would have. Who even were these people?
Well, Eddie's been acting very suspiciously all evening, if you ask me. And then there's Oswald, of course.
Who is he again?
He used to live here. Before Martha and Eddie. I was never allowed in Oswald's room when I was younger. But, honestly, I don't know what he's doing back here tonight.
If I had to pick someone mad enough, it would be him. No doubt about it.
Vic, we should leave. I don't want to see how this ends.
I know, darling. We'll hand back the pocket watch and then we'll leave. Mum's house is only a few miles away. We'll get Annie and then we'll go there.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend that. Quail Lane will be practically flooded by now, and everywhere else will be a right bog.
Looks like we're staying the night, then.
Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll stick together and we'll both be fine. Neither of us are involved in this anyway. Nor is Annie, for that matter.
Wait, shh.
I hope.
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
The raised voices. Two of the others are having an argument in the billiard room.
It sounds like Helen.
There's someone else there too. It's a male voice. I can't make it out properly.
What did she say? Stay away from my children. Do you think she's...
Oh dear.
Wait, Vic.
Oh, sweetheart, come on! Everyone else will have heard it too!
They were in fact not fine. At this particular point in time code 11, they're fine. This is another scene I like because it's like every scene with John Hobbs, and it's especially this one that after his argument with Tony, that these two are trying to have like a tender moment between each other, and he just walks in and he's just like, I just gotta look at this piano. I gotta look, and then he intrudes on their conversation a little bit, and like things get serious. Another thing I thought was interesting is that obviously she's playing the piano to summon Damien, but in my original like reading of the scene, when I heard that like, oh, she's playing the piano, I just imagined that she was just tapping on a couple of keys over and over again. I didn't kind of picture that she would actually be properly playing it, which makes more sense. And now we know Vic knows how to play piano, so that's lore. Anyway, we have the details about the body that Damien found, which we should probably investigate, because the only other thing we know at the end of this scene is that in the billiard room, Helen, what we assume is the female person screaming, is having some kind of argument with someone else who isn't one of her kids. So actually we could deduce the scene right now, because that only applies to like, what time are we at? 11. That applies to very, very few of these people who are, which one of these are male and not her children. Excuse me while I look at this piano for a while. You two have your private conversation. I'll just look at it. Nice keys on it. It is funny that like, obviously John doesn't like enunciate this, but he doesn't know who gave him the Rupert Galley invitation letter, so he's confused about all of this. There are parts he understands. He's like, yep, this is my divorce. Apparently I'm supposed to be coming here for someone's birthday, but that didn't turn out to be true. And then the parts that he in particular knows, which is like, oh, this is in reference to the piano, which is why he tries to investigate the piano on his own. So that's like a nice detail, because otherwise it would be like, why is John investigating the piano? And I guess the question comes up later of what's important about the piano that he should be investigating it. But that's a question for much later. But still, love John Hobbs, love him. And we could do the billiard room deduction, but instead, I think I want to follow Damien saying that he just found the body of a young woman who he thought was asleep, who wasn't there with us over dinner. As the player, what we know is that two people were missing from dinner, which was Oswald and Eve. So he must be talking about Eve. And he says it seemed like she was sleeping. People are dying and nobody was making sure the piano didn't do it besides Detective John Hobbs. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, basically, this is the best idea he has to coming to the bottom of this. Damien's out there actually kind of like playing pocket watch detective, and he says in the one scene with Annie that like, I'm interested in the dead bodies, you know, that's livened the place up in a way. But poor John. Poor John. Anyway, so we know that he just found Eve's body before this scene in 11. And we know she was in her room. So, when I think of the piano in this game, I think of that video where the guy says, "Hit it, Joe," and then Joe proceeds to actually go off on his automatic piano. I don't know the reference, but it does sound like a good time. Because like, I don't know, automatic piano. It's cool, man. It's cool to have a piano that you like load with a cylinder and just it does stuff. It's like a very unconventional firearm in a way. A very musical one. We'll do... It's timecode 10 then, right? Yeah. Damien finds Eve's body. Eve can only be in one place, which is Eddie's room if she was found asleep in her bed. Did I say it was 10 or 11? It's 10. John Hobbs, unorthodox detective. Yeah. In some circumstances, that kind of role would be quite successful, but not this one, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you. Madam? Madam, are you awake? I'd like to ask you a few questions. Madam? I'm looking for a pocket watch. If you could just tell me whether you've seen it or not, then I'll leave you to get back to your sleep. Madam? Oh, God. She's still warm.
I probably should have noticed this earlier when John and Eddie were in the kitchen. And maybe this is a deduction that, or like an observation that has meaning somewhere later, but it's the fact that dead people in these scenes don't have a character, or in like, I haven't assigned Damien yet. He's the only like ghostly silhouette in that scene because Eve isn't around anymore. Can you imagine if the piano's doing the murders? Yeah, I mean, in a different context, some kind of, maybe the piano is a sonic weapon at this point in time. Maybe it is responsible for it. You can't be too certain. But yeah, I should have gathered the, oh. Bodies aren't silhouettes in the scene. The only thing that I am kind of like, this isn't like a problem or anything, but I like, with the status unknown, you know, let's take Harry for example, who is dead, very dead. He shows up now, even though we've witnessed the life and testament of Harry Thornton, if those are the right words to say. He is dead, but now he's kind of gonna like linger onwards in all future time codes that, you know, like, oh, you know, he's out there. But I guess it's fine. It's like a time marker to be like, oh, starting from time code 8, Harry is no more, and he'll be highlighted to always remind me that he existed. Emphasis on existed past tense. So, what shall we do now? Oh, another thing that was like, came to mind. I'm not sure if this was a difference in the script, but I could be wrong about this. I'm probably wrong about this, but I'm not sure if there was the drawer opening and closing in the original script. There might have been. If it wasn't, then the idea I had was that he was looking for the pocket watch, and since we know Eve has it, he found it on her person. He looted her corpse. That might have been in the script. If it was, then it's like, oh, is that what he did? But very obviously here, he finds the pocket watch in one of these drawers, probably the one where he opens it up, and it takes quite a while before he decides to close it. I could be wrong about that in the original script. Maybe he does rummage through drawers. Maybe I even do reference that. Regardless, that's the pocket watch found. And there's nothing else we can say about the fact that she's dead, which is bizarre. How did she die? Let's look at 10. We haven't, we've seen. Last time we saw her, she was talking with her brother Tony, and he passed her the watch. Then he left to get something, and yeah. There's no deduction we can make, but I'm just like filling it in my own brain, the stuff that I know has happened since then, which we can't deduce. So, the next detail we should head to is... This is in reference to the phone. Maybe I should... This doesn't, like, belong here, but it's a reminder, so I can tick off, So I can tick off that this green thing is in reference to this. This green thing is in reference to, is there a watch here? Am I blind? Not seeing, oh, there we are, clock. This is in reference to, no, wait. No, sorry. I put this in the wrong spot. This is in reference to Vic going to find what happened to Martha. One of the things here, which I was trying to put down, was that Annie and Tony have like a thing going on in reference to what we know is the pocket watch, so therefore they must have met sometime prior. But we won't do that. You think he does? Can't quite remember, honestly. Yeah, in reference to the Damien finding Eve's corpse. Yeah. Not sure. Can probably look that up afterwards. So I think we should do the big scene, which is time code 11. We make the deduction that we know Helen is in the billiard room with someone who needs to stay away from her children, who is male. So it can't be Martha, and it can't be Eddie, because Eddie is not her, or sorry, it can't be Tony, because Tony is not her kid. Therefore, it must be Eddie. So the time code is 11, billiard room 69. 11... billiard room 69. It's a legal deduction.
Eddie? Where is everyone?
They should be around somewhere. If you go and wait in the living room, then I'm sure they'll turn up. I'll be there later. I need to sort something out.
I've hardly seen anyone all day. You know, if there's something going on, then I ought to know about it. Otherwise, it seems like you're disappearing off for hours at a time and leaving me and my son to entertain ourselves.
I do apologize, Mrs. Dower. I just need a little time, and then things will be back to normal. I would think you can be patient for another hour or so on your own, can't you?
I don't appreciate the flippancy, young man. Tell me what's going on.
Very well. 3 dead bodies have appeared around the house, and we suspect that one of our guests is trying to scare us. But we're dealing with it. Everything's under control.
Well, I don't see why you let that stranger in here in the first place. It's your own fault as far as I can see. Go and tell him to find somewhere else to stay, Eddie.
Please don't try and tell me what to do. Like I said, I'm sorting it out.
It certainly doesn't look like you're doing much of anything. Did you find the ring, or did you just give up?
The ring? Yes, I found it. You can have it back if you like. I don't want it.
I gave you this ring for a reason, Eddie. Where is my daughter?
Your daughter?
I should hope you haven't forgotten about her in all this commotion. I think I made it very clear earlier what I expected of you. If something's happened to her, Edmund, then there'll be consequences.
I found the ring like you asked. If you expected me to do anything else, then you should have told me.
Now, don't be like that with me, young man. Where is she?
Well, I haven't seen anyone else arrive, and I've kept track of everyone who's come through the door. Unless...
I thought she was asleep in your room. You ought to go there now and reconcile with her. And take the ring,
Oh, God.
Eddie.
I'm so sorry.
Eddie?
Your daughter's dead, Mrs. Dower.
What do you mean? That can't be right. Why wouldn't you have told me earlier?
I didn't know. You should have told me you had a daughter, and then I might have done something about it.
You're making things up, Eddie. Go and find her and make sure she's all right.
I already told
Don't play
you.
games with me, Edmund Galley. You're responsible for my daughter's safety. And frankly, this disgusting behavior is scaring me. And it's completely unbecoming of a host.
I don't know who your daughter is. Why do you think I have anything to do with this?
Excuse me?
If you cared about your daughter, then you would have mentioned her earlier. You can't expect me to look out for everyone just because I'm the man of the house.
You're a monster, Eddie. How dare you talk about my family like that? Stay away from my children!
What are you talking about? You don't even have a daughter, do you? Are you part of this
Stay away
too?
from me! I'll scream! I will! And my son has a gun!
Oh, I don't know why I trusted you. All along I've been trying to be polite and courteous, and for what? You're as much a stranger to me as anyone. Great! Now everyone else will be rushing in to save you. That suits me just fine.
They'll all be here soon. I'll tell them what you did.
Very good scene, and in that one I really was paying attention to the positioning of the characters, especially early on when he's just going around the pool table just playing billiards. He's just which, you know, having those sound effects and like the time it takes while he's like between lines where he's playing billiards by himself and he's just like, I'm dealing with something right now. Go entertain yourself. Very very good. And I also like the additions at the end of the scene. Maybe it might be a little bit much that now this is the second time Vic said it in her Timecode 11 scene where she's like, everyone else will be there, and now he's saying everyone else will be rushing in to save you. But I think it's kind of fine, because otherwise otherwise you kind of have to make an assumption that everyone's going to be there, which we haven't seen Martha and Tony, and those are, you know, like, we need to be like, well, why would they be showing up there unless someone says everyone else will be there? Also like the way that he phrases it, where he's like, everyone's gonna come in to save you. That's all right for, you know, that suits me just fine. And her line as well, that I'll tell them what you did, which makes the subsequent scene what happens in it, you know, like hit a little bit harder. Of course, we don't need to recover like me and my son up until the ring, but yeah, very very good scene with voice acting, and like, you know, I definitely didn't do it justice. Any scene where I had to be doing like in my video like a woman's voice, probably not like the best scene from like a voice acting perspective, especially as just a complete novice. But yeah, I like this. It's a big scene, and what follows is also a big scene, which yeah, I wanted to see if I could. Technically, we could do the where does how did Eddie find out about Eve's corpse, and why doesn't he remember? So we could go back and do that, but I think we should just narratively it's better to play the scenes like this because it's such a dramatic moment. Like, voice acting was fine in the video. There, you know, like, I'm happy with it. I just, you know, there's definitely just some scenes which I think I put together better than others, just because, just because. Can't get them all right, even though I did a lot of takes for each thing, but, you know. Total novice, total goofball, who definitely does not have this many voices in him. This many voices that aren't like silly voices, you know, like it had to be like, I couldn't do like a completely bizarre accent as a joke, because it's not a joke. It's serious. Anyway, moving onward. And I screwed it up. How did I screw it up? Oh, Eddie's not there, because everybody there who left. Duh.
What's wrong?
He's killed Eve!
Who's Eve? Are you hurt?
Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
I don't know. We've only just found her.
Oh dear. Another one.
We heard someone in here a moment ago. Did anyone see where he went?
What? I didn't pass anyone.
What's happening? Why is everyone in here?
Oh, Annie, I'm glad you're all right.
So it's true. They're coming back.
Get that man away from me.
I have done nothing. Whatever evil has come into your house, I have no part in it.
Everyone, calm down. Can anyone tell me who she was?
Is she dead?
It's the same as all the others. Someone's trying to scare us. I'm sure they must have been dead for a while.
I don't think so. The body's still warm.
Surely someone would have noticed if 4 people were walking around the house. I don't understand where they came from.
This is the 4th.
It could be some sort of disease. Maybe they all escaped from some hospital nearby.
Tony, please take this seriously.
Isn't anyone going to point out that there are already 2 strangers in the room?
Thanks, Anne. At least John and I were invited.
Were you?
Oh, shut up,
Listen,
you 2.
We're all going to go to bed and lock our doors. Do all the doors have locks?
Yes, darling. They lock from the inside.
Then we'll all go to bed and we'll see where we're at in the morning.
You called the police, didn't you, Martha?
Yes. I called them earlier. They said they won't be able to get here until the morning.
Good. Until then, lock your doors and don't let any strangers in. Can we all agree on that?
I'm not agreeing to anything.
Fine. Everyone else go straight to your rooms. We'll talk again tomorrow morning.
I'm very sorry about this evening, everyone. I'm sure we'll have sorted everything out by tomorrow, so there's no need to worry. Good night, and sleep well.
One thing I like seeing visually in that scene is, and I think in my video I mentioned it, the order in which everybody comes into the room. When we first built the game before we hired voice actors, I did all the lines myself so we could test rudimentary versions of the scenes. Yeah, that makes sense. I hope it was fun because, at least in my case, it was fun. It was a lot of work, but it was fun to try and be everyone and try and like make it work. Classic scare tactic. Got a bunch of professional dead people to randomly appear in someone's house, scaring them off, and then selling it for a huge price. I do it all the time. Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned it was a lot of work. I could probably like tab out and open up on my computer, just like look at my video, like just the audio for that, and look at the file size, because I was doing take after take after take for every line in the game. Yeah, a lot of work. I can feel it. I know to probably a lesser extent how much it takes. Yeah. As to what Great Goobus was saying about like the scaring people off, like I mentioned it in my video, just kind of like trying to explain why, you know, like in Martha's case, is she so insistent on this appearance of normalcy, you know, like at the dinner table, the dead body is supposed to be like kept hush hush. And, you know, even in here, she's like, it's just a prank, everybody, you know, everything's gonna be all right, sleep well. Have I, you know, like, oh, I took a surname when I moved into this house very long ago. Just all the little things that like make you think either they've gone mad, which they haven't gone mad, in any traditional sense, but like, why in this particular way are you acting? Which is like, it's a fun part of interpreting the story. I do like Tony cutting in here and being like, you know, like Damien as our perfectly like rational, cool-headed detective is like, okay, everyone will stay safe, go to sleep, we'll lock your doors. And then Tony's just like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. We have John mentioning Martha calling the police and her saying that she did that earlier, which we should be able to figure out, possibly, is them in the study. And then Damien is like, fine, if you die, no sweat, but everyone else please live. Yeah, exactly. He's just like, okay, everybody else besides you can go to bed, lock their doors, and stay safe for the rest of the night. You can go do whatever you want, Tony. So I want to see if I remember her saying she goes to the dining room with John. And when does she say I'm going to call the police? Does she say it? Small evening, strangers turning up, Thornton the butler, what are you holding? Key to the chapel. Could you go take it? Thank you. I don't know, she doesn't, can't remember. I feel like at some point prior she says that she's going to call the police, unless I just overlooked that. Damien once again showing why he's my favorite. Yeah, he's the detective. And these kinds of stories, and this kind of ties into the script for the first DLC of Rise of the Golden Idol, you know, having a character in the narrative that's playing detective in like a detective game is you know, it's cool, it's interesting. You empathize with the character because you're figuring things out and you'd like the detective stand-in to be able to figure things out too. Well, I know that the only time where Martha's missing is here, and she just said that she was going to call the police, but I don't think I've legally discovered where the phone is. Which I think actually comes up significantly later. I think I might have, like, in my video on type help, I think I might have, like, fudged it a bit. I think there were definitely maybe 1 or 2 instances where I felt like I needed to make, like, a stretch in a deduction because if I get to, like, the last 4th or 5th of the game when things are, like, constantly happening and I have to go all the way back and see something really inconsequential, that it would kind of, like, break up the pacing. So I think I might have done that once or twice, which is probably what's, like, sticking in my head of, like, we should move to this scene. My boy Roy Sampson would have solved this no problem. Exactly. Roy in Rise of the Golden Idol, and if you don't mind me discussing differences a little bit between this game and type help, sure, go ahead. I'm very interested. I'm happy to see, like, the stuff that, like, I find, and you mentioned, you know, the stuff earlier with looking out the window. All that are really cool details that I like seeing, because I love the game. While I think about what I'm going to do next. One of the decisions we made was that you could deduce where the phone was in this version by now, but you have to do it visually. Oh, that is so good. That is so... Oh, man. Like I said earlier when you mentioned the first instance with Oswald and Helen in the living room, that I would need to, like, comb through the whole game over again, just looking at not just the lines but every detail in the scene. Yeah. Well, I guess technically we could do that now, since we know where the where are we in the house? Yeah. Since we can see it. Man, that's really good. That's really good. I'm so, like, in my own head of, like, you know, I know how the scenes and how the stories play out, that, like, I would have tried to do things, like, my way and missed something really cool and interesting like that. What is the saved tab in the notebook about? Yeah, I think I didn't use this feature, but you can, next to highlighting lines, there was add to notebook. Yeah. Which is cool. I like having notebooks in these kinds of games. Although I end up sometimes. I know when I played Root Tree, I started off playing Root Tree, and I was like, I am going to just, like, fill up these notes all the way with all this information. And then it kind of turned out that I was spending more time writing down these notes than, like, making deductions that in my head, you know, eventually I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna, like, do this super detailed, cool notebook because I remember, you know, where I'm being led to, like, you know, solve the puzzles in Root Tree. But yeah, man, that's nice seeing that phone there, which I think I'll leave it for when later on you learn of the phone, because the scene that you get with Martha it's, you know, like, I mentioned earlier when it was like, why is she acting in this particular way? This, like, portrayal of normalcy that doesn't fit the situation, and that, you know, watching that scene would, like, add to that question, which I guess in a different circumstance would make you suspicious of Martha, but I think I'm well past the point of coming up with new deductions like that when I know the type help story. So we have bedtime, which we could go to. Bedtime is interesting. I guess it's not fair to do Martha's bedroom until later. We can infer from like the clatter and that Oswald and Martha have definitely had some kind of altercation, and we can think, what room could they have had their altercation in, and I guess kind of whittle it down from there. I filled my notebook full in root trees. I completely understand like how you can, and you know, like I could imagine doing the same thing in here, except in a sense I don't have the papers within like arm reach. They're in like a folder in like a closet. I could bring out the sheets of paper, which would be my this scene points to this scene, this scene, this scene, this scene, and this scene points to this scene, and then like trying to tie those knots together. Yeah, it is helpful. It is helpful keeping notes, and it's like I said, it's good when a game where you need to be taking notes gives you the opportunity to take notes, because it's important to keep things in mind. I think we should go do bedtime. I think that makes sense. There's nothing like there's like the questions of like, okay, what are these people up to? Oh, you know what we should do? I think we should do it's kind of a stretch. I was thinking of doing Eddie saw Eve's corpse. The only time he could have done that was 9 and 10. He ends 8 fiddling around with a hot liquid, and at some point in between 8 and 11, he finds Eve's corpse. We could do the ring as well. We know he lost the ring, and he hands Helen the engagement ring, which means at some point he found it. These all sound not too reasonable deductions. Loved your video on type help so much. I was obsessed, and playing root trees afterwards was satisfying as well. Yeah, before I made the type help video, I was thinking of making a root trees video, and then like kind of like I would have done root trees, and then I would have done type help, and then I was assuming I would do Rise of the Golden Idol if all the DLC was out. But or maybe it was the other way around. It was the other way around. I was going to do type help, and then I was going to do root trees, because I liked the idea of this thread between my first video being Case of the Golden Idol, which we'll say, you know, was ostensibly about a curse, and then following that in with type help, which was in a way about a curse, but also about a family. And then the third video would be root trees, which would have been a game about family. But when I tried to start writing the script for root trees, I just couldn't figure out a good way to present the information like linearly. As much as it's not like the game's fault. I loved the game. I just couldn't figure out, because basically it would have been me doing another basically all text-based game. There's visuals in root tree, which are important and are part of the puzzle solving, but a lot of your deductions are reading these like computer screens, or you're like typing in stuff and getting stuff from like a library, or you know, and you're getting it's all text. You're filling it's definitely not a linear game. Exactly. So type help was definitely easier to put in a line, because you could very obviously, especially with the reference system, you can figure out where each scene is pointing you, and then, as I do in my video, I stitch it into a line that, you know, it's not chronological, but it has like plots that it follows, and then it completes, and then it moves to the next one. Whereas Root Tree could just go anywhere. Past like the first puzzles you solve, you could just go down any other rabbit hole for each different branch of the family. And that would be it was just so hard to try and like put together properly, because a thing that like it's very obvious, or not obvious, I do it in the case of the Golden Idol and the Rise of the Golden Idol, is I look at a piece of information and I think about, if it's characters like dialogue, do I voice act the character's dialogue and then explain it, or do I summarize the dialogue explaining it? That's like it's a decision that comes up all the time in Golden Idol, because sometimes it's redundant to voice act something, blah, 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 blah. And trying to do Root Tree because all these things are it's just text on your computer that you're searching up, and you're making these connections, it's great puzzle solving, but it was hard to decide, do I just read this out loud? If I summarize this, the thread, there's so many threads. I wish there was another way I could like do that game justice in a video format, but in the manner that I was, trying to approach it, it was just too difficult, because it can't just be the story explained. If I wanted to explain the story of Type Help, I could do it completely chronologically from front to back, but that's not what the video's about. The video's about playing through it in this narrativized way. So that's where like the difficulty comes in trying to write such a video. I should get back to the puzzle solving here instead of like talking about like video writing stuff. But I do like to whinge about it, because it's what I do. Root Tree Mania was very cool as well. I like Root Tree Mania a lot. It was a nice little addendum to the story, and also because as an addendum, it moves the plot forward past the consequences at the end of the base game, and it's interesting. It's interesting because you go through this like filling out this family tree to come to this like final deduction of this important piece of information you've been tasked to discover. And it was nice seeing, here's the consequences of that story. And the puzzle solving was kind of like different in a way, in the way that the Root Tree Mania ends. Because you're like trying to figure, I'm talking like around it, like I don't want to be like spoiling stuff in case somebody hasn't played it. But just like the puzzles that you're trying to solve are really interesting, because it's good, it's well written, it's fun, it's a great puzzle game, one of the all-time greats. I think we should just do bedtime with these folk, because otherwise I'm just kind of rambling on. Let's start with... Oh, everyone's going to sleep? Well, John is sleeping in the... We're timecode 13, right? John is sleeping in the makeshift bed in the study. Click.
At least the body's gone. Oh, bloody devil! That's loud. Oh. Go back to sleep, John.
John's a light sleeper. I empathize with that. Oh wow, a thunderclap. Interesting. Root Tree Mania made you feel like you were in a Jerry Springer episode. It was cool. Like finishing Root Tree, you know, story ends, the puzzle solving ends. I wouldn't have been able to come up with like, where do we go from here? What's the best way to kind of like, explore the fallout of the end of the base game, and like having these like potential family members was really cool. And you figure out honestly it's a bit more easy to like narrativize Root Tree Maniac because of like the paths are a bit more like, I don't want to say they're like self-contained because everything ends up like, being connected, but like maybe it's because it's a little bit more focused than the base game, which is like this tree is massive and there's so many different ways you can go about filling it out. I gotta it just gets me thinking, it gets me talking about it because it's like, it's interesting. It was a lot of fun. I got a little lucky that by the time I needed to write it, there was a lot of discussion in the Discord where people were like, who do you think is going to be the new president? And so people had questions I decided to answer. That's really cool. And that is a good way to like, I don't want to say like stumble upon as if it was like completely like accidental, because you wrote it and it's great. But I like that you have a group of people who have like questions, and that, gives you ideas as to like, okay, how can we go about, I've said over and over again, exploring the fallout of the Root Tree Candy Company. And you did a great job with what followed, because it was fun, it was interesting, and it was nice to see who was the new president out of like the whole like cast of like characters who would have still been around. Everything felt so real, which I found made me invest in the characters I never even met. Yeah, it's great. All right, back to bedtime. We know Annie goes to sleep in the attic, so that's where she is.
Bloody window open.
Chris Rafferty, next president, trust. It was great. Anyway, back to, I still feel like, should I be going through bedtime for everybody, or should I be filling in what we can? We can't do those. We can't do those. It's not fair to it's not good watching for me to be like looking at this and in my mind I'm like, okay, I know where everybody is, and just saying, yeah, I can't do that. Because if I said it out loud, it would be spoiling it. 05 is that. Oswald during 06. I I guess I shouldn't be doing stuff that, like... Actually... No, I can do this one. I'm not sure if it's highlighted here as a reference, but... I think it's a fair deduction to make that... in John's dining room scene with Oswald, he knows that Tony has what he doesn't say, is a gun in his bedside drawer. Which means, at some point, Oswald needed to be in Tony's room. In timecode 07, there was a reference for this. Tony, when he hears about the dead body and Annie thinks it's Oswald, Tony says it can't be Oswald because... Tony says it can't be Oswald because I just saw him a moment ago. A moment ago would be timecode 6. We know the gun is in Tony's room, and therefore... Maybe we could have done this earlier. It doesn't matter. It's fair. Now, the only difference between making this deduction now versus earlier is we know the object in question is the gun. What time code is this? It's 6, right? Right before dinner. 6. Oswald and Tony. Crocodile. Root tree president. Vector would make a great candy company president. I feel like you could... Gators, crocodiles, they've got a lot of teeth. Maybe that matches the aesthetic of like hard candy. I don't know. Trust me, crocodile is best. Anyway, on to Tony's room.
What are you doing? Were you going through my things?
No, not at all. I was just having a look around. I didn't realize this room was occupied.
Right. It's Oswald, is it?
Oswald Galley. I don't believe we've met.
My sister mentioned you. What are you doing in my room?
Well, back when I was younger, this used to be our nursery.
But it's not your nursery any longer, is it? Don't come in here again.
Is this how you'd normally treat a new acquaintance?
Don't test my patience. Get out of my room.
There's no need to be suspicious, boy. I'm leaving.
Yeah, I should have done this one first. I think in my video I do put it before John and Tony in Tony's room, because it's the... Oswald says there's something in Tony's bedside drawer. You investigate. There's something in Tony's bedside drawer, and then you get to, oh, it's a gun in Tony's bedside drawer. I'm gonna leave since I don't particularly want to be spoiled. I'll watch the VOD when I finish the game. Bye. Bye, thanks for sticking around. Enjoy the game, because the game is good. This is an interesting change. Do the visuals make the detective work less fun? No, I think the visuals add to it. I think, I'm not sure if you were around earlier, but one of the devs pointed out some details that are kind of like, they enhance the scene if you like are paying attention to the visuals. I think that's all I'll say about that, to like not spoil whatever it was. Or you could just, I can't say, or just rewatch the VOD, because the VOD is going to be hours long and that would be unreasonable. The visuals are fun because, we have a puzzle where we have to assign physical characteristics to our characters to match their identities, but also because it helps to see Galley House like fully fleshed out, and that basement kitchen. It's nice to see that the kitchen is in the basement without I guess the only thing that is missing is some deductions were made in reference to this happened upstairs or this happened downstairs, which is how you come to a deduction about the precise location of the kitchen, the dining room, and Martha's room. So those are missing because like the house is shown to you right there. But besides that, and honestly, it's kind of minor. I feel like of all the people who played Type Help, the percentage of people who came to the conclusion that the kitchen was in the basement, which isn't necessary for solving the incident, you know, the greater mystery at hand. The number of people who thought, oh, the kitchen has to be in the basement is probably pretty few. So, the visuals are good, because characters move around in the scenes, and there's objects in the scene that are related to some of the deductions. So it's great. It's great to have them. I wasn't here earlier, just popped in. Loved your initial delivery of the story. Right. Kitchen in the basement was so good. Exactly. I love in my videos finding like minor details that are relatively inconsequential, but you know, they add to the scene. Off the top of my head, Case of the Golden Idol, third case, the water trough is frozen in the background and slightly cracked because was it Willard Wright used the idol to take heat from the water trough, which caused it froze it, and because water expands when it's frozen, it cracked the trough. Those kind of small details, which are they're just fun to point out, are great. And so is the grand basement kitchen deduction. As well as, it was like a minor point in the video, but I was like, all the bedrooms have to be on the second story. So it was fun going down that rather inconsequential route, and it's nice to see it confirmed visually in front of me that that's what Galley House looks like. All right, what next? We can't go. We don't know about some of my. We'll go back to bedtime, right? The only other thing we have here is Vic was just speaking to someone in the living room before she started playing the piano, but there's too many suspects as to who that could be. I read your mind. I was gonna mention that one. Yeah, you know, it's that one's like the easiest one to like from like case to like pull off the top of my head, because it's like the first one. It's because of you that I stopped putting off case. I can't wait for the video. In the meantime, I'm gonna recommend this version to my brother. Please do. I like it when people play, you know, like, I love my videos, but I love more when people play the games for themselves and, you know, support the devs and get to experience it that way. This is like completely inconsequential. I was looking at like Steam discussion forums and I saw I think it might have been like a demo for a Next Fest game, I can't remember, but a person was complaining. They were talking about puzzle games they liked and puzzle games they didn't like, and included in the list of games they didn't like was Obra Dinn, and it was also Case of the Golden Idol. And the thing they said about Golden Idol was that none of the game was deductions, it was all just old point and click moon logic, and I didn't want to play that game because of that. And that just like blew my mind, because like that game is straight up deductions all the way through, and my video is an exemplifying of here is exactly how you learn this piece of information. I couldn't believe that someone could, like, I don't know how far through the game they played before coming to the conclusion that, yeah, you know, none of this is like puzzles and logic. That's just absurd to me. Or doing bedtime, and Timecode 13. I was like, those Steam discussion forums, they are wild. Who shall we do next? This isn't gonna yield anything, but we're like, bedtime, okay. Well, Tony didn't say that he was going to bed, but he might have gone to bed, and we're gonna see, that's not true. So we'll keep in mind that that didn't work. And next we'll be like, okay, Martha sleeps in Martha's room. That person was clearly a victim of OPIG experimentation. The fact that they said they played it for like a little bit, I really wish I knew what case they decided all of this is nonsense in front of me. Because the game does a really good job at giving you minor puzzles that help you solve the scroll at the end of the puzzle. So like, I can't imagine playing like the third case, assigning everybody's identity, figuring out who was bequeathed what in the will, and just deciding that it was all nonsense. Every minor detail in that game makes sense. That's what makes it cool.
Look at this mess. I don't know why I even keep half of these things. I'd be a lot happier if I got rid of it all and started again.
Interesting scene that I want to talk about some of the changes, but Goobus mentioned the Golden Idol soundtrack. Not being able to kind of discuss or include the soundtrack in my videos on Golden Idol is definitely one of like the most parts where it like hurts for me, that I haven't found a good way to include the music in the scene and kind of like comment on it without it just kind of being like extraneous, because the soundtracks in those games and in this game, the sound design and music has been really good. It's a big part of the game, and I never got to comment on it because it really sets the stage, it sets the theme. In like Rise of the Golden Idol, there's like this same motif that keeps like appearing in like the main menu music, and in like especially like the final clash at the end of Rise of the Golden Idol, that it just, I'm writing the script, listening to the music, and there's just no way I can gush about it in the actual video, and I couldn't find a way to like include it because of the way that I gathered the footage. That has to kind of be like stitched together and sped up and slowed down, so everything that makes sense in the point and click game on the screen aligns properly. Like if I just tried to record the soundtrack and put it over the scene, it just wouldn't work, because even if I recorded it separately, there's cases in Golden Idol where you look to a different part of the scene and it plays a different song. I wouldn't be able to get it to flow properly. So that's one of my biggest regrets for those games. This scene, what makes it, we'll get a deduction out of this even though it's not listed here. But the Martha scene in Type Help goes on a bit of a dialogue to himself. He mentions like, he mentions his thoughts about, if I remember correctly, not knowing. Like, he makes a comment about, like, at least she died, like, you know, happy, or like, you know, I think the way I reference it is in blissful ignorance. You know, he talks a bit about himself here, and talks about, like, it's unfortunate what happened to Martha, but at the very least, blah, blah, blah. Where are we at in the discovery process? We're kind of we're at bedtime, which I guess is, like, technically, like, halfway through it. It's technically not halfway through it, because the less characters that show up, the less scenes there are later on. But it's like bedtime is a kind of like chapter mark. Mentions that motif and its use in Ignition, really good representation of old Jack. I know the music is just, it's. I have an idea of where I can include it in the DLC video. But it would only come up towards, like, the end. I might think of, like, other things to do, but it's so hard to, like, they're hour-long videos. It's so hard to try and keep the video condensed and focused without being able to, you know, just talk about other stuff, like, you know, talk about the soundtrack and, like, oh, there's this motif here. Yeah. So Damien is next. Next, we have to figure out. We just did Martha falling asleep. Actually, no, I was gonna do a different deduction. I was going to do. She says, "Oh, look at this mess," and then she's like putting stuff back in a drawer, and she's commenting about like getting rid of it all and starting again, and how she doesn't understand why she keeps some of these things, which are probably not her things. I think this is a fair point to deduce that at some point in time, for that happen, it would be at the end of the 4th DLC, as I have in mind a way to write a certain part and be able to like keep the music and maybe my voice acting of the scene to try and like, because it's the very end of the Rise of the Golden Idol DLC. It's like a big moment, and it's a very bittersweet moment, and the music makes such a big impact there. So that's where I'm we'll get into that during the editing process of that video, but that's the idea. Anyway, we know something happened in Martha's room, which involved. Should I do this deduction? It's not listed as a reference, but it's realistic to deduce something happened in Martha's room. So sometime here, that case is tragic. Yeah, it's basically the final kind of like tragedy. But it's bittersweet. Yeah, it's I'm happy with how it turned out. We know that at some point in time, something happened in Martha's room, which made a mess. This can't be the first time she's finding this mess in her room, because she says, "Oh, look at this mess," instead of, "Look at this mess." You know, she's not like, she understands why the mess is there. Which means at some point in time, she must have been in her room. And I don't think I'll do this deduction, actually, even though I can make it make sense verbally. We know that when Martha sees Oswald in this scene, she's like, "Get that man away from me." We know they had an altercation because in the dining room scene, John Hobbs mentions... Where does he do it? He mentions... Was it this scene? I'm looking for him smacking the table. I guess it was him with Annie. Yeah, she mentions Martha's room, and then he gets upset. So we know they had some kind of altercation prior to time code 10. we know where Oswald is in timecode 9, so it happened prior to timecode 9. The only point in time where Oswald is unaccounted for is timecode 1 on timecode 8. We know at the end of timecode 8, Martha says, I think I will do this deduction because this just makes too much sense to talk about. It's fair to me. In my mind, this is a fair deduction. Martha says she's going to go find, Martha says in dining room 7, Oswald's food is getting cold. I'm going to go find him. And she's not like, oh, I gotta go find Oswald. She's like, oh, I gotta go find Oswald. Which means the altercation happened between timecode 7 and timecode, we know it's 9 or 10 because he's pissed. Which means they must have met in timecode 08. And the only place no, I can't do this. Never mind. Forget all this. This is just, it's correct, but it doesn't feel proper. I love solving various fates of the crew members, and that music just pulls you in immediately. Actual Chad, Peter Batley. Yeah. The end of Case of the Golden Idol is a fun one. Let's just go back to doing bedtime. I've like wasted too much time being like, okay. Trying to fill in that. I know it's there. I know it's a fair deduction. But we'll get to it later. It's bedtime. Vic needs to go to sleep. If we try this, we'll figure out that this doesn't work, and that's because Damien needs to go to sleep with her because they are a couple. I got the pin of his face, one of my greatest claims. Peter Batley pin. His faces are like really express. Oh my gosh, you mentioning that the Steam discussion post I was talking about where the guy was like, I hate Case of the Golden Idol. He said the graphics were terrible. He said it looked disgusting to look at. It's animated pixel art. It's so expressive. It's so good. Every all the little like, I don't want to say if it's like just like a talking like gif of each character, but you know the way the scenes in Golden Idol are like replaying the same thing, and it's like a lot of the characters. I'm thinking of Peter Batley pointing the fork at the butler being like, you just killed my aunt, and the way he's expressive. I can't believe being like, yeah, that game looks terrible. That hurts me. Bravo, young detective, a standing ovation on the balcony, deserves some thunderous clapping. Thank you for the $10, Ray Day. That it really means a lot to me. Thank you. And thank you for watching the content as well, because, you know, I'm glad you like the content. That art style is a treasure. You just need to look at Peter Batley in any frame he's in. I love the art in the games. Exactly. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe just like being like the game. It's not a puzzle game. It's nonsense. It looks it's terrible to look at. That just it breaks my heart. Bedtime. Vic and Damien. Important scene.
What are you doing?
I just want to check. I don't want one jumping out of the wardrobe in the middle of the night.
Come on, Vic. No one's hiding any bodies in here.
I know, sweetheart. And I've got you to protect me from any strangers, don't I?
Of course. But please don't run off like that again, Vic. I don't like being on my own with the others.
Sweetheart, I'm always here for you. We'll leave first thing tomorrow. We don't need to talk to anyone else.
Mr. Hobbs is a suspicious character, isn't he? We're in agreement about that.
I don't know. I find it hard not to believe him. He seems the sort of man who would struggle to tell a lie. But I know what you mean. What was he doing there? Listening to our conversation?
The whole day it's felt as though people are watching me, Vic. I can't bear this place much longer, or I'll go mad.
I know the whole business with the bodies is upsetting, but I don't think it's meant for us. And if it's any comfort, everyone else I've talked to says they like you. So I don't think we need to worry.
I still don't trust them. And why did you play the piano earlier? Did anything happen?
I just wanted to see you, sweetheart. Come on, come to bed.
I don't like this house, Vic. I don't feel safe here.
We'll be all right. If you're really worried, we can just keep the door locked until the police arrive.
Maybe we should.
Good. And then we'll go visit Mum down in Wintercott first thing in the morning.
Wintercott? That's the name of your mum's house?
It's only a few miles away, and I promise you'll like it a lot more than this place. Sweetheart? What's that?
You remember, Vic? Mrs. Dower asked me to find it over dinner. Isn't it awful? I didn't realize it was her.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't anyone say anything? Her watch went missing. She asked too many questions, and now she's dead. And her son was there, too. He didn't even seem upset.
You mean the body? Earlier? Did you know her?
Of course I did, Vic. And the others should have recognized her, too. They must have known all the dead bodies. They're hiding something from us.
Calm down, sweetheart, please.
No! Something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Of course I wouldn't.
Then who were you talking to just before I found you in the living room? You said you were talking to someone.
I wasn't, sweetheart. I don't know what's got into you, but you're really scaring me.
All right. I'm sorry, but everyone else in this house is lying through their teeth. We can't trust any of them.
It doesn't matter. No one can hurt us in here. Let's go to sleep, and you can explain it all to me in the morning. All right?
I love you, Vic, but I can't wait to get out of here.
I love you too, sweetheart. Everything will be just fine.
Huh? Oh, for goodness sake.
Second thunderclap. I think that was a good spot to put that thunderclap with restarting the generator. Also now, we're getting these pieces of paper on the console after the thunderclaps. The first one that knocked out the power was when it was when Eve was sleeping, I believe. Anyway. I'm suspicious of thunderclaps. It's a good scene. It's a sad scene. At's commentary in type help during this scene is a bit, I don't want to say it's, I feel like you should kind of get what's going on at this point, so I don't want to say it was like too revealing, but he makes a lot of comments where he's like, you know, she's definitely, it's because he says earlier, if someone's lying or, you know, not telling the truth, I will write down that. And that's like a part to help. And he chimes in a couple times when Vic's talking and says, she definitely was speaking to someone. It goes, my favorite character, Rip Damien, miss you, lad. You were really cool. And you know what we can do now, which is really sad because there's only like, maybe like 2 scenes or maybe 1 scene that we haven't deduced him in, is now we can be like, oh, who was Damien? Damien must have been, well, actually, can we do that? I already knew it was him, but the possession of keys to a black car thing is, maybe I'm looking at the wrong person. I feel like it would be someone who has a pocket watch on them. Let's just start from the top and look at men. Not you. He has the pocket watch, but he's got an army recruitment leaflet. Yeah, it is him, but we can't legally do that. I was remembering something different from like the select avatar part. Strong build though is an indicating element. Also maybe the there's a time earlier where I think it's when they're talking in the living room, and Helen asks Damien where he's from, and he mentions he's actually from London, and she's like, I don't know. It felt to me that I don't know what I'm trying to say. It felt to me that Helen was being a little bit maybe weird in asking that particular question to him, because it's not like she asks John, where are you from? But I guess that's the only time we get to see her interact with new people. Anyway, we got this, which is from the Faubourn Research Center. 01PL12 01CO3402PL14. Interesting. I felt like obviously day 2, this is the thing you need to actually go into day 2, so I'm glad it was given, because At gives it in the first game, and he's like, if you don't get it yet, check out this scene, and then you'll finally get it. But I'm interested in these parts that are crossed off. PL, CO, PL. Are there anything here? Parking lot. No CL, huh? Dang. Oh, I was thinking it might have been connected to this. PL does match parking lot, but none of these are CL. What the hell, this is new? Yeah, this was like a photo we got earlier along with these scanned images of our characters plus some red herrings. And this is the prototype for the machine that we are tinkering with in Galley House, and it has like a rudimentary version of this. Dang, I was really like, parking lot fits, but there's no CL. And we also don't know who this is. Maybe that's important. I will be keeping it in mind. I guess we should go to... Okay, technically you should be doing, has Eddie gone to bed in his room? But if we do this, we're gonna get nah. He was not asleep in his room during bedtime. Was there a guy there before? In this photo, I feel like the guy was not there. And that seems absurd to me. He had to have been here. I feel like I'm insane. I didn't want to bring it up because it felt like something, oh, I missed something obvious. Because the first time I saw this photo, I looked at this, I looked at this soda can over here, and then I looked back, and then I was done with it. I never went, there's a guy here, but now there's a guy here. So I didn't want to bring it up because I thought, oh, I just must have been silly. But the fact that you brought it up, was there a guy here before, gets me thinking, was he here before? I feel like he wasn't. Interesting. Interesting. this is the guy, then you're experiencing the effects. If that's how it's working, then no, because characters in type help at least can see the bodies, and Martha, when looking at her photo album, recognizes someone from a wedding. So unless it might work slightly differently, I feel like I must have. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But even if this is literally nothing, I have tricked myself into, speculating and rambling. So like I don't even, maybe it's something, maybe it's not. If it's not, I'm still happy that I had the experience of the, what the heck is going on? Now I know we should probably do the time code we were given, but Damien talks about who were you talking to before I found you in the living room, which we know she mentions there. That's why he knows this information. Vic said I was just talking to someone, and Vic now doesn't remember who she was. She doesn't think she was talking to anyone. Damien didn't think that she was talking to anyone because he just said, you played the piano. Did anything happen? So he doesn't know. Then the pocket watch, he recalls, he knows. This is, I'm pretty sure in my video, I go through this scene and I point to. I mean, I'm not sure this is the reference that we're talking to. But we know that prior to the three of them in the living room, time code 10, Vic and Helen were there because the only person he's forgotten, and then he remembered. Who I don't know why I have to go through this whole explanation like this, because in my original playthrough I got it by now. So it just feels weird because it doesn't seem like that was what the reference was. Maybe it is what the reference is referring to. It's a fair deduction. I made it in my original playthrough. Now the deduction I made in my original playthrough after this. Oh, I have it set on Eddie's living room. The deduction I made in my original playthrough after this, after understanding what's going on, that I may or may not do. Why have I gone crazy? Is it not 11? It was 10. Why did I put 11? It's 10. John is with Damien and Vic in 11, because that's when Helen screams.
Are you quite all right, darling? You look unwell.
You're Helen, aren't you? Martha said she'd be, Excuse me.
Sit down, darling. There's no point ignoring it.
Thank you. I'm fine, really. I'm sorry to hear about your pocket watch.
It will turn up. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's nothing. I must have eaten something.
It's fine, darling. I've been through it before too, you know.
This is my first time.
I remember getting very nervous the first time, and yet the second time was so much worse.
Oh? I think I've only met one of yours.
Of course, you'll have seen Tony around. No, my first time, it didn't lead to anything. Well, it was a blessing that it worked out with Tony, at least. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
No, it's all right. It's good to talk to someone about it.
Darling, does he know?
I'm going to tell him soon. Once we're back home, I'll tell him.
Hold on to him, won't you? I found out I was expecting again just after the war broke out. I had to tell my husband about it during the brief time he had off from the front. It didn't feel real, like we were pretending. I always believed that things would continue after the war. We acted like they would. But he didn't come back. Tony's never known his father.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how you did it. If I didn't have Damien...
No, it's not worth thinking about. I shouldn't have put that in your head.
No, thank you, really. It was nice talking to you. Thanks for the advice.
I'm sorry, darling. I don't think I caught your name.
Victoria. Victoria Maseko.
Well, darling, I hope everything goes well for you. I'll see you in a little while.
It's gonna sting following that up with where was the thing that we just got? It's gonna hurt following that sentimental scene. Legal deduction we can make. We know from that scene that Vic is pregnant. She's talking with Helen about pregnancy, having kids. She makes the why am I blanking on her name? Victoria. We should have done this earlier. Out of respect for her, I'll put Maseko, even though I don't believe they're actually married at this point. This is kind of like an affirmation. She's still Victoria Beaumont, Annie's sister. We should have done that forever ago. Maybe I'll have to change that to Victoria Beaumont, but for now, Maseko. And the point I wanted to do is found with person of interest Pike, early stages of pregnancy. Which, out of all these characters, has to be Vic. And because she was found with, well, we can do that afterward. But we know, and we could, but we won't yet. Put all these pieces into place. Yeah, that reference point wasn't in reference to that scene, but it's a fair deduction because we know what's going on. I mean, obviously we know what's going on knowing the story, but now it's fair for a player at this point to come to the conclusion, as I did on my first ever playthrough, that people are forgetting people, and then they remember them, as is the case with Helen, and then they too die and are forgotten. So let's just hit that gut punch of 15 Vic's room 12457. 15 Vic's room 1257.
The door's locked. Are you alright?
Well, there's another one in here. Well, I woke up and it was... I don't
Darling,
understand.
You need to unlock the door or we can't help you.
No, I know. I know.
I don't believe it.
Darling, are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm just...
How is that possible? Did you unlock the door in the night?
No, I swear, I just woke up and it was there.
You must not have checked everywhere.
I swear, I tried.
Steady now, darling. It's all right.
Muscular. It wouldn't have been easy to move a body like this.
I don't understand.
It's not your fault, darling.
What's going on? Vic!
Wait. How did he get in here?
Pocket watch here. Didn't you say you were missing one?
Yes? Well, how the hell did that get there?
I saw it last night.
My gun. That's got to be my gun.
What?
I was just telling Annie up in the attic, but my gun, it disappeared overnight. It was the same thing. I'd locked my door.
Well, that's marvellous. Who's missing?
It must be Eddie and Oswald.
We should go and find them. Can you look after her alone?
Yes, go. Darling, why don't you come with me to the dining room? The two of us can have some breakfast.
Sad. Important thing, which I like, is because this is day 2, and because it's morning, and because it's not raining and thundering outside, I want to put the gunshot here. The room is, it's brighter. It's definitely daytime compared to, like the scenes prior where everything's kind of in like a blue color palette because it's a stormy night. Now it is a bright, brand new sunny day, so everything looks different, which is cool, and that will have some meaning later on. Knits and hello. Hello, I've been streaming for a very long amount of time. I should really get on top of this. The Galley house is out on Steam. Yes, the remaster's out on Steam. I've said this a couple times, but despite the fact that it was on my wish list, it didn't pop up on like the new and popular releases for some reason. I don't know if maybe I would check it now, but like this is like a big enough game. I remember Root Tree when it came out being on like the Steam like new and popular page, as as far as like new releases on Steam go, but it wasn't there this morning when I checked, and I was a little confused about that. I don't know how Steam works behind the scenes, but yeah, it's out and it's good, and you should play it and support the devs because it's awesome. What shall we do next? I think the most obvious one to follow is Martha and Vic in the dining room. It's on there for me this morning. Steam was having issues with reporting numbers behind the scenes as well, so it might have been a Steam outage. Okay, that makes sense. It is Tuesday. It is Steam Tuesday maintenance, so that does make sense. I'm glad it's there now because like I was gonna I woke up and I knew it was coming out today. I was gonna buy it immediately. I was like, where is it? It's not there. I have to search for it. Yeah. Here's a random thing. The last name Beaumont has come up. It makes me think of Jeffrey Beaumont from Blue Velvet. Very random, I know. I have not seen Blue Velvet. I know I really have to. But I'll keep the name Beaumont in mind then. Jeffrey Beaumont. What are we doing? We're doing dining room 15, right? No, 16. I really like just like the complete color palette change. It's really cool, and I also love every time it puts up
me. Someone
the title.
Left a mess.
Is that a bullet hole up there? What were they doing in here?
Darling, I'm sure it's fine. Would you like some toast?
Actually, I'm starving. I didn't eat anything last night. Oh, are you sure this food is safe?
Why wouldn't it be?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to think.
Have something to eat. You've been through a lot.
It's awful. I still don't understand how it got there. Well, there must have been someone else in the room last night.
Whatever this is, I'm sure they don't mean us any harm. They want to give us a fright, that's all.
I don't like it. It feels like someone's playing a game with us. You're sure there's no other way into that bedroom?
Don't think about it, dear. At least all of us are all right. I wouldn't know what to think if one of my guests was harmed.
I suppose so.
I'm sure this will all be over soon. I can hear the others sorting things out in the kitchen. But I am frightfully sorry, Victoria.
It's fine. I think I'll head over to Wintcott now that it's light. I'd feel safer with Mum.
I haven't seen your mum in quite some time. It's dreadful, really, considering she's only a few miles away. Would you like to be driven down there?
No, it's fine. I'll walk.
Are you sure, darling?
I'm fine. You have enough on your plate as it is. You said the police are coming, didn't you?
Yes? Well, perhaps we can deal with this ourselves.
I hope you sort this out. I mean, I know you will.
Thanks, Victoria. And thank you for coming to comfort me yesterday. I was in quite the sorry state. I didn't mean for you to see me like that.
It's fine.
I didn't say it earlier, but I noticed you took the bracelet off.
I know. It didn't feel right. I thought maybe he was still angry at me. I just want to be friends.
I think he misses you sometimes.
Well, I have my own life now.
Of course you do. I'm sorry, Victoria. Why don't you finish your breakfast, and I'll go and check my bedroom upstairs to make sure none of the furniture's been damaged.
Oh, there's so much in all these day 2 scenes. There's so much. Lots of different threads to follow. Besides the minor details, we could do the gunshot, which must have been Eddie and Oswald. Or we can do, thank you for coming to comfort me yesterday. I was in quite the sorry state. I didn't mean for you to see me like that. Which we're like, okay, where has Vic been? We actually have a lot of things where she's missing. I know where it's actually supposed to be pointing to, but I guess that doesn't seem fair to deduce with all the holes we have. Even though they're like, I could get them with a bit of a stretch in deductive reasoning. Nits and thank you for the, I can't actually see what kind of currency that is. I don't recognize the symbol, but thank you for the 50 of them. And thank you for watching. I appreciate, I'm looking over here because it's over here. You're over here. Thank you for the support. That means a lot to me. I'm glad that, thank you for donating, and really just thank you for watching and supporting the content. It means a lot to me. Where are we? I think we'll do the 15 dining room gunshot, since that's the obvious one. 15 dining room. It must be Eddie and Oswald.
Do as I say. Stand up and place your hands on your head.
Oh, good morning to you too, Eddie. Is that thing real?
Of course it's real. I'm serious. Stand up.
I'm afraid I'm just in the middle of having my breakfast, Eddie. In fact, my 2 friends and I were just talking here a moment ago.
It's over, Oswald. I'm not giving you another chance.
I remember when you were younger, you used to call me Uncle. I suppose we're past that now, are we?
This house belongs to my family. You have no right to come here.
Put the gun down, boy. Threatening me isn't going to make this go away.
I told you to stand up! Don't make me say it again!
Let me finish my breakfast.
Stand up! Put your hands on your head! we're going to go downstairs to the kitchen. Understand?
These day 2 scenes with Eddie, I really like, because he's just gone crazy. Not like completely crazy, but like for me, when I was voice acting the game, I'm not sure if these were if I did a good job here, but these lines were the funnest to record when he's being like, he's really agitated, he's snapping at people. Later on, he starts acting rather like pathetic. those parts were fun to voice act, and they're great to see here done professionally, because Eddie's an interesting character. He's certainly quite some guy. Of course, from his perspective, things are just the stuff that he's forgotten by this point in the story. He's definitely been the most affected in regards to who has been memory hold or killed. He's forgotten a lot, yeah. What should we do? We do have Oswald here with his 2 friends earlier. We should do, I was just Tony saying in the no, not here. He says it here. In Vic's room. Tony saying he comes in here with Annie later on, and he's like, we were just talking in the attic about how my gun has gone missing. So we should do that. Which is 14 attic. 2, 4. Day 2, Edmund Galley's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Indeed.
Anne? Are you awake? Anne?
What?
Can I come in?
What is it? Why did you wake me up?
Can we please talk?
What?
My gun. It's disappeared.
You have a gun?
I always carry one around with me. It's not like I planned on using it. But it's gone.
You should have locked your door.
I did. I swear I did. But I woke up this morning and the door was unlocked.
You're sure you had it with you when you went to bed?
I was careful, Anne. I don't just leave it lying around. I'm serious, I don't feel safe anymore, and you're the only one I actually know here.
Why did you even come here?
I don't know. I just... I mean, do you think this has something to do with all the bodies that keep appearing?
Maybe. Did you know that after they found the first body yesterday, when they went back to find it later, it had vanished?
You're joking.
And Oswald said that all the bodies are people that used to live here. Wait, how many of us are there?
7. Right.
I don't think there's enough people here to pull off something like this. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
I mean... it could be ghosts, couldn't it? Oh, don't tell me I'm losing it.
Whatever it is, it must have something to do with this house. You remember what you said about the girl who used to live here?
What? That's just a story I'd heard somewhere. I don't know if it's true.
It's all we've got to go on. We have to find out what really happened.
I don't know. I'd rather not get involved.
It's too late for that, Tony. We're seeing this through. Is that Vic? Oh my god!
Cool. I'm thinking right now, unless I'm like unless I'm really missing what the thread is, I feel like I should have Eddie finding the ring in the billiard room. But I'm pretty sure the way I do it in my video for it to make sense is I punch in Eddie in the billiard room, because we know he stayed in the billiard room after timecode 14. Helen leaves, Eddie stays. If we punch in Eddie, at timecode 05 in the billiard room, we won't get anything, which means he was here with someone. I'm not sure if that's a fair deduction to make. Maybe we should do the phone, since it's visible in the dining room, but I think it's fine to do. I think it's fine to do later. Man, I'm just trying to figure out what's proper to do next, because I don't want to get super far in to day 2 and pop back for like not inconsequential, but here's what I think we can technically do. Tony says his gun has disappeared. Timecode 14. In timecode 15, we see Eddie has his gun, which means at some point before timecode 14, Eddie has acquired Tony's gun. Tony's gun, the last time we saw it in timecode 10, the gun is still in his drawer. And in billiard room 11, Helen makes Eddie aware that no, we can't. Well, we can, but it just doesn't feel proper. Like Eddie is made aware of the gun in this scene. That's not entirely true. I feel like the reasonable way to do this is that prior to timecode 14, Eddie must have taken Tony's gun from his room. When we tried Tony falling asleep in his room in timecode 13, we got an which means he wasn't in his room. I think it's reasonable to come up with the question, at least this is what I did in my original playthrough, someone must be in there with him. The only person who that could be, we can actually just even see, oh, I never did Oswald in his room. Let's go do that. I freaking skipped them. Oswald obviously went to bed in his room. I still think the deduction I just discussed is, and I did the wrong time code. It is 13. Click. Shouldn't be a long one.
It's good to be home.
Interesting, the rustling and folding of a piece of paper. I assume this is when, since he's carrying a folded sketch of a family of 5. I like that addition. That, assuming I'm reading this correctly, he goes back and he takes the picture of his family that he drew as a child, folds it up, and keeps it with him as he goes to sleep. Assuming I'm not gonna find out that he grabbed it sometime in the moment, I think that's what's happening here. Which, you know, is sad. Oswald's case is another one, which is sad considering what he's forgotten and kind of the severity of what he's forgotten has had a significant impact on him, which is why he's so snappy towards Martha in the scene that we know is there, but doesn't feel truly proper to deduce. And the saddest part about kind of like Oswald's ending in the original Type Help is that he's just saying a bunch of nonsense. He's saying what, you know, all he has at this point is what he thinks is true, and what he's come up with to, you know, justify why what he thinks is what's happening. And from a third party perspective, it's sad. Pretty much everybody's case is sad, but they're sad in like different ways. Like John, from how like confused and kind of just odd one out he is. Oswald, from how what he's lost has just kind of turned him into a different person. I think I say in my video that basically we can I'll hold off on it. But yeah. Before that, we were doing Timecode 13. Well, Tony didn't go to sleep in his room. Eddie got his gun, and it might not be a proper deduction, but it was an original deduction that I made, which was correct. What track from Golden Idol? This background music reminds me of. It's music from Spell Dance. It's been a while since I've heard the Spell Dance one, but I know I did play it a couple times while I was writing the script to that video. Although Spell Dance is kind of, at least from what I remember, it's actually kind of like a longer song, like it kind of transitions to a different song. Man, the music in all these games is so good. All right. Let's get to gun theft. I like that pause. Not sure if he's still asleep or not. Starting to feel like a slightly improper deduction. I mean, I think what I said makes sense, and it was how I did it originally. But there's a bit of room for error in finding that scene. The problem is, it's because I know what Eddie gets up to in 12, and I know what happens in 10 that causes, you know, I know what scene I'm missing here, you know, and how that develops. This is the phone. This is Martha's room. I think... So this is a very clever trick. This being complete right now. Very, very cool. I was thinking right now of doing the... When Martha tells Vic, thanks for comforting her yesterday. And there's also the line about you took the bracelet off. So then it's like, okay, what times were Vic and Martha unaccounted for? And there's that one. But then there's also 6. And technically this, but this gets resolved by the phone call. I guess we should just go full steam ahead. I feel like, is it fair to do like the fact that Vic just woke up and the fact that she was asleep in her room? Probably not. The part that's missing here, which is because At is a narrator in the original game, is that during one of the sleeping scenes, it might have been during the Tony's room scene, he mentions Eddie spends the rest of the night sniveling in the living room. And then he says, I won't, or does he do that? I remember a comment where he's like, I won't like transcribe all of his blah, 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 blah. Well, maybe we'll do it. Maybe we won't. Something real. Something real is Martha saying that she hears everybody else taking care of things in the kitchen. She says she hears everybody else in the kitchen somewhere. There's like commotion. I'm not sure if it was transcribed though. We could go to her checking her bedroom. I can hear the others sorting things out in the kitchen, which means during timecode 16, and since we know in timecode 15 that John, Annie, and Tony said they were going to go find Eddie and Oswald since they heard the gunshot. So everybody else, they found them and caught up with them, and everyone else is in the kitchen.
Get into the pantry.
Please, don't kill me.
Be quiet. Get in the pantry.
I found him. He's in here.
No need to worry. Everything's under control.
Where's Oswald? Is he all right?
I'm in here. Can you hear me?
What the hell are you doing, Eddie? Get him out of there!
Hey! That's my gun! How did you get that?
Look, I'm sorry about what's happened. But everything's going to be normal from now on, I promise.
You don't know what you're dealing with. You need to let him out of there. He's the only one who knows what's going on.
Exactly. I promise if these things keep happening, then we can let him out. But I promise you they won't.
You don't understand.
Give me back my gun!
I'm keeping it. I'm sorry, but this is my house and I need to take control. You can have it back when you leave.
I'm not leaving until I find out what's going on here.
Are you mad?
Let's all keep our heads here. This sounds like a sensible idea to me. We keep him in there until...
Who the hell are you?
Look, like it or not, I'm the one with the gun. And I'm going to hold on to the pantry key myself, so don't try anything funny. Annie, where's your sister? I need to talk to her.
Find her yourself.
Great.
Wait, before you go. If anyone finds something new, or needs to get everyone's attention, play the piano in the living room. We'll all meet there. Does that sound all right?
What about me?
All of us except Oswald.
Sure. Nothing will happen anyway.
You're making a mistake, Eddie!
Just leave me alone. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Is he gone?
What the hell was that about?
Hobbs, I need to tell you something.
What's that?
I remembered. I remember where I met Martha.
Oh? Where?
At her wedding. I was there at her wedding. Ask her who she married.
Huh. Right. I'll go and ask her that.
He's gone, Oswald. Are you all right?
I'm fine, my dear. Now, come close, both of you. We need to talk.
Another good scene. The only thing I recognize, which I think is different from type help, is I think Oswald says, "Don't kill me, will you?" Which now, assuming that I'm remembering that correctly, is a little bit, I always took it as him being like, you know, he's just like exasperated. He's like, "Don't kill me, will you?" I don't know, it has a different vibe to it than "please don't kill me." Here he's definitely, maybe it's more proper when he has a gun pointed at him for him to express that he might be afraid for his life, especially since in the previous scene, Eddie fires the gun to kind of like scare him and prove to him that he means business. We recorded it that way and it just sounded a bit odd. I can kind of get that. Like, "Don't kill me, will you?" It does have a different like twang to it, which like I think it's fine. I think like I said, it might make more sense for him to actually be afraid Eddie is going to shoot him than to be a bit more like he's just like blowing it off. Like he's in the original, Eddie's pointing a gun at him, he's forcing him into the pantry, and he's just like annoyed with him, basically. But yeah, that's fine. I like being able to spot these, and I like that you're able to like, you know, give me like a actual like, yeah, you know, like we did record it that way before, and you know, we changed it because, you know, for this reason. So thank you for still being here. It's great. I love the game. I guess we can go to we can go follow John looking for Martha, who went to clean up her room, but I think we'll just do the second half of the kitchen dialogue, which is sans John, sans Eddie. OMG, wait, it's out. Yes, it's out. It's out today. And it's good.
We can hear you, Oswald. Tell us what happened.
Oh, it was awful. Do you know, I don't think I've ever been inside this pantry before.
We heard a gunshot.
It wasn't aimed at me. I'm perfectly happy here. In any case, the owners of this house will get what's coming to them.
What do you mean? Can you tell us what's going on?
I lived in this house for a long time, my dear. I never saw anything like this.
We think that maybe what's happening can't be explained by physical means. Would you agree?
I think that much is clear. The next step, of course, is to figure out what's caused all this. And I have my suspicions.
You think this is about the current owners? That doesn't make sense. They've lived here since I was young, and nothing like this has ever happened.
Maybe it's something to do with the pocket watch? It could have belonged...
It looks too new.
Well, I don't know, do I? It's got to have some reason to be here.
Who put it in a box and wrote Rupert on it? Someone must know something.
I'm not aware of any history of the pocket watch. That also doesn't sound like normal supernatural activity.
Do you know anything about supernatural activity?
I've never encountered it so directly, before, I suppose.
Look, clearly someone's done something that set all this off. And there aren't that many people it could be.
Isn't it more likely that you caused all this when you dropped that doll? Damn it! I told you to stop and you didn't, you idiot! Look where that's got us.
Anne, I swear...
There's only one place I can think of that might hold the answers.
Where?
The chapel. But I'm afraid the only key is in here with me.
The old chapel? Can't we just break in?
You could try, so long as you don't fear the consequences.
Quiet. I hear voices.
It's just whoever's in the room above, Anne. Don't scare me like that.
It sounds like they're arguing. I should check she's all right.
Wait, what should we do about Oswald?
Well, Eddie has the key. Listen, go upstairs and look under my pillow. There's something there we can use to convince him.
Anne...
Just go and wait up in the attic. I'll come and meet you there afterwards. I won't be long.
I like this edition where he's like, he actually gives a response about like, I've never, you know, it maybe in the original, him being locked in the pantry, he just takes to like normally. So I like him being like, I don't think I've ever been inside this pantry before, as he's just been forced into it. I never pointed out in my video, but I like him saying normal supernatural activity. That's a fun oxymoron. I want to be here for a while if you are. I don't know if you plan to go until the end or if you had a stopping point. Ideally, I'd like to go through to the end, but like I don't know how much longer that might be, and like I don't want to like be keeping anybody up. But maybe I'll get through it. The intention is to get through as much as possible, with no regards to, you know, like no hard deadline. I really like Annie's response to, yeah, let me pull it back up. Normal supernatural activity. I like that, do you know anything about supernatural activity? And he's like the fact that he's very confident, and at this point in the story, she's like, you know, she says in the previous scene that like he's the only one who knows what's going on here, and he's just like, well, I've never experienced supernatural activity so directly. I like Tony getting shifted some of the blame here, since it's kind of what he deserves for chucking the girl's doll out the window. Did he, was her name, what was her, I don't want to get her name wrong. He mentioned it when he was in there. Eleanor. Yeah, I was gonna guess like Evelyn, which I knew was wrong because there can't be two people whose name sounds like Eve. Eleanor. Yeah. Oswald. He's a good fun character. So the next proper deduction is Martha says she's going to go check her bedroom upstairs to make sure none of the furniture's been damaged. And John is currently given the quest by Oswald to go find Martha and ask her about her wedding. Therefore, we should punch in 17, Martha's room, 1-5.
John, did you find out who shot the gun?
Everyone's fine. It's nothing to worry about. Eddie seems to think it's all under control now, in any case. And if anyone plays the piano, we're all going to meet in the living room.
Well, that's a relief. It's unfortunate about the damage to the house, but I suppose these things can't be helped.
I wanted to say, actually, it's a lovely piano you've got downstairs. Is it new?
Yes, it arrived recently. I can't think why we bought one in the end, but Eddie's quite a fan of the music.
Well, I happen to work at the Pianoforte Gallery in town. We don't sell ones like that, though.
It would have been nice to have made more use of it yesterday evening, but we only got it running properly the once, in the end. Oswald and I were admiring it. That was before he revealed his darker side, of course. And to think, I was trying so hard to be polite.
Oh, Eddie's locked him in the pantry, I forgot to say. So, with any luck, he won't be causing any more trouble.
You should have said so earlier, John. You are a funny one. Well, that's a relief to hear. Let's hope we can enjoy the rest of the day in peace.
There was one thing, Martha. I hope you don't mind me asking, but has there ever been a man in your life?
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm just a bit confused about your family here.
I've always lived alone. It's not a life for everyone, but it suited me just fine. And before you ask, no, I don't know who Eddie's father is. And I'd rather you didn't bring your judgments into this house.
I don't mean to offend. Well, Oswald told me. He said he remembered your wedding.
I wouldn't believe a word that man says, John.
No, of course not. I just wanted to make sure.
Well, I did have a wedding of sorts. I had a beautiful dress for it. But I didn't get married. I've never been married. It felt like more of a celebration for me. Let's see. I'm sure I have some old photographs around here.
And one more thing. When I arrived here, someone almost dropped something on my head. Is there a room that overlooks the entrance to the house?
Have a look in the attic, John. Although I'm sure it was our friend in the pantry. Ah, here's the old album.
I think I'll go there now, then, if that's all right.
Sylvia, Sally, you asked why do some characters have pictures and some don't. So there's like this separate puzzle where you can assign physical, avatars to the characters. Some of these are red herrings, so therefore, you can't just go one by one and guess because there's gonna be extras. I could technically, given these descriptions, assign them to who's who, but I've refrained from doing so when I haven't felt like the description matches the character. Speaking of which, there are a lot of things here that we can't connect, but the burn mark on right hand, I think that's... Should I assign this one? Because there's only one character who has burned their hand. I think that's fair. I think it helped. I think it's there so that you can potentially assign Eddie early. Let me just go to the scene where he, at the end, liquid splashes on a hot surface. Ow, bloody hell. And then he leaves. I think I'll assign that. I have felt like some of these descriptions are for the ones that I know actually belong to characters that we have. Some of them, you could assign by progressing level of oh, I get it. So burn mark on right hand, that's a fair thing to say, oh, Eddie burned his hand, so this must be him. The high blood alcohol level, the ring in his pocket, holding a bracelet. People who have watched my video or played Type Help already know. Other stuff that would assign these characters, basically. Some of them were simple, but yeah, basically, you unlock them pretty early on in the game. I just haven't assigned them because I haven't felt it was proper to do them at a particular point in time yet. We'll get to that, though. Other thing I wanted to comment about that scene is that John, too bad he didn't say, I just burned my right hand and it's going to leave a mark. Ooh, that's going to be around for a couple days at least. Yeah, something like that. One thing I like about this scene is that John has been given a mission by Oswald. Ask Martha about her wedding. And in true John Hobbs fashion, first of all, him forgetting the, Eddie locked Oswald in the pantry, by the way, is that when he finally remembers his mission, he goes about it in the most awkward, oafish way possible, where first he's like, has there ever been a man in your life? Well, I'm actually just confused about your family. Oh, I'm sorry for offending you, but Oswald said he remembered your wedding. I sure hope this large mark will be useful in the possible identification of my future corpse. However, I'm sure that'll be highly unlikely. And then he took the cup of cocoa and stormed off. So you need to deduce the indirect hints in the convos to find who's who. Yeah, these are the avatar descriptions, we are told, are like how the bodies were found. And we were also, I can actually just pull up the thing. We were told all of these avatars were taken from that weekend. Some of them are from the Galley House incident, but others are from an unrelated inheritance dispute, which means we have red herrings. So these are all people who have died and how their bodies were discovered. So, this person was found in bed, red marks around neck, in possession of a will which mentions only child was a daughter. I think it's fair to say this is not someone from the Galley House incident, this is someone from the inheritance incident who seemingly was choked by a son or second daughter of theirs for not including them in the will. He almost completes the quest, then just forgets it. True John Hobbs behavior. Yeah, exactly. So yeah. If you knew the state of every character's corpse, which if you've played type help, you would know, you would be able to assign these instantly. So yeah, I've refrained from doing so. Although I think it would be funny to like check off like, yeah, she's definitely not involved. This is definitely the inheritance dispute. I guess it's kind of like the ones who are part of the inheritance dispute. It's actually kind of interesting because it's like a second short story that you can piece the pictures together, which are walking in a nearby village with a bottle of absinthe, holding with a deep cut on your left arm, shot 3 times, found with a bloody knife and a pair of leather gloves. Interesting. Back to the crux of the matter. Martha references the event which we haven't punched in, where she has an altercation with Oswald and he reveals his darker side. But she does say, Oswald and I were admiring the piano. That was before he revealed his darker side, of course. So at some point in time, prior to post-dinner, that's a heck of an inheritance dispute. Yeah, if I hadn't like, I don't want to like name my assumed sequence of events of that scenario, because it would just be pointing out who the red herrings are if people don't know. But I do like that I can look at that and be like, oh yeah, I kind of see what's happened here, which is like the same area, the same weekend, 2 different series of deaths. What bad luck. It was a different time. Anyway, prior to dinner, Martha and Oswald are admiring the piano. It's not 6, it's not 5, it's not 4, it's not 3, it's not 2 because it's the only person there. It has to be 1. That is perfectly legal deductive reasoning. Which means at time code 1... Oh, I just realized now this has 00 on it and that we don't have @'s notes. to himself, which are normally the ones titled 00. That might be important later. Kind of just dawned on me. Anyway, she said they were admiring the piano, which is in the living room, which is the two of them.
Where's he off to now?
Oh, he said the song reminded him of something. You'll have to forgive him, Oswald.
He's hardly spoken to me since I've arrived. First fussing with that camera, and now with the piano.
Well, I'm sure he won't be a second. He can be a little eccentric sometimes.
Oh, he hasn't changed since we were children, then.
It was good of him to invite you. He still talks about you, often, you know.
Remind me, what is this song? I don't recognize it.
Oh, it's one of those American ones. Eddie requested it. I'm sorry if it's not to your tastes.
The lyrics on the side are quite interesting.
I think that's enough for the time being.
I dare say that returning here has brought back some old memories.
Well, I'm glad you feel at home. Your old room should be pretty much untouched. I only go in there to clean every once in a while.
There's cobwebs in
Very
there.
kind of you. I think I'll go and have a look there now.
Are you sure? We're all gathering here in a quarter of an hour or so.
If it's all right with you, I think I'd prefer to be alone.
Very well then. Let me know if you need anything.
So in my original video, I got to this scene after Oswald revealing his darker side and kind of, by this point, actually by like timecode 13, I already like popped the bubble of like, here's what's going on. But you know, in my video, by the time I got to this scene, you know, I was able to, it is still like, even in this context, like it's sad to see the two of them and how they're behaving with each other, and they're like, they're friendly, they're amicable, they're talking about someone who was fussing with a camera, and now with the piano, the camera part's new, and then the thunderclap, and then a switch just kind of gets flipped, and it's unsettling, kind of, and it's sad that you see like what has been lost here by the thing that I will get to, because at this point I think it's fair to say the Rupert Galley question. I don't know how there's no good, the only good way of going through this deduction was from verbally, was the way I did it in my video, where people have been dying and being forgotten by everybody else, and these numbers are counting backwards, and this pattern is emerging of, you know, die, forget, remember, die, forget, remember. And then we say, well, Harry died. Harry died in the kitchen. Who did he remember? And then he remembered who he was talking to in the study with John, Rupert Galley, whose corpse he recognized. And then, this is where you make the fair assumption, that Rupert Galley corpse that everybody has forgotten about since the first thunderclap in timecode 01 was a real person. So 12. And I assume this is the fair way to do it, since we heard he had a camera. Just found out why the music sounds so like Rise of the Golden Idol. It's the same composer. Oh, I feel like that might have been on the Steam page as well, or somewhere. I feel like I might have read that as well and forgotten it. Dang it. I feel like I did read that somewhere. Should have known. Great job. great job to them. Where were we? The person they're talking about before the thunderclap, who they just forget, is her husband, Oswald's brother, who we can talk about like, oh, it's the other person in the family photo that he drew. I didn't want to say anything, haha. I can't believe that I didn't like, is it on the Steam page? Because I had to have read it somewhere. I feel like I knew that at some point in time, and it just slipped me by. Regardless, we hear about a camera. I thought you might have known because I've missed some of the discussion. We had like talked a couple times about like, yeah, these songs like kind of sound like similar. And I swear I must have read it on like the Steam page or during some kind of like blog discussion for this game when it was in development. One of the things that pop up on like the Steam like news page for it. I feel so silly now. I didn't want to point out the thing that you were already talking about. That's fair. Thank you for thank you Goobus for coming in and being like, oh yeah, that thing. I've had to deduce composers in the past for music and video games. I've kind of trained my ear for it. And you were like always on, man, this song sounds so similar to, and then you would name a specific song from Golden Idol as well. So yeah, you really had it, and I swear I could have known that trivia at some point, but I lost it. But I'm glad to know it now. It's funny. Anyway, where we were, who is this person who took off somewhere with a camera and, you know, had interacted with this piano? You! It's you, right? That's the only other person it could be. I mean, to be fair, at this point, there's not that many older gentlemen remaining. And honestly, I don't think I drew Rupert Galley with a beard, but I feel like it is proper for him to look like this. We love the indie game-averse. So this is actually legal now, yes? Okay, cool. He took off somewhere, his body was found in the study. So 01, study 12.
It's been so long since I've heard her play. I knew I recognized that piece from somewhere. How could I have forgotten? It's like she disappeared one day, and nobody noticed she was missing. This is sinister. I must ask my brother if he remembers.
There's an achievement, inciting incident. I like the way that we kind of saw in the previous scene, but it has a little bit more gravitas in this scene, that once the thunderclap happens and he dies and is forgotten, piano's switched off. Like at first it's still playing I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, and you know, and then what you know happens, and it just like it clicks with the piano stopping, that like, yep, shit's hit the fan. And this is, as that achievement inciting incident said, yes, it's unsettling, and it's like, this is where it all began. Very cool. I like this is just like, this is kind of unrelated, But since I'd Climb the Highest Mountain was playing, one thing I noticed was that, because Type Help links to a YouTube video of, you know, someone putting a piano roll on for I'd Climb the Highest Mountain. Some of the comments on the video will make a reference that the Amelia he's talking about was playing that song, which might be what like most people would assume, but the truth of the matter is that it's not the fact that it's I'd Climb the Highest Mountain performed by Lee Sims, but it's where do we get to the oh, it's Oswald who says it's the composer Amelia West. The piano recital was for Dvorak's Humoresque, and that the fact that I'd Climb the Highest Mountain makes a musical reference to Dvorak's Humoresque, that it's not the fact that Eddie picked a song that Amelia once played, it's that Eddie picked this song that contained a reference, just a mere reference to what this Amelia West played in this piano recital that must have been just an incredibly long time beforehand that she'd been forgotten. And it was that kind of minor of a detail that caused this whole incident to happen. I think that's one of my favorite parts about like kind of digging a little bit deeper into like the YouTube link that you're given in Type Help. That it was something so insignificant in the grand scheme of things that caused all this death, and then what we know is the continued death in the modern day, at least in Type Help, that gets, you know, that people have died. In this game, at least, we do not have a, you know, we don't have a, I forget what the guy who is employing you in Type Help, you know, we don't have his comments where he's like, this, you know, if you know Type Help, you know it. He talks about and, you know, like this computer was locked up and I've bumped the date forward a little bit because it can't be that harmful what's on the computer, but you need to go and investigate it because we are not allowed to. Yeah, I think in some kind of like, yeah, in some like horror, you know, scenario, that the inciting incident being something, the more insignificant the inciting event is for all of this like chaos and sorrow and misery, the more it kind of stings, because it's so incidental that things had to play out in this way. So that's cool. What we should do next is he says that she says your old room should be untouched, and he says he's gonna go have a look there. O2 Oswald's room 3.
Hello again. I'm sorry I haven't been here for you. I hope you don't mind the new people living here. I know it's not what you would have wanted. I imagine I'm a lot older now than you'd remember. But I like to think that if you were around today, we'd still have a lot in common. I don't much remember the child I was back then. But you would help to remind me, I'm sure. I don't know if you're still around. I don't know if you still care about an old fool like me. But I miss you.
Very sad. Also, Great Goobus, you sang Alan. Yes, his name was Alan Thomas. The detective or officer who employed your character in type help. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be if it was a coincidence or if it was supposed to be like a red herring that Alan Thomas's initials are AT at, and that at signs his comments with an at symbol, which would be AT. Obviously, at turned out to be someone else entirely, but I always wondered if that was intentional or not. I don't think I commented on it in my video because it was I didn't want to be like, here's a potential red herring, because it could have just been a coincidence. Very sad what happened to Oswald just from his only living sibling being forgotten. Is that boom, his entire unhappy childhood, what probably was his rock, you know, someone that he, you know, could like share his sorrow with about their dead sister Eleanor, and the way that he mentions his parents didn't love him as much as they did him, that this is just that's all gone. All he has is his miserable childhood all alone. And obviously, I'm not sure if it's the same case for the other translations in this game, but in my video, type help, I was making my video and, you know, type help got its first translation into another language, which was Japanese. And I know a bit of Japanese, so I wanted to, for language practice, look at a few scenes. And the scenes that I chose, I noticed stuff that I'm not sure if it's still present in this game, but in Japanese, you refer to your siblings, whether they are older siblings or younger siblings, and Oswald refers to Eleanor as his older sister, I believe, and Rupert refers to Oswald as his younger brother, which is, it's inconsequential, but it might be nice trivia to know the exact who's who in this family. And you can do the same thing with well, Eve, it's obvious that Helen mentions that the pregnancy she forgot about was the first one. But I think you can find that Vic is also the older sibling between her and Annie. Just a tangent, which, you know, it's neat. As for what we should do, I know this is still the phone call from number 1. Should we do... I think we should do... We know by this point the mess in Martha's room, which she knows was there, was caused by an altercation she had with Oswald, which she says at the end of 07, I'm gonna go find Oswald. And then there's crashing heard. I think the only reason why I held off from it is that in type help during 08 dining room, the crashing sound happens. So here it says, okay, never mind. I could have done this earlier. She does say everything's all right upstairs, the only place upstairs. Actually, we didn't know at this point that upstairs meant Martha's room, but we do know from the bullet hole in this time that Martha's room, I mean, technically we could have saw it here, but if we didn't have this visual layout of the house, we could have deduced this now, because we would have recently discovered that Martha's room is right above the dining room. So we should do 08 Martha's room 35. 08 Martha's room 35.
Excuse me? What are you doing in my bedroom?
This used to be where my parents slept.
Well, dinner has been served downstairs, Oswald. If you'd like to come and join us, it will be going cold otherwise.
I'd prefer to wait until everyone else has eaten. It's a shame what you've done with this room, you know. It looked a lot better when my parents lived here.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Oswald. You'll forgive me, but it seems you may have overstepped your welcome this evening. I really don't appreciate you coming into my bedroom without my permission.
I would have thought I'd be the least of your worries this evening.
What are you implying?
You have some rather eccentric guests, or are you not aware? One of your guests, staying in the old nursery, is hiding a gun in his bedside drawer.
Tony? You must be mistaken. Are you sure?
Oh, quite. I've had one tipsy young woman make light of my sister, and another who seemed rather guilty about something, although I couldn't find out what.
I'm sorry to hear that, Oswald, but that really doesn't give you any excuse to invade our privacy. And I'm sure our guests thought the same.
This house was in my family for generations. I have a right to know what's going on here.
Well, I'm afraid you don't own the place any longer. And while you're a guest here, I'd appreciate it if you behaved like one.
You sleep in my parents' bed alone? You don't even have a husband to share it with. You are an imposter, and you know it. This house should have stayed in my family.
How dare you! Get out of my room right this
Look at all
instant!
this worthless rubbish.
Stop it! Stop it!
You don't belong here!
The sad scene, because Oswald is being a dick. It's a sad scene because, as we saw earlier, pre-Rupert Galley being memory hold, they were quite amicable with each other. Privacy. I thought he said privacy, right? Which is like the British way of saying it, whereas we say privacy. Or did he say something different? I thought he said it the British way. The other point I was going to make was that, you know, he's trashing the look of Martha's bedroom and all this worthless rubbish, which is probably stuff that his memory hold brother owned, and, you know, like, you know, it was his room as well. So I don't think I comment on that on my video, but it is a thing that I have, you know, in mind when observing the scene, that he's in a way desecrating like his brother's memory. That kind of takes a back seat to him just like acting real bad to Martha in this instance. Where shall we go now? I guess now the fair thing is in 8, Vic says she's going to go investigate upstairs, which we know is Martha's room. Martha's left there crying, and Oswald leaves, so it's 09. 09, Martha's room 5-7.
Martha, are you all right?
I'm fine, thank you. Just give me a moment to recover, and I'll be back downstairs in a second.
Why are all your things on the floor? Did something happen?
It's fine, really. I don't think anything's broken, at least.
Oh, come on. Come and sit down. We'll pick it all up later.
I'm sorry, Victoria.
Don't worry, Martha. If it's been a hard evening for you to manage, then you should know that you're doing incredibly well. There's no way I could have organised dinner for so many people if it were me.
That's very kind of you to say. I really wanted this evening to be a celebration, But what with strangers coming into the house and a dead body turning up, I no longer feel in control of my own house.
If it helps to hear it, I think you're taking this far better than some of the other guests. Honestly, Martha, I don't know how you stay so calm. You're an inspiration.
You might think I'd be used to this after doing it for so long. It's not been easy, running a large house and bringing up a son on my own for so many years. But somehow, it still feels as if I have no idea what I'm doing.
Do you mind if I ask? Why do you always wear a ring? I suppose I never noticed when I was younger.
I don't know. Perhaps I thought I'd seem stronger if people thought I had a man in my life. But I've reached an age now where I'm quite content as I am. I don't think I need it any longer.
You look better without it. I'm sure it was only weighing you down.
I wanted to tell you something earlier, Victoria. When the three of us were in the dining room, just before dinner.
What's that?
I didn't want to say it in front of Eddie. But it's been wonderful to meet Damien today. I'm really glad that the two of you seem to be so happy together. He seems like he'd make a wonderful husband, if you don't mind me saying.
Thanks, Martha. I'm glad you like him. I think he wasn't too keen on coming here this evening, but I do hope he's enjoying himself now.
Victoria, I'm glad that you and Eddie are still friends. You were so close when you were children.
It's been nice to see him again. Can I ask, out of interest, do you know if he's romantically involved with anyone at the moment? I don't want to ask him myself.
Oh, not that I'm aware of. He likes to keep himself to himself.
Well, I wish him the best. I know that whoever he ends up with, he'll make her very happy.
I'm sure. Thanks for cheering me up, Victoria.
You're very welcome. Let me know if you need help with anything.
Could you tell everyone that I'll be down shortly? I'll just need a minute to collect myself.
Cool, and obviously we grabbed this earlier, we would see the... What do you mean you just forgot that Eddie is engaged to Eve? That's confusing. But, I feel like I kept, like, aing about, like, earlier, we'll just restart that sentence. Earlier I kept, like, avoiding grabbing the Oswald Martha's room scene, because then it leads to this, and then it, you know, it gives us this thunderclap. Eve has been memory hold question. But, you know, that's the beauty of the game, is that technically there's I'll just say an infinite number of permutations of how you can find each scene to make the discovery of the incident at Galley House completely yours. So, this is just one path that we've chosen, with full knowledge of everything that happened in the game. Regardless, the information we got from that was right before dinner in the dining room. She says that all three of these people were talking here. So, 06 dining room 567. And the interesting thing about this scene is if we grabbed the visual information of where the phone is, we could have grabbed this one a lot earlier as well. And I did not do 06. It's always the one I forget.
Hello, Mum. Is everything all right?
Yes, of course. You're just a little early for dinner, that's all.
Are you sure? You seem flustered.
Well, you know how it is. It's not easy organising dinner for a house full of people with only one member of staff.
I am sorry, Martha. It was my fault for...
I hope that you don't mind that I brought that man in from the cold, Mum. I thought he looked fairly harmless.
Are we talking about Mr. Hobbs? He's the least of my concerns. It's nice to have some new company, if you ask me. And it's a pleasure to have Annie here as well, Victoria, so I wouldn't worry.
Is there something else to be concerned about?
No, heavens no. Look at the two of you back together again. You make a great pair.
Thanks, Martha. Eddie was just complaining about how he couldn't find something when I walked in and...
We were just talking about old times. I was looking for some chalk for the cues.
You two were so close as children. It's so funny seeing the both of you here again. You know, Victoria, I really think... Well, never mind.
Mum, can we please not talk about us as children?
Oh, you were so grumpy when you were little. I remember.
Do you still have that bracelet she made you, Eddie? Didn't you make ones for each other?
I threw it away years ago.
Eddie, if you wanted me to make you another one, all you had to do was ask.
I thought we were supposed to be having dinner, Mum.
Why don't you both take a seat? I'm sure it'll be ready soon.
So I like the way they did the a phone is picked up, someone dials and the phone begins to ring, and then the phone is hung up. Because I'm pretty sure in the original type help, it's like a point of confusion of that. I think it happens before they enter the room that she dials the police, but then hangs up. And then it's like a point of confusion, like why is she insistent on, we'll settle this ourselves, we'll, portraying this bizarre, like, normalcy in the wake of, hey, dead bodies are showing up. But this makes it a lot more sensible that she is going to call the police, and then she's going to be seen calling the police, and she decides not to because kind of like the embarrassment of like not wanting Eddie and Vic to worry that a dead body has showed up that they don't know about at this point in time. And then she's just busy for the rest of the day because dinner happens, then the thing with Oswald happens, and, basically she gets, like, her time taken up the whole day until the billiard room scene where then she's then asked, you called the police, right? And because she got interrupted calling the police, she then makes the lie. Of course, during day 2, she's still kind of, like, living with this lie that, like, I think Vic says the police will show up, and Martha's like, we can settle this ourselves. But that makes sense because of a scene I haven't grabbed where her and Eddie are scheming. I think that completely, like, straightens out kind of maybe in type help what seemed like unjustifiably bizarre behavior. Now it feels a lot more normal. So that's cool. We know the phone is in there, so we can take this where we were told Vic and Damien had just had a phone call, which would be 01 dining room 78.
Did you call your mum?
I let her know we were here.
And you told her about Annie?
Of course I did. I can't lie to her. But I made her promise not to call back here. Because I don't want Annie to feel like I've betrayed her.
How much money is it?
I haven't asked. But she wouldn't have come to me unless she was desperate. Please go easy on her, won't you, sweetheart?
How long's she going to be staying with us, Vic?
It won't be for long, I promise. But I'll talk to her.
You know I love you.
Of course I do, sweetheart. I love you too.
You make it hard for us sometimes. I wanted to just be you and me.
Well, I want that too. I know the people here aren't the nicest, but we'll be gone by tomorrow. And Annie won't be with us long. It will just be the two of us. And then, perhaps, we could think about raising a family together? Is that something you'd want?
This isn't the time or place to be discussing it, Vic.
Right. Of course. Sorry.
You talk about raising a family, but then you wear that thing here. I know what it is.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry. I promise you it's nothing. I'll catch up with you later, but I'd better go and see who that is. All right?
Don't leave me alone with these people for too long. I love you, Vic.
Love you too.
It's a nice scene. Yeah. The only comments I would have are that, like, when he makes the "I want it to just be you and me" comment, it kind of feels, I don't know the right words I'm trying to say for it. It feels, I guess it feels more related to, like, the fact that, you know, she's pregnant and he doesn't know yet. That's not me trying to, like, slight him and be like, you know, they love each other. It's nice. They have a nice relationship with each other. It's just, this is kind of like a bit of a problem because of Annie's situation intruding on them. I don't know. Yeah, that just came to mind a bit more. Maybe just because I already knew that information. But yeah, I like the scene because they're nice together. Of course, this is, as far as really important things go, this is where we learn about the bracelet, and I guess we learned about the bracelet later, but this is chronologically the first time the bracelet is brought up. And there was one more thing. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I feel really bad that this is the last scene that Damien's in, and I didn't identify him first, which he's obviously a person classified as Pike because he's found with the person of interest, Raven, and has a strong build. But I didn't do it because Vic hadn't died yet, and that's where her body ends up. But I really should have done that earlier because it's obviously him. It's not anyone else. So whoopsies. Is there anyone else that we should do? Not Annie. Tony, we can't really do. Well, whatever. If you're watching the screen, you obviously know who I'm, like, hovering over. Evidence of a missing ring we could assign to Martha, because as we saw in kind of the last scene we saw where she was talking with John in her room, she discards her... Oh wait, no, that was her talking with Vic. I've jumbled myself up because I've done this in a rather strange order. It's interesting that you say that because most people have placed him by now. Tony, I mean. Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that you could do it as soon as you hear. I think it's honestly most reasonable. You hear he joined the army for fun. Out of all this people, this person has an army recruitment leaflet. So, I think that's pretty clear. I feel like someone Well, I guess I can't even say someone who had or hadn't played Type Help, because if you had played Type Help, you would want to do all these avatars immediately because you already know them, and if you haven't played Type Help, you would want to do these avatars sooner rather than later because they make the scenes feel a bit more alive, and it's also good information to check off. So yeah, I really should have done that. It was just that, and we've kind of gotten to this point where he's in possession of the pocket watch, but definitely as soon as you hear the argument between Eddie and Eve super early, that you're like, and he told me he joined the army for fun. And to be honest, it can't really be anyone else. But yes, by this point, army recruitment leaf, in possession of a pocket watch, and I assume we're going to see the fingers stained with tobacco part. I feel like this is fair. The only one I haven't done is Annie, because maybe you could do this by process of elimination at this point. Oh, technically there's one more I haven't done. But it's probably not right. But yeah. I feel bad about not doing Damien's earlier because we aren't going to see him again. But back to what we're missing. We should do Martha, Eddie, and Vic say, guess what? I helped find in the billiard room, and then like Eddie, you know, like he covers for Vic, even though Vic isn't like doing anything wrong. He's like covering for Vic in like, oh, I let John in, I hope it's not a problem, or he's trying to hide his relationship problems with Eve from Martha, where he doesn't want her to know about the ring. But yeah, so this is 05, and this would be the billiard room 6705 billiard room. Those numbers.
Eddie?
Hi, Victoria.
Have you lost something?
Eve's ring. I know it's in here somewhere.
Would you like me to help you look for it?
You could do. Thanks.
I'm sorry about earlier. I went to go and talk to Annie just now, and she won't cause any more trouble. And I'm sorry for interrupting you. I shouldn't have let that man in.
Honestly, Vic, it's fine. I'm sorry if I seem to be in a bad mood. It's, been a rough evening.
Is everything all right with you and Eve?
Oh, it'll sort itself out. We just had a bit of an argument.
Are you sure?
These things happen.
I've been meaning to say, I know we left things on a sour note the last time we met, and I'm sorry that we don't talk so often these days, but I've been busy with Damien and everything else, and...
It's fine. It was my fault. I shouldn't have... I was stupid to think...
Well, that was a long time ago, and I still want us to be friends.
Of course. It's nice to have you here.
Thanks. Here's the ring, by the way.
How long have you been holding that?
I spotted it as soon as I walked in. Come on, let's go to dinner.
I really like their placement in that scene. One with Eddie in the start being in that like back corner because he's looking for the ring, but also that while they have this kind of awkward conversation between the two of them, given how things happened between the two of them the last time they met, that they're like on opposite sides of the room, across the pool table. So I like that. Up until she's like, oh, by the way, here's the ring. Very fun. Very fun. And then the thing we learned from this is she just says, I just had a talk with Annie, and she won't cause any more trouble, which means at 04 she was talking with Annie, who we last saw in the attic, who we last saw with no reason to leave the attic after talking with Oswald. Yes. Attic. You can hear when she finds the ring. Most people don't catch it. I feel like... I don't want to interrupt this scene, but I feel like I did hear like a...
Annie?
Vic, I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't me.
Annie, I don't care.
I swear to you, it was Tony. It won't happen again.
Annie, I need to talk to you about something.
Are you all right? Is it Damien? Or...
No. It's just strange. Something's off.
You mean with Eddie?
I don't know why he invited me back here. I thought we'd be friends now he's with Eve.
What did he say?
But it's not like he said anything, really. He just seemed angry with me for some reason.
Well, then why are we here? You don't need to be friends with him.
I know. Would you hold on to this for me?
I can find somewhere to hide it, if that's what you mean. I won't be caught dead wearing it myself.
It's not that bad, is it? I was hoping he'd notice, and I thought it might be a nice gesture. But I think it was a mistake.
He only invited you round to show off his new engagement, you know. So don't feel like you owe him anything.
Well, that's rich, coming from you.
Oh, please, Vic. You didn't tell Mum, did you?
Oh, darling. You can stay with us as long as you like. But you need to talk to her at some point, or this won't go away.
I'll talk to her if you go and tell Eddie he's not worth your time. I'm serious, Vic.
Oh, Annie. For God's sake, just stay out of trouble, will you?
I was already.
But I know. See you later, darling.
You're still going? Oh wait, door's closing. Scene's not technically over. Door's locked again. How's the game feeling for you? Feels great. I love it. It's what so far it's, you know, what I expected, and, you know, kind of a bit more. Like the things I expected, you know, like I really like the presentation, I like the music, I like the voice acting, I like the physical details of seeing them in the scene. I was just about to point out that when she gives her the bracelet, Annie moves. At least she doesn't name the bracelet, but we know she's talking about the bracelet. She moves towards the pillow, which is where she's hidden it. Very nice touch. Which means I want to get like the rest of the first day out of the way, which I think I was going to do during dinner. Annie and Tony have, I'm not gonna like find the exact line, I'll just say they have a weird energy going on between them, that they're aware of something. I think playing this game without these visuals would kill me instantly. Type help, it's all text-based, but it's a pretty wonderful game. I find like obvious, the only thing that I would probably say about type help, and it's what I did in the video, was I colored all the characters with a different text so that they would be visually recognizable, that it wouldn't just be black and white. I think that's probably the only thing, the only like quality of life that I feel like is missing, but I actually don't mind it that much because it makes the looking at a computer terminal trying to sort through just text, it gives it a bit more of a, I don't know, it fits the scene pretty well. You have to imagine half of type help. Yeah, and you know that's why I drew some pictures for my type help video to add a little bit of visual detail, which you know I'm glad is here. Anyway, where was I going? I was going Tony and Annie. No, Annie knows about the pocket watch because she talks about it with Helen in time code. Is it this one? Yes, in time code 06, Annie and Helen are talking about the pocket watch, although Annie kind of withholds information after she realizes how little Helen knows. The only time where Annie could have spoken with Tony is during time code 5, which, as we saw at the end of time code 4, she locked the door in her room, so she's still in her room. So 05, 02, 04, attic. 05, 02, 04, attic. I just don't think I personally could have played the original. I guess that's kind of fair, completely text-based game for a lot of potential players would probably be a bit of a hurdle to jump across. What does it take to get the visual for someone? Does it take their name and something else? We got given all the visuals in these different potential descriptions very long ago, and we could assign them whenever. It's just that some of them are red herrings, and there's actually only one at this point I haven't chosen, and that's because technically we wouldn't be able to. Allegedly. I could assign them immediately because I know everybody's fates, but because I haven't figured out Annie's fate, I haven't assigned her yet. So you can do it whenever, is the moral of the story.
It's me. Open the door.
Oh, Tony, go away. You've caused enough trouble already.
I have something you're going to want to see.
Is that expensive? Where did you get that?
Listen, something fishy's going on. Haven't quite figured it out yet.
Did you steal it?
No. Well, yes. Look, some stranger just turned up. No one knows who he is. And apparently he's looking for someone called Rupert Galley.
Oh, some old man. I think he came in after you left.
What? Oh, you're probably thinking of Oswald. Funny moustache.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, he's not important. Everyone else was there in the living room, and no one claimed to know who Rupert Galley was.
Oh? Strange.
Exactly. Except, I'd seen the name once before, on a small box that my mum keeps in her room. She showed it to me just before I came up and met you, but I didn't think anything of it.
So you stole your mum's pocket watch?
Yes. The stranger must be looking for it, and I don't want my mum to be caught up in this if things go wrong.
Why would things go wrong? Have you spoken to your mum about this?
I don't want to tell her. If someone's looking for it, then I'll keep it hidden until we leave. She doesn't need to know.
It must be valuable. Why are you telling me this?
I don't really know anyone else here.
Tony, you're going too far. Give me the pocket watch and I'll give it back to your mum.
Are you mad? There's no way I'm giving this to you.
Give it to me or I'll go tell her you stole it.
Anne, what the hell? I thought I could trust you.
We don't know each other. And you don't know how much I need this.
I need to go. Don't tell my mum, Anne, or you'll regret it.
Tony, wait!
Yeah, the funny part about this encounter, he shows up there so eager to get her a part of the pocket watch side quest, and she's just like, I don't even know you. Very Very fun. And of course, from this, he says he saw it in his mom's room with her earlier, which has to be timecode 01. They're the only two people missing. And Annie said at a different point in time, I've never even been near Helen's room. So this is Helen's room 49. It's not about unlocking them. Yeah, you assign them when you feel you have enough info to do so. Yeah, basically that. Exactly. I always thought Tony would be small. Very strange that he is normal height to me. I feel like I envisioned him as like, we're told that like Damien is like, you know, strong several times. I always felt that Tony as like a military guy would be like one step below that. And then if we were comparing everybody else, it would probably be Eddie, and then like the only thing left are the and then probably, if I feel like I'm putting them on a tier list. Tony's actually one of the tallest ones, I think. He's pretty lanky. That also works. Like I said, that was just how I envisioned him in type help, was that like Damien was the strong guy, Tony was the military guy, Eddie was like young and awkward, John Hobbs was old and awkward. Yeah. And Harry was young but a butler. I think I gave him a mustache when I drew him. Pretty sure. We don't know too much about Harry since he's literally the second person to die. Dude failed to recruit Annie as a companion, basically. Like you know, I mentioned a lot earlier, you know, the first encounter they have where he's like it seems like he's trying to like impress her. He's like gonna tell a spooky ghosts story. He kind of reveals a little bit too much about his true personality when he chucks the dead girl's doll out the window and just goes, whoops. That's definitely failing a charisma check. And then of course he comes back, he's like, I stole this. Well, isn't that neat? I trust you, right? It makes sense to him. It didn't make sense to Annie.
How do I look, Tony?
You look wonderful, Mum.
I can tell you're not looking at me. Put that watch back before you get your greasy fingerprints all over it.
He's old enough that you won't notice it anyway.
Well, he'd better appreciate it. I spent an awful lot of money on it.
Mum, what's the name on this box?
I don't know, darling. Just put the watch back in there and leave it alone.
All right. You don't get this annoyed at Eve.
Your sister is a competent woman. You'd do well to take a page out of her book.
A competent woman. You don't know half the things she gets up to.
Oh, put that thing out, Tony. How many times do I have to tell you? We'll be going downstairs in just a second. Do try and be pleasant to our hosts.
No, I'll be down in a minute, Mum. I think I recognized someone earlier.
Well, don't get yourself in trouble, darling.
And there's the tobacco reference. The fingers stained with tobacco. I'm wondering if players unfamiliar with type help find these early scenes early, in which the first thunderclap and the Rupert Galley forgetting is placed. I feel like in my video, I cover a lot of these towards the mid to late game, like I'm doing right now. This is like mid-late game, basically. and I've gone back to do a lot of these. Because I have to step away for a few minutes, but I'll be back. Okay. I do wonder. Because it feels like if you learn a lot of these, like, early ones early, that you kind of, like, you get a lot more nudges towards the Rupert Galley thing. Can you even find Rupert? So there's this part where it says calibrate, and I clicked here and I typed in number 12, and then I selected the avatar, which I knew indubitably to be Rupert Galley. And then I punched in his scene. So he's not. It should be right here, right? Yeah, one study here, the Amelia clip. He's just not present with the other 11, so he is identifiable. That is a puzzle, and it's kind of a bit of a longer puzzle, because in the original game you just have to be like 01 study 12, but now you have to kind of connect his appearance, which makes sense in the scene you find it in. Yeah. Where are we now? Oh yeah, we're at. He stole the watch after the living room scene, which after the living room scene it is 04. He took the watch in Helen's room, so it is 04, Helen's room 4. It's just him taking the watch.
I knew I recognized the name. Oh, what the hell has Mum got herself into? I can't just leave it here.
Yep, pretty self-explanatory. Sorry if I'm touching my left eye a lot. I wear contacts, and sometimes that left one doesn't play nice and hurts. Oh well. We are clear with everything up to timecode 09. What we have to do here is... We haven't done the Eve... should we do that scene? I'm not sure if it's proper to do it. Huh. What about here? What do we have here that this is pointing to? Interesting. Oh, I know what this is referring to, but it's not relevant for us at this current moment. Let's carry on to day 2. And let's just head to... John says he's going to go investigate the attic at the same time that Annie tells Tony to go to the attic. So 18 attic 1-4.
Hey! Don't pull that.
Why not? Does it do something?
Well, anything you do might make things worse. What are you doing here anyway?
I just wanted to have a look.
You shouldn't be here. You don't know what you're getting into.
It seems safe to me. Is there something you don't want me to see?
I suppose you can stay if you want. I won't be long. Is this what she meant? I guess it'll do.
What is this room? It's a creepy sort of place.
It's a dead girl's bedroom. I thought you might have figured that much out.
Yes, I saw the doll's house.
Well, don't touch it! Are you mad?
What? You're afraid of ghosts, is that it? You can't be serious.
What the hell is that sound? I'm serious. What the hell? It's not even raining.
What do you mean? Have you figured something out?
I'll talk to you later, Hobbs. Oh, this is stupid. I need to go. Annie will be up here in a moment, so you can ask her. And tell her I'm sorting things out.
I like Tony's frustration during that scene, especially when the thunderclap occurs and he's like, actually like, this doesn't make any sense. It's not raining. As for the reminders tab, we'll use it right now. So reminders, it lets you pin up to 2 little symbols on each time slot. So I've been doing, for as much as I can remember. Ooh, there was a thunderclap during time code 18, so I'll put a little thunderbolt there, but there's like all these different symbols to choose from. So those are reminders. The iconic John yanking something scene. Yes, it is. I can't believe I almost glanced over that because we do not receive at saying John is pulling on something, which clearly distresses Tony. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like there's something hiding within the warbles of the sound waves of the backgrounds. That's interesting that you bring that up, because I wasn't thinking it was actually happening, but the manual mentions warnings about false beliefs, false fantasies, previous history of psychosis, audio or visual hallucinations, which I didn't think it was happening, but I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if the further along in the game we go, the more the scenes we witness start to like distend because we're overusing the Spectral OS machine. It could be relevant given this man seemingly popping up in this picture where he didn't before, which I'm 80% certain he wasn't in this picture before, but I could have been seriously distracted by this can of soda when I was looking through the bottom half of this picture. Who's never had at least one audio-visual hallucination? Listen, you wake up, you go to bed, sometimes you hear a couple like clicks, clacks, maybe a light bulb goes out. Perfectly normal. The brain's just trying to, it's trying to second guess you. As for scenes we should discover, I think it's fair to say that Vic wakes up in her room and notices the body. So we can say at time code 14 in Victoria's room, she woke up and saw the body.
What? Oh, good Lord. Help! Help!
She woke up because someone was rudely just smashing some piano keys, which we know is in the living room. How shall we do this deduction? We are missing John, Oswald, Martha, and Eddie. Oswald says in dining room 15 that he was, two friends and I were just talking in here a moment ago. Of the 3 people who are not Oswald, the only people he can be referring to are Martha and John because, yeah, playing piano. Because Eddie encounters him in this scene. Therefore, Eddie must have been the person in the living room smashing that piano. So, living room, Eddie.
He has to do what I say. I'm the one with the gun. Why is it so quiet? Now's my chance.
I already like this scene because it's like Eddie coming apart at the seams, but I like that him just being like, it's so quiet, and just like slamming on the piano now seems like an intentional trying to wake people up or like cause some kind of disorder so he can abduct Oswald, who he blames for his problems. So it would have been a pleasant evening if not for the Memory Eater. It would have been a wonderful birthday party. There would have been a little bit of drama, but besides that, a wonderful birthday party. Anyway, as we deduced, in the dining room, Oswald was speaking to 2 friends, which are John and Martha, though friend is not the right word for his relationship with Martha.
Good morning, John. Did you sleep well?
Yes. Thanks again, Martha. It's all very much appreciated.
Here, John, have some toast.
Ah, thank you.
I'm sorry you've been caught up in all this. It's such a dreadful business. And I'm sure whoever's doing all this is just trying to scare us out of the house.
Do you know who's behind it?
He practically told me himself. Have you met Oswald? I found him in my room yesterday when I went to look for him after dinner. He told me he didn't think I deserved to own the house, and he thought it should be his.
Oh, I see.
Really? You'd have thought he'd be more subtle about his intentions.
Yes. So have you done anything about it?
Not yet. Let's keep this between ourselves for the moment. I'm sure things will sort themselves out soon.
Ah, good morning.
Good morning.
Oswald, how did you sleep?
I don't think you told me your name.
John Hobbs.
Tell me, Mr. Hobbs, how are you finding the house?
You don't have to talk to him, John.
Well, it seems very nice.
Wonderful. And what do you think of our host?
Excuse me, if you're going to eat our food, I'd appreciate it.
I'm trying to have a discussion here with one of your guests. Isn't there somewhere else you'll need it?
How dare you?
Who's doing that to the piano?
I think I made my opinions quite clear in our discussion yesterday evening. Of course, I apologize if I made a mess of your bedroom.
Made a mess? I know what you're doing here. You won't get away with this much longer.
Who is that?
It sounds like Victoria. Come on, John.
Oh, finally, I can eat in peace.
I like... John Hobbs just steals the show of any scene he's in. And especially here, he's still just as oafish as ever, trying to converse with Martha, and then Oswald interrupts, and he's just super awkward with everything he does. I really like this new line where after Eddie just starts, like, slamming, karate chopping the piano, that John's like, who's doing that to the piano? It feels a bit more John-like for him to not be like, what's that sound? Who's doing that? But more like, who is doing, like, he's a piano guy, you know? Like, who would just start just, like, smacking a piano for no reason? Who would be harming the piano in this way? I don't know. I love John. And then they go off. Watch him. John is such a skittish man. Watch him scuttle away. Basically, he's a great guy. Do we have like a, you know what I can do here? I'm gonna put a reminder here and just put the piano keys because there's a little bit of piano. And I should have done that in this scene too. Click. Who is playing the piano so atrociously? It's like, who is inflicting such auditory misery upon that wonderful piano, which I know cost a lot of money because I sell pianos. Not ones like that one, but he's a piano guy. Pianos are sacred. If there's one thing we can say about John, it's definitely that. What shall we do next? We have... Okay, we can't do some of these until a bit later. Oh, you know what we can do? Vic says that Martha leaves. Vic is still in the dining room. During this time, Eddie says to Annie, where's your sister? And then he goes to find her. So we can assume during timecode 7 or timecode 17, that he finds her in the dining room. What are the green octagons? The green octagon are the octagons I just said. They're like the reminders from like the original game, where like the reference numbers are what they're called, where it's like, this is how many scenes we're referring to. How many scenes are left? Clear. 2 scenes there. 1 scene there. So 3, 4, 5, 6. We're doing this one right now. I'd say like 16 at most. It's definitely not 16. It's a number under 16. I like how the chat is delayed for me, so I see messages about things that haven't happened yet. Should it be delayed? Don't think it should be delayed. Object anthropomorphism. I feel that John line on a deep level. I get the object anthropomorphism. In like elementary school, you know, we'd have to stack our chairs on like the desks at the end of the day, and I always remember if I like bumped a chair into another chair or the desk, I would say ow, even though it didn't hurt me. It's not me that got hit. I just bumped a piece of metal into another piece of metal and went ow for some reason. So I guess that's another reason why I like John. I just relate to him. Welcome back.
Vic, I've been looking for you.
Eddie, I'm leaving. I'm sorry, I can't take this house anymore.
No, please, stay. I've sorted everything out. We can go back to normal now.
That wasn't you we heard with the gun, was it? What's going on?
It's nothing, I promise. I've taken care of it. It's just... I've been thinking
Your
and...
mum's not going to be happy about the ceiling, you know.
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Look, Vic, I need to tell you something.
This isn't a great time, Eddie. I'll be down at Wintercourt with Mum if you need me. So maybe come and visit once you're...
Don't go, Vic. I want you here with me. I know we haven't seen each other in a long time, but I miss you. And I know you didn't come here just to see the house.
This really isn't the best time. A dead body appeared in my bed overnight, Eddie. I need some time to... I don't want to be
Vic,
here.
just wait 1 second. Before you go, I need to tell you something. I got this ring a while ago, and now...
Eddie!
I love you, Vic. I've loved you all my life. And I know that we're not so close anymore, but it's taken me until today to realize that I have the opportunity to fix that. And I can't... I don't want to spend any more time without you. Victoria, will you marry me?
We've been through this, Eddie.
I know this isn't the best time, but there's never a perfect time, and
Eddie,
I need you.
I can't marry you. There's someone else.
Right, of course. Why didn't you tell me?
Eddie, come on. You've met him. What's going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't know. Just think about it, won't you? I still love you.
Oh, don't say that. I'm... Oh, God. He's...
Are you all right?
That was him. Oh, God.
But wait, Vic! Tell me what's going on!
Just in time for this scene. Yeah, just in time for that scene. Oh, it's such a good scene. Just everything about Eddie and, oh wait, you know what we can do right now? You know what we can do right now is a reminder and put this little broken heart right here. It's such a good scene. Oh wait, no, that was 18 we were on. Didn't update me. No, it was 17. Yeah, dining room. I was right. There's so many things that are just so right. One, I love that, like, as more things are forgotten, characters just, like, they've come to just completely wrong conclusions about, like, why they're even all here. He, like, says, like, I know you didn't come here just to see the house, which is, like, of course, he's not engaged. It's not his father's birthday. She's just here, and that's the idea that he's put together. There's the fact that, like, she is distressed, and he doesn't care because he's having a manic episode, and then he just dips into and she expects it, his proposal, and then boom, we've been through this, Eddie. She's not interested. And of course, in a twist of fate, Eddie's insistence about this proposal is the detail that stirs her memory and causes her to remember Damien and thus die. So even in another ironic fashion, he has effectively killed her in this scene by going through his selfish little manic proposal. And the voice acting is great, especially with how just... Vic's scenario is one of the few where the character who realizes what they've forgot is just left in abject horror. Everybody else kind of, like, you know, Rupert drops randomly. Harry's like, I can't believe he passed away. We haven't gotten to Eve's scene, even though I think we should have by this point. But obviously she just remembers Harry and is just like, that happened. Helen's scene's rough because she remembers Eve and she's inflicted with the information that Eve is dead, and her assumption is that Eddie killed her. So that one is rough. Damien gets, like, distressed that people are forgetting things, but he goes to bed and dies in his sleep. some of the ones we have later on kind of just of all the non-violent deaths remaining, they, you know, kind of just happen to characters. But Vic is just like, she is fully aware of not just what she has lost, but the realization that she forgot Damien, and that he's dead. She woke up right next to him. How could she forget such like an important detail? So hers is probably one of the more horrific deaths, because even though and what happens later with her and with the list, oh, it's so rough. It's so rough. It's a big turning point. So yeah, I'm glad you came back in time just for that scene. Forgot trying to remember someone just killed you. The memory eater's truly evil. I just hope there's no AI in this. There is no AI in this. This is crafted with human love, care, and attention to detail. Just 100% of the game myself. Gonna keep my mouth shut and watch the VOD. Salute. Thank you. I will try and have it finished in this sitting, even though it is getting quite late. But I'm on the West Coast, so it's only 10:30 p.m. What shall we do next? I do want to get things moving along. I think we should. I feel like I want to get to Eve's scene because that's an important scene, and I feel like we should have probably deduced it already. Here's the thread of logic. Eddie goes to get the gun from, actually no, here's what we can do first. Eddie went and got the gun from Tony's room in timecode 13. We saw he came out of the wardrobe, which means he must have already been in Tony's room during timecode 12, where he is the only person missing. Timecode 12, Tony's room, Eddie.
Must have taken it. Well, there's only one thing for it.
Cool. We should just do... We could do Eve's scene and then the scene after it, or we could go in the reverse order. The question I could ask right now is, how does Eddie know that Tony has a gun in his room? Someone must have told him that piece of information. The only times he could have been told that are during timecode 9 and 10. But let's just I feel like the way we're supposed to do this is Eve is dead in timecode 10. Damien finds her corpse, which means she was alive in timecode 9. We could punch in Eve alone, timecode 9, but nothing would come up. We can be like, well, where was Eddie? Well, the last time we saw Eddie... Nope, that's not Eddie. Eddie is kitchen. The last time we saw Eddie, he was burning his hand with a liquid that we know is hot chocolate because he went to the stove, and that's where Harry earlier made the hot chocolate. And we can imagine, who's he going to give hot chocolate? Well, it's probably not Tony. It's probably not Helen. I'm saying probably as if it was ever on the table. It's not on the table. He must have gone to see Eve. The other way we could have done this was how does Tony know of the gun? Martha told him. He could only have told her that she could only have told him in timecode 10, and then we would learn from what Eddie says in timecode 10 about the situation with Eve. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Either path seems reasonable, so we'll just send it.
Ah, I thought I might find you here.
Close the door behind you. I've heard there are bad people walking around.
I brought you some hot cocoa.
Thanks, Eddie.
Do you mind if I sit on the bed next to you?
We are engaged, aren't we?
Oh, good. Look, I'm terribly sorry about earlier.
Me too. Don't be too annoyed at yourself. It's not your fault.
Well, I'm sorry all the same. Anyway, aren't you going to drink some?
It tastes good, but I had some earlier. In fact, it tastes exactly how Thornton always makes it for me. Are you sure you didn't just take it from the pot on the stove that was already there?
Who's Thornton? Did you know the butler?
Of course I know him, Eddie. Stop fooling about.
It doesn't matter, I suppose. Do you know what I found earlier?
Oh, I heard about that.
No. That's not what I meant. I meant I found this ring. Don't you think it looks pretty?
Oh, I see. You're not going to ask me to marry you again, are you, Eddie? We've already got one wedding to get through.
Would you, darling?
Just give it back here. Stop fooling about so much. What's gotten into you?
I think I've fallen in love.
Well, whoever it is, she's a lucky girl, Eddie.
You know I love you more than anything else in the whole entire world, Eve.
That's very sweet of you, Eddie. You're not so bad yourself.
I'd climb the highest mountain if I knew that when I climbed that mountain, I'd find you.
Eddie?
Oh, dear God. What the hell? Oh, that's mine. Oh.
This guy really needs to stop proposing to people. His proposals kill. He is a dangerous man. Let's pretend we don't know anything else about the story unfolding here. It seems that I know a lot of other people have died, but you're right. There's a suspicious frequency of propose to someone, they drop dead. And he just leaves the room like nothing even happened. Who did Eve remember? Eve remembered Harry because of the cocoa that he made earlier, and I assume he makes regularly for her. Only real difference is that there's no at saying that, like, there's, you know, there's no at sliding into the scene to be like they're getting intimate with each other. It's not pleasant sounds to be listening to. Which I think he might have also said when Vic and Damien are kissing each other in timecode 01. He's like, it's not a pleasant sound to listen out for. Yeah, we probably should have grabbed this one a lot earlier logically, but anything goes. I think in my video I go, where's Martha? Well, Eddie, and where's Eddie? Well, Eddie must have gone to, you know, like, oh my god, I just found a dead body in my room to her. But we can deduce this from he knows where the gun is. The only time he could have been told this is by Martha, who we last saw in her room. So 10, Martha's room, 6, 5, 6. I think removing it makes Eddie make a little less sense. Oh, keep things with the corpse shenanigans.
Eddie, are you all right?
There's... Someone put a dead body in my room.
You can't be serious. The one from earlier?
No. This one was a girl. She looked about my age.
Oh my goodness, darling. That's horrible. Did you recognize her?
No. I have no idea who they were. I don't understand how they got there.
I can't believe it. Although, I mean, I certainly have my suspicions.
I found someone in the kitchen as well. They looked like they could have been a member of staff. Did you know them?
Who? I didn't think we had any staff working here today.
It must be the same thing then. After we'd moved it, I poured some hot cocoa and went back to my room. I was in there for a while. I don't know how I didn't spot it sooner.
You were distracted, darling. It's all right.
That's not the worst of it. I got into bed, and I didn't even notice that it was in there with me.
Oh, darling, that's horrible.
I'm going to go and call the police. I thought I'd come and let you know first.
Wait, darling, we don't want all our guests being taken in for questioning now, do we? Especially not if we can take care of this ourselves.
Mum, there are 3 dead bodies in the house.
Because someone's trying to scare us, Eddie. That's all it is. And besides, no one's been hurt. None of these people had anything to do with us. If we're discreet about this, then it gives us the best chance at sorting this out ourselves.
And how do you suggest we do that? We have no idea who's doing this, or how it's happening.
Darling, I think I know who's behind all this. Have you seen much of your Uncle Oswald this evening?
I noticed he wasn't there during dinner. He's not really my uncle, is he?
No, of course not. You know, he came in here earlier threatening me. He seems to think that he deserves this house to himself, just because he used to live here.
I'll go and find him. I don't care if it's chucking it down outside. He's not staying here.
Darling, he's a dangerous man. If you confront him, I'm worried he might do something.
Well, I have to do something, Mum.
Listen, I've heard that Tony keeps a gun in his bedside drawer. I'll go and get him out of his room, and then you can go in and take it. How does that sound?
Fine. I don't trust him with it anyway.
Exactly, darling. We'll confront Oswald on our own terms.
There's one more thing. I found my ring on the body, but I have no idea how it got there. I had it earlier, I'm sure, because Vic gave it to me, but I'm not sure how I could have lost it.
He must have stolen it while you weren't looking. I'm so sorry, darling. That must have been so upsetting to find.
It's like someone was taunting me. Maybe he thinks I'm not good enough for this house because I haven't found someone to marry yet.
Well, we know it's him at least. This will be over soon.
I'll go and wait in the billiard room. You're sure about this?
I'm certain.
I like the additions in that scene. I like Martha having a bit more of like, basically this completely covers in what in Type Help was like Martha's voice crack there. Martha's like kind of strange behavior, not alerting the police. Everything's all about marriage with Eddie. It is true. He's always thinking about it. He finds a dead body, he's thinking of who he can marry next. But anyway, I like that Martha is a bit more, you know, like, this is her explaining, here's why I'm not calling the police, which was always kind of like a strange thing, is Eddie saying, I'm going to call the police, and Martha being like, wait, here's why we're not going to do that. And then it's perfect. Maybe it makes Martha a little bit more like vicious, because she's like basically like, get a gun. This is Oswald's fault. We got to do something about him. But I think I prefer that to just being like, in Type Help was, why is Martha acting so strange? And then coming up with the theory that, well, the memory hole effect has made her, you know, it makes its victims straighten out their memories in a way that is like normal and isn't so like chaotic to them, you know? It's like Oswald, you know, not thinking about, at least right now, that like there was a missing brother in his life, you know? Everybody changes the way that this was supposed to be a birthday party. Oh, I think it's just it's a gathering for all of us, etc. So I like that. Great. The only thing to do after that is she says she's going to get Tony out of his room, or distract Tony. I'm not sure if she specifically said get him out of his room, but we know he's still in his room after his interaction with John. So this is the last day 1, which is time code 11. Tony's room, 4-5.
Hello, Tony. Can I come in?
Sure.
Is everything all right with you and your mum?
We're fine. She was in here a moment ago.
Oh, we need to
I'm
do that
glad.
scene.
It's lovely to have the two of you here. Well, I think everyone's downstairs in the living room. Would you like to join us?
No. But thank you.
Are you sure? Or can I tempt you with something from the kitchen?
I'm not hungry.
I see.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I really think you should come with me. It's not healthy to stay in your room for the whole time.
Is something wrong?
No, it's just I'm worried about you.
Martha, I'm sorry, but your house is full of strangers. You have bigger things to be worried about.
I know perfectly well what's going on.
Do you? Because, and I don't want to be rude, but I really think some of the others in this house are trying to get the better of you. And I know we've only just met, but it's not often that my mum gets a friend. So I owe you that at least.
It's nice of you to look out for me, Tony, but I don't need you to tell me who to trust.
You really think Mr. Hobbs isn't in on it? Because I can tell you for certain that he's lying about why he's here. He wouldn't come all this way unless he knew something.
He's a guest here, just like you are.
At least I have a connection. And I was talking to my mum in here, and then immediately after she left, Mr. Hobbs came in like he was looking for something. And I don't think he knows fully what's going on either, but he's certainly a part of all this.
Well, you haven't been entirely open with me either, have you?
What?
Tony, I know you have a gun.
Of course I have one. That doesn't mean...
I know, darling. But there are bad people in this house, and maybe we could do with someone like you to be on our side.
I'd rather stay out of it. I'm sorry, I don't like what's happening. I don't even know who to trust.
Are you worried about your mum?
A little bit.
I understand, darling. But if you ever need help with anything, or if you or your mum run into trouble with anyone here, then I'll be looking out for you.
Thanks, Martha.
Come here, darling. Give me a hug. You know, I really think that you...
That sounds like Mum.
Tony, no. Leave it.
And of course he's not gonna leave it when it's his mother screaming. Okay. I lied about that being the last scene in the first day. I forgot that we have Tony leaves after tossing Eve the pocket watch to get the gun from his room so he can protect them. And, well, he just said in the other thing that he was talking with his mother in his room, so we'll see how that plays out. Because, was that 9 or 10? It is 9. And he gets interrupted by something during this time code.
Tony, darling, have you seen your sister?
Mum, I'm a bit busy at the moment.
This is important, Tony. I think something's happened between her and Eddie. You wouldn't go and talk to her, would you?
I'm about to go and talk to her anyway. What do you mean?
You know how much this engagement means to the both of them. And I'm all too aware of how easy it is for young lovers to throw what they've got away before they've even started. It would be good to make sure she hasn't changed her mind about the whole thing, that's all.
Why can't you go and talk to her yourself?
We both know she wouldn't appreciate it. And you know her a lot better than I do, Tony.
I'm surprised you're looking out for her. I hardly ever see the two of you talk, unless it's an argument.
Tony, I've always done what's right for the both of you. Never forget the trouble I had to go through to give each of you a decent upbringing.
I appreciate it, Mum. I'm just a little busy at the moment, so unless you have something important to tell me...
You're not involved in this funny business with the strangers, are you, Tony? You know that pocket watch of mine has gone missing?
Maybe that's for the best. Why did you bring it here?
Perhaps I should have left it at home. I don't feel safe in this house. It's not as if I know Martha that well. And now we're spending the night here with strangers. I can scarcely imagine what else is happening that we don't know about.
Well, as long as it doesn't involve us, we'll stay out of it, all right? And if anyone comes up to you and starts acting funny, just shout, huh? And I'll come and help.
I hope that won't be necessary.
I know, but please be careful, Mum. I'll be in here if you need me.
There's no need to worry, darling. I know how to take care of myself.
Where did it go? How is that possible?
For Eve, and thus her possession of the pocket watch he tossed her, are memory hold. If you had encountered this whole situation in real life, would you run away upon knowing there's some kind of memory hole pressure occurring, or you'd like double down? I think if I was any of these people in this scenario, my memory would be full of too many holes to kind of like, I mean, you can't remember that you've forgotten something until you remember, basically. It's only through the power of, we haven't gotten to the list, that the case is able to be cracked slightly, but it can only be cracked in a way that definitely dooms you if you're aware of things. So that's all of day 1 done. We have a bit more to do. I'm going to grab water, use the restroom, and be back very quickly because I've been sitting here quite dehydrated for several hours. Oh, if I were the player character, I think the player character by the time they the player character gets to either bedtime or the events of Helen's death, that it clicks. I'm not sure if the player character specifically understands the thunderclap. I'm surprised you did not do this earlier. I'm surprised I did not do this earlier, but now I can be like, look, This whole line at the top is complete, so I'll be back very quickly. I've needed a bit of a break, but it won't be long. Thank you. Okay, got a very large cup of water. Check the camera, because the camera likes to move if I walk away. That's fine. All right. I am now in the process of rehydrating myself. Next deduction. Uh... 16's done, 17's done, 18... We know during 17 that Vic remembered Damien and left. We can infer that she went to find, or can we do that? Let's do the more obvious scene first, which is Tony leaves John in the attic and says Annie will be here shortly. She wanted to meet Tony in the attic, but Tony, he did Tony stuff and went out on his own. What time code is this? 19 that I'm looking for? 19. Attic. 1, 2.
Are you looking for something?
Tony asked me to tell you he just left. I don't know where he was off to, but he seemed to be in quite a hurry.
Oh, what an idiot. He took the bracelet, did he?
I'm not sure. I didn't see.
Oh, damn it. He doesn't know what he's doing. Never mind.
I don't think we've properly met. I'm John.
Do you know what my name is?
Well, I think I caught it earlier, actually. You're Annie, aren't you?
How many of us are there in this house?
There are 6 of us. And some bodies. Did you find anyone else?
I found another body lying next to the one we found this morning. So, perhaps they're connected.
Bloody devil. If it's still going, we should rescue that poor man from the pantry. Do you know what's going on?
I found a list. I could have sworn it had all the people in the house on there. But I just checked it again and there's a name I don't recognize.
Rupert Galley?
No. Do you know anyone called Vic?
Never heard of him.
I don't know what to make of it. I'm guessing it must have been the name of one of the bodies.
Or the name of whoever's behind this.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Someone ought to let Oswald out of the pantry. Do you know where the key is?
No. We can't do anything until we find it. Oh, damn it! Is anyone going to answer that phone?
Shouldn't Martha do that?
Something must have happened. I'll go and check she's all right. You go to the dining room and answer the phone.
What if it's...
Just answer it.
Cool, so... I mean, at this point, we get, like, rapid fire thunderclaps. I think it's legal at this point to be like, oh, has a handwritten list of names. It must be her. And then, like, the second thing we dawn on is, that it says death by gunshot. Of course, this isn't entirely new information, as the paper said. At least one of the victims had been shot, and one had likely fallen to his death. We skipped that latter part because, I don't know, I felt like saving it for the very end, in a way. But legitimately with everybody else deduced. Well, everybody else deduced. As far as young women go, there are only two options, and names is probably the earliest you can make sense of that. As for these other three, which are definitely the ones from the... I'm not going to go into this because I even had to say three. It was just the inheritance dispute. Something's happened somewhere else, which isn't pertinent, but people died, so it's interesting. Anyway, now I do what I was going to do before that, where Vic leaves because she just found Damien's corpse, and Annie says, I found a list by the corpse. It had the name Vic on it. I don't remember that, so... Timecode 18. Damien's corpse is in Victoria's room. They were found together as the avatar thing says. 2-7. Here's for a diamond. It's gotta be related somehow. Have you heard of the Pink Panther? Oh, I see. Oh, what did I do wrong here? I put 1 instead of 2. What if those poor inheritance people got caught up in this somehow?
Sweetheart. Sweetheart, I'm sorry.
Vic, what's wrong?
How? Oh, he kept the door locked. We were going to leave this morning.
What do you mean? Did you know him?
Annie, tell me you remember him. Tell me we're not all going insane.
Vic, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, God, Annie, please. He drove us here.
We didn't have a driver, Vic. It was just us two in the car.
After dinner yesterday, you came into this room. Who were you talking to, Annie?
I wasn't talking to anyone, Vic. I swear, I just came in here to have a look. Are you trying to blame me for
Annie,
this?
Please say you remember. Please.
You're scaring me, Vic.
Annie.
Have you been seeing ghosts? Is that what this is? We think these are people that used to live here. If you can see them, then maybe you can talk to them. Is that something you can do? Vic, what are you writing?
Take this. I don't know what's going on, but we can't let it happen again. I'm not losing you too.
What is it?
Just keep looking at it. Make sure you don't forget anyone. If you do, come and let me know. I need to go and check the others.
These are just our names. Is there anyone else in the house that you've seen? Because maybe
There's no one else, Annie. It's just us.
Well, then who was...
It's Damien. Remember?
Oh my god. Another one in the same place. Can't be just a coincidence.
Another really sad scene. A farewell between sisters, and it's just rife with just abject horror and confusion. And poor Vic is just like, she just has to deal with her sister, who's just like, she starts talking about ghosts. She's like, these are just starting, she's just completely, nobody knows but Vic. It's the only way this phenomenon works. And it's sad. The only thing you can know is what you've lost. Rough. Something else came to mind during that scene, but I think I've forgotten it. I'm not sure if it was important. Oh yeah, Goobus brought up the other people. Yeah, my guess is like, she left the will to the daughter, she's been strangled. This guy's wearing gloves, which is like Strangler Gear 101. He's been shot, but he does have a bloody knife. She has a deep cut in her arm and is left. He's probably shot him because I imagine he tried to kill her because he wanted the inheritance, so he wanted to kill both of them. But she was found okay, holding a bottle of absinthe, which, pour it on the wound maybe, drink it, do either thing. And, of course, there's one person I'm not mousing over here. They're probably not related to that instance. The inheritance dispute sounds like a 3-person deal, not a 4-person deal. I felt like a very Rise of the Golden Idol soundtrack kind of like moment. Obviously, same person, so it does make sense. I gotta keep going. Let's do... who are we missing here? Martha in time code 17 is talking with John, and she goes and looks at the photo album. No, we can't make this deduction. Let's just deal with our numbers. I guess that's probably more logical. I don't know what. I don't know what I'm getting. Oh yeah, Eddie leaves after that scene to go confide in his mother, which is another sad scene given it's the last time they speak. But let's just do... answer the phone, John. And the phone is in... so this is time code 20. The phone is in the dining room. John has been told to look for it, and that sounds like a solo venture.
Hello?
Hello, this is Catherine. Is Martha there?
I think she's busy. I can take a message.
I'm sorry, who am I speaking to?
John Hobbs, I'm so sorry, but this Something's happened.
Are you alright?
There's a body in here with me. Just slumped over at the head of the table, surrounded by drinks. Huh? I think there's a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Good grief. Is my daughter there with you?
Sorry, who's your daughter?
Annie Beaumont. I think she's staying there. Is she alright?
She's fine, yes. I was just with her.
Oh, thank goodness. How many of you are there?
It's just the 5 of us. I'm not sure why we're all here. And these bodies keep appearing. I don't know why.
Don't you worry. I live nearby, so I'll send some of my neighbours to come and make sure everything's all right. I can't make it there myself, unfortunately. I just need you to keep everyone safe for a while. Is that something you can do?
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll go and find the others.
I can't imagine what poor Martha is thinking. But I'm sure it will all be fine. Just keep my daughter safe, and I'll call you again in a little while. What was your name?
John.
Keep her safe, John.
Thunderclap. Alright. We know a body was at the table, which means that someone in order would have to be Eddie, died during timecode 19, because Vic died during timecode, yeah. I got confused for a second because she was grayed out when it's like, no, when they're dead, they show up. They're unknown. Which means Eddie was in the dining room with someone. Is it fair to suggest who it was? Oh yeah, it's fair because Tony tells John that after grabbing the bracelet that he's gonna sort things out, which means he's looking for Eddie. Of course, his version of sorting things out is the Tony way, which is relatively misguided. Technically, maybe one step in the future you deduce this scene because of the gun, but I think what I said is legal. What time code are we looking at? 19, yeah? 19. Dining room. 4-6.
Come in, come in. Come and sit down. Take a seat.
You look happy?
I'm in the mood for a celebration. Come on, have a drink with me. What's your poison,
I don't want to drink. I came here to talk.
There's nothing I want more than to converse with a gentleman such as yourself. But you can't talk until you have a drink.
I'll have whatever that is.
Ha ha! Good man!
I found this bracelet. Does it mean anything to you?
Do you know what? I have exactly the same one upstairs. What does that make us? Friends for life? Eternal companions? Drink up.
I know it means something to you. And I'll give it to you if you hand over the key to the pantry.
Let's not talk business over drinks, shall we? And to be quite frank, I don't know why I'd want it.
Oh, bloody hell, Anne. This is hopeless. We'll think of something
Not
else.
so fast. I still have the power here, remember? Sit back down and enjoy your drink.
That's mine.
It's good, isn't it? Have you seen the hole in the ceiling? Leave it. We're having plenty of fun already. What do you say?
You've got the wrong man locked up. You're making a mistake.
Oh, don't be sour. You're a guest in my house, remember? And not one I invited.
I didn't want to come here.
a sly rat, aren't you? Threatening me with her old bracelet. You nasty little coward.
So it does mean something.
It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure she'll never think of me again. I should have just kept her as a friend, but I couldn't even do that.
Give me the key to the pantry, Eddie. I can fix this.
I can't take back what I
For
said.
God's sake! How the hell? That's my gun. I'll bet that's not the only thing you're hiding.
Ooh, the phone ringing throughout the latter half of that makes it really uncomfortable. A farewell to Eddie. His love killed people, theoretically. I also remember the line in the original was, "You creepy little coward." I feel like nasty does fit a little better here. Because Tony like is showing him Vic's like their friendship bracelet like you creep. Creep is probably, I mean, I liked the line, but like, you know, it's not much of a difference. It's a good thing he died before he could propose to Tony. Yeah. Unfortunately, because of this pattern of everybody's counting down, we can kind of figure out in what order he's proposed to people and threatened to propose since then. Poor John Hobbs. Barely got out. Yeah. Poor Tony would have died. Yeah. I mean, given the friendship bracelet, he really, if he didn't remember on his own, he might have gone there. He did say that, you know, like, "Oh, you've got a bracelet? What does that make us? Best friends?" Before he remembers. Let's just do... He loots the gun. That's not the only thing you're hiding. He's looking for the key to set Oswald free from the pantry. So 20 kitchen. 20 kitchen. 3-4. Collect.
Oswald! I found the key! What are you doing? Get off me! I'm trying to rescue you!
Drop the gun!
Fine! Look! I won't touch it! I said I'd come and get you out. Remember?
One can't be too careful.
Who locked you up in there in the first place?
I didn't see. I came down here after breakfast, and the next thing I knew, the door had locked behind me.
It must be the house. I think it's getting worse. I was drinking, and all of a sudden, a dead body appeared in front of me.
You were drinking? The house is filled with ghosts, and you thought it was a good idea to have a drink?
I was nervous, all right? Just tell me you know how to stop this.
I can't promise anything.
I'll go and meet the others. Come and find us when you're done with the chapel.
Don't trust them. Martha was in here just before you came in. It was clear the ghosts have already got a hold of her. I'd keep your distance if I were you.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
Go and see for yourself.
I really like the delivery on Oswald's. One can't be too careful after, like, Tony's like, I came here to get you out. He's like, well, I don't know. Very, very fun. besides the scary bits, the ghosts bits. Did say eternal companion, so maybe he got Tony from the afterlife. Yes, maybe we will find out that. I mean, like, think about it. 12 people. What's half of 12? 6. People to the right. We all know that he's potentially proposed to them at one point in time, and they all have died. Post-death, maybe his ghost is still able to propose to the people on the left. And, that might be how he gets them. I mean, it's so much more logical than, like, this memory hole phenomenon that keeps happening. It's much more rational to blame a person, and the only one we can is Eddie. As for what he just said in 20 was that Oswald said Martha came in here to speak to him. So, let's plug that in.
Oswald, are you in there?
I'm still here. I don't suppose you're here to let me out, are you?
No. I'm sorry about all this, though. I need your help with something.
What makes you think I'd help you?
I know we have our differences. I'm sorry that it's come to this. I just don't know what else to do. If you know what's going on, then I need you to do something. Please.
What's the matter?
I was looking through our old photographs, and there's someone there. In all of them. A man I don't recognize. I swear, I've looked in all of these before and he was never there. He's just appeared. I don't understand.
Well, that's unexpected.
I don't know what to do. I was with Eddie in my room just a moment ago, but I can't tell him about this. How could I? I can't explain that there's a ghost in all of our memories.
Well, why do you think I can help you?
I'm sorry I doubted you. You're the only one that knows this house. I can't do this on my own. It's all out of control. I don't understand how something like this is possible.
If they can alter physical objects, then it means they're getting stronger. I'd be afraid if I were you.
Please help me. I don't know what to do. I don't want this. I never asked for these people to come into my life. I just want to go back to how it was before. Just me and Eddie. I'll leave this house forever, if that's what it takes.
Listen to me, Martha. Take the photographs, go upstairs and burn them. Should you find anything else connected to the ghosts, burn that too. It's the only way to stop this from slipping out of control.
Yes, I can do that. Thank you.
Make haste. I don't know how much time we have.
Oswald, ever the paranormal expert, guides Martha to burn the photographs and anything the ghosts have corrupted. I do like when he gets told the more, like, suspicious details, and he's just like, it's kind of like when he said the normal supernatural activities, like, oh, well, that kind of thing is unexpected. And then he quickly rationalizes it to, well, the ghosts are possessing objects. Whoever voiced Martha really embodied how stressed she was. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like everybody has done a spot-on, just perfect job just exemplifying their character, which is great when you're adapting something that basically everybody played through and put a voice in their own head as to how these people are speaking. So that's nice. Let's do Martha saying she was just speaking to Eddie in her room. And then we're kind of on like the last stretch after that. What did I do wrong? Martha's room. I don't know why I put Eddie's room.
Mum, can we talk?
Not right now, darling. I'm a little busy.
I went and talked to Vic. You know that ring I got a while ago? Well, I thought I asked Vic...
Oh, my goodness.
Mum, this is important.
Eddie, this isn't the time. I'm trying to focus on something.
I proposed, Mum. I asked her to marry me and she said no. She said there was someone else. I've lost the only person that matters to me in the whole world.
I've known the two of you for a long time, darling. I'm sure you'll figure things out. I could just do with some time to look at these.
I need your help, Mum. Can you listen to me for a moment?
Not right now, Eddie. Why can't you be a bit more independent sometimes? First you come running in here to tell me about that dead girl yesterday, and now with your love life? Can't you see I have as much to deal with as you do? I'm trying to sort things out here, and it would be a lot of help if you tried to sort out your own problems, rather than running to me whenever something goes wrong.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Eddie, darling, I didn't mean to snap. I'm just busy with this. What is the matter with you?
I don't know. It's fine. I'll see you later.
I've lost the only person who mattered to me in the whole world, he said to his mother. Yeah, he's wallowing. He's in his own little personal stress hole. But yeah, it is kind of a rude thing. In the grand scheme of things, it's a very sad departure between, mother and daughter. And then killed her from the afterlife. Yes, it must be that. That's the only thing that makes sense. That basically, things only get a little bit normal after he forgets the entire reason why he was so upset. Although there is some kind of... He's definitely got... It's not memory, but he's got some kind of lingering feeling that makes him be like, you know what, I'm gonna go to the dining room and just get sloshed. And also... point my gun at people and force them to drink with me too. But, yeah. He's just like, he just barges in. I mean, it's sad, but it's also classic Eddie behavior. I'm starting at the beginning of the VOD, but your type up video is what introduced me to both the game and your channel. I've been better ever since. I'm glad to hear that. And maybe you won't hear this if you're starting at the beginning of the VOD, but if you do get to this point, thank you, because it's a very long VOD. Alright. Let's get moving. 18, guess who's alone in the kitchen? It's Oswald. Alone in the kitchen. Click. Watch at 1.0 speed. Yes, please do. It's very long. Snack time for Oswald. It's kind of like a superfluous detail, which we didn't draw attention to this time, but the bell that connects to Eleanor's room in the attic is what gets ringed by John in this instance, and by Tony in this instance. They made him muffled in the pantry is so funny. I tried to do a little bit of that in my video. I wasn't familiar with any of the audio editing whatsoever, so I put the kind of radio sound over the dialogue and slightly muffled the he's in a pantry, so it's probably harder to hear him. It's a different audio space. Anyway, 16's done. All these are done. We should do... Okay, so we can't technically be like where Annie went. There are things I think they could have done better, but it seems like overall a good game. I can barely hear him, but at least it kind of makes sense. I think in the original, At just says, there's like sounds that he's eating something, which is like, it's a different kind of funny. It's, you know, in that case, it's like, he's in the pantry and he's snacking, but in this time, he's like, you know, I've got my differences with Martha and Eddie, but they run a nice pantry here, which really that's on Harry, but we'll take the compliment. All right, so we know that the piano is to bring everybody who's alive to the living room. That would be this people, but there is a thunderclap in the prior scene, which we know marks the end of Martha, and we also know that Oswald said he was going to the chapel. So, click. Oh, I might not have done all 14 if you say so. We'll have a look. This is a long scene, so sit back.
There's another one.
Oh, bloody hell. I swear it's speeding up.
I only just noticed it.
For God's sake, Anne, can you turn that thing off?
I don't know how.
I found another one in the dining room.
What do they look like?
Just turn the damn thing off.
I can't. I don't know how.
Well, just kick it. Do something.
So, how many dead bodies are we up to now?
I feel like it can't go on forever. There can only be so many people that used to live here.
There were 4 yesterday.
4? I only saw the one in the billiard room.
I saw 2 others. I don't remember a 4th.
Fine then. 3 yesterday.
And the one we found this morning.
There were 2 there. I checked again.
I found one in the dining room too. And there's that one, of course.
So, 7 total? Tony, don't go near it, just in case it spreads.
No chance. We've been around them for hours now, and it's been fine. What do you expect them to do? Suddenly wake up?
I have an idea. Can we go over what's happened so far?
What do you mean?
Just tell me what's happened since you arrived.
Well, my car got stuck in the mud, and I had to walk the rest of the way to the house.
We saw you at the front door. You were there for a while, weren't you?
Wait, were you 2 in the attic?
Both of us were. So, who let you in?
I suppose the door must have been unlocked. I didn't meet Oswald until much later.
Great. What happened next?
I came downstairs and met Hobbs.
I'd rather you called me John.
I didn't trust him. I'm not sure why. He's in the same position as the rest of us.
Then you came back upstairs, though?
Not straight away, I didn't. There was the whole business with the pocket watch.
What was that about?
It doesn't matter. We all met up for dinner, right? Don't you think that's strange?
Why?
Because who made the dinner?
There are probably servants somewhere downstairs, aren't there?
I think there was one, but he died, sadly. I found his body afterwards.
Right. So he wasn't a ghost?
Ghosts can cook. I'd believe it.
You can't be serious. Tony, please try and think this through properly without jumping to conclusions.
I know as much as you do, so don't start talking down to me, Anne. Clearly, this is something supernatural. You can forget whatever rules you thought you knew.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe it's ghosts. All we've got to go on are some dead bodies. It's probably just someone trying to trick us.
Well, that's not the way you were talking about it a moment ago. I've seen them appear in front of my eyes. And there's not been a trace of any other living person here.
I feel like there's something we're forgetting.
What's gotten into you two? We figured this out ages ago, didn't we?
What about the piano? Who was playing it?
Are you blind? Do you really not know how it works?
Well, someone still has to turn it on. And I didn't.
So there must be someone else here.
It's ghosts, Hobbs! Anne, can we just ignore him?
It might not be ghosts. I don't think it is.
So, 7 complete strangers walked into the house, cooked us dinner, turned the piano on, and then died. You really expect me to believe that?
I feel like we're not keeping track of things. I have a list of all our names, but I keep finding ones I don't recognize.
There are more names? How many?
7. There's always been 7. The 3 of us, Oswald, and then 3 others.
Well, does it have my name on there?
Yes.
Then it's wrong, anyway. My real name's not Tony. People just call me that after my father.
You're joking. What's your real name?
Well, I don't want to say, do I? Or maybe I'll end up on your death list with the other ghosts.
They can't be ghosts. I wrote stuff about them. Like Martha. I'm guessing that must be her. It says she's the owner of the house and she had strong perfume. I feel like I must have known something.
How did you know what to write?
I didn't. I wrote it, but I can't remember writing it.
Are you trying to imply you were possessed? Isn't it far more likely that you simply got a bit flustered and forgot? Or perhaps someone else wrote it on there?
I'm just trying to think. I feel like I must have known someone called Martha at one point.
Shut up! Both of you! Shut up!
Tony? Don't point that at us!
Shut up!
Where did you find it? I thought you said you lost it.
I found it. On one of the bodies.
Move away from the body, Tony. And put the gun down.
You two are going mad. You really don't remember?
I don't know what you mean. You're scaring me, Tony.
Who is this? Who am I standing over?
Martha?
Yes! Exactly! There should be 5 of us, right?
Who's the 5th?
Martha! Martha Galley! You even wrote it. She came and spoke to me yesterday after John disappeared to look at the piano.
You mean?
I mean a real, living person. Why do you look so confused?
Please just put the gun down.
Don't do this to me! This isn't funny!
Tony! Oh my god!
That wasn't there when we came in, was it?
It's the house! It's playing with our minds. I need to get out of here.
Wait, Annie! Damn it! Must be something in this room I'm missing.
And thus, Tony is no more. Only detail I want to bring up is when Annie says there were 4 yesterday, and she's correct that there were 4 yesterday that she was made aware of. But everybody convinces her that it was 3, and the reason why that is true is because Vic told her in... I forget which scene. It'd probably be a little bit too hard to find. Oh yes. Vic says this is the 4th. So Annie remembers this piece of information, which is true. She doesn't remember she was told it by Vic. It's kind of like the same scenario with Harry and John regarding Rupert's corpse. She remembers the information, doesn't remember who told her, and therefore is just like, okay, I'm wrong, you guys are right, it's 3 instead. So that's a nice touch. Someone said, what about 14? 14 is all done, because status unknown is for people who are dead. And at that point, those people are dead. And then next Thunderbolt, Vic dies, and then Eddie dies, and what we do right now is ghosts can cook. I'd believe it is I think the weirdest thing Tony says, which is a pretty high bar to clear. Yeah, that one's... I do like that Tony, first in the attic, John's like, oh my... He's like, oh, you don't believe in ghosts, do you? And then he learns he does, because he's silent and he's just like, you can't be serious. I like that Annie and Tony had kind of earlier come to the conclusion when talking with Oswald that it's ghosts, but the list gets Annie to reconsider, and Tony's just stuck on his ghosts theory, which, yeah, it's very funny. Ghosts can cook. It's more plausible than these dead people cooking us meals. Anyway, Annie was in the room already. We know Martha died in time code 20 in that room, so 20, these people. Click. He would have been a great varsity level athlete. I think he might be a little too, maybe he's not too old for it. I think he's too old for it. Guess we also could have deduced this from she needed a fireplace to toss stuff into.
Right? Close the door behind you, dear. We don't want to let anything in.
I just wanted to make sure you're all right.
I'm fine, darling. I'm taking care of things.
Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you.
Oh, Annie. Come here, darling. You're so much older than I remember.
Are you sure you're all right?
Darling, what a couple of days it's been. I've been running around so much, I feel like I've hardly had a chance to talk to you. How's your mum?
She's fine. Oh, we don't talk much.
It's such a shame we don't meet as often as we used to. Maybe after today, once all this is behind us, I'll have the two of you over for dinner. It gets so lonely in here all by myself.
Of course. Thanks, Martha. I'm glad you're all right.
What are we doing? We can't let these ghosts tell us what to do. I'm going to put the piano on, and we're going to enjoy ourselves. Darling, what are you looking at? Come and dance with me.
It's happened again. Do you know who Eddie is?
He'll be here in a minute, I'm sure. Oh, he loves this song. I'm sure he'd sing the lyrics for you if you asked him to. Do you know what? I think the two of you would get along.
I could have sworn I'd memorized this. I can't think
Annie,
properly.
put that down. Stop whatever you're writing. We're going to enjoy ourselves. And by tomorrow, all of this will seem like just a bad dream.
I don't really know how to dance, Martha.
Of course you do. Come on, darling, give me a smile at least.
Another one.
That's that. Kind of sad how Annie and John's convo turned Tony's distress from the ghosts to distress because there's two people in front of him who can't even recognize his mother. She's Martha, who he recognizes isn't his mother. I guess at this point he would only remember her as their host, as the person who owns the house. But yeah, I mean, like, it is distressing to be like, it's kind of like, it's like Vic's case, but Vic's kind of lasted a lot longer, where she had a lot of time, or to, you know, be like, oh my goodness, we forgot. How could we forget? This is implausible. How have you guys forgotten, you know? I think I mentioned it in my video in like kind of like the themes section, just the horror of you being the only person who knows this, and the kind of the isolating feeling that brings. So yeah. Unfortunate. Next we should probably do, at the end of this one, Tony sends Oswald with the chapel key to go investigate the chapel. So, chapel 3.
Impossible.
Sad. In the context of what's happening, I do kind of miss, just because like Ad is like a very interesting character and type help, and like this case is one of the this scene is one of the ones where he has like a lengthy comment about, you know, just like this whole scenario, everything that's led up to this moment and how it's affected him, and the things we kind of know about At's, you know, isolated lifestyle. Between all the deaths, I think Martha's one is the most interesting one for me. It is one that At draws attention to in the original one because she died happy. She didn't die with the, you know, the realization of horror and death surrounding her. She died kind of blissfully ignorant that that anything truly bad was happening to her or to Eddie, who is dead, who she remembers, but she doesn't realize he's dead. Next is 22. At the end of the living room scene, John says he's going to investigate. There must be something missing in the living room. Annie's already run off.
I recognise this gun from earlier. Should have taken it then. No sign of injury. How did you get in here? One of us should have seen you come in. John, you're missing something. Someone must have moved the body in here without me noticing. I must just be forgetting things. Then there must be someone behind this. And I'm certain it's not Oswald. But where are they hiding? We would have found them if they were in the house. The chapel. Dear God, Annie.
A little bit of competent detective work from John in that scene. Does the MC username starting with an @ maybe mean something? I kind of thought, I just assumed this @ was kind of like the generic, you know, like how you used to like tag people on like social media, you know, it'd be like @ blah 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 blah. Because At's actual name is Richard Longley, which doesn't seem to be an anagram for Rhea Beckon. Not at this particular point in time. I like John's ruminations here. And I also like this tidbit where like him recognizing the gun was like all he knows at this point is the stuff that involved Annie and Oswald, which is him coming into this house, meeting Oswald, finding a gun in a drawer and just leaving it there, and then wandering off to talk with Oswald in the pantry, and so on and so forth. That's fair, my bad, I kind of forgot his name. Oh, it's no problem. Unfortunately, I will forever remember the name Richard Longley, because one of my friends likes to poke fun at my delivery at the very end of, towards the end of the video where I get memory hold, where I incredulously go, Richard Longley. He loves doing that to me, so I hear a lot of Richard Longley. Very serious sounding name. Anyway, the chapel. We know Oswald was in the chapel, and from that we know Annie went to meet up with him. That's where she left to. So we click that.
Oswald?
Hello, my dear.
How did you get out of the pantry?
The door was unlocked. The house, it seems, has changed its mind.
Have you worked out what's causing all of this?
I've always known, I think. I've always known there was someone missing from my life.
I think people are dying, and I can't remember. I feel like I'm losing my mind. What should we do, Oswald?
When Ellie died, we didn't have a funeral. We didn't acknowledge her death to anyone else. We weren't allowed to grieve. And now, my grief has been stolen from me once again.
Oswald, please! I don't know how to stop it! I can't! None of these names mean anything to me!
What names?
Tony! Who the hell is Tony? He has a gun, and he's paranoid. Was that the one in the living room?
The gun? Good heavens, that thing was terrifying. You haven't brought it here, have you?
Where did you see it? Well, who was holding it? Tony? Oh, I can't think.
Oh, that funny boy. Yes, I caught him with it in his bedroom. I wouldn't trust him. It's better if he doesn't know we're here.
You knew him?
Oh, my poor girl. You don't remember?
I don't know. Who was he?
Think, child. Why did you come here? Is there someone in your life you can't remember? A friend? A sibling? A parent? We have all been brought here for a reason.
I'm not sure.
This is important. Were there empty beds in your house? An extra pair of shoes in the hallway?
I can't remember, Oswald. I can't... What's going to happen to me?
My dear, I do not know. But I fear it is our fate to join the others. If we cannot remember what it was that brought us here, then it may already be too late.
They're out here too. Oswald used to live here. Family drawing. The drawing. He showed it to me. He... Oh, it can't be.
I like the additions to that scene a lot. I like kind of like the extended dialogue they have, him very specifically touching on that he knows something tangible is missing because of stuff like he says, empty bedrooms, shoes in the hallways. He's getting close to touching on the, the Rupert Galley-sized hole in his memory. I also like, he says that, I like a lot of it, I like the whole thing, but I find interesting, his acceptance of, in this one, he's like, I fear it is our fate to join the others. He's a lot more fatalistic about what he thinks is going to happen to him. Of course, Oswald is wrong. Remembering people is not what saves you from this fate. And also we know he says this kind of started with Eleanor, but we know from Amelia West that this started a long time ago and carries on. Well, in this game we haven't really heard that deaths are continuing into the modern day, but I like it. I think it's good that because At's analysis is kind of missing from, analyzing Oswald, that there's more meat in the scene for Oswald to, characterize himself. And, of course, Annie's realization at the end, which can only lead to one thing.
Annie? Are you alright? I can't believe they're in here too.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
What? What's going on?
I had it all wrong. We weren't supposed to remember. I should have realized it sooner. If I had just got rid of the list, I could have saved Oswald.
Who are you talking about? Is someone else here?
No, you have to leave right now.
If someone is doing this, I can stop them.
John, listen to me. You need to get out of here. I think the same's going to happen to me.
Don't be ridiculous, Annie. I'm not leaving you. Your mum made me promise.
She knows we're here.
I told her I'd keep you safe, and that's what I'm going to do. Help will be here shortly.
It's too late. It's too late. If she remembers too, then...
Come back to the house with me. Please, Annie.
Wait. Maybe I can stop it. There's still time.
Exactly. We can figure this out together.
Give me the gun.
I'm not going to do that.
Just give it to me. We don't have much time.
Why do you want it? I'm not going to, Annie.
Give it to me, John.
Just tell me why you want it.
I can stop this. I can stop it from spreading.
Annie, please, let's just...
Oh! I'm sorry, John.
What are you doing?
It's the only way. I don't want to be forgotten.
Annie, put the gun down. I can help you.
You can't help me. You couldn't help any of us. I need my mum to remember who I am. Just tell her. Tell her I'm sorry.
Annie, wait! Oh, she wasn't there a second ago. They must be following me.
Sad. Sad. I'm just gonna keep saying it because it's true. I like the additions to, the scene. Annie fleshes out that, we aren't supposed to remember. She kind of makes it a bit more clear to John. She doesn't have time to make it completely clear, but to some extent she tries to inform John of the matter, although she knows she can't fill him in entirely because he doesn't remember who Oswald is. He doesn't remember who everyone is. So I like that it gives Annie more to say about this situation, as well as bringing her mom back up, so that's like a fresh element in the narrative. There's no at to make sure the player realizes that Annie figures it out. Yeah, definitely. And so, I like that. I like that because, she's already, characterized, from the original game as Annie's smart. She was able to figure it out. That she gets lines to, show that. And, it also adds a little bit more to her decision at the end. I think in the original, it's just her last words, tell Mum I'm sorry. But adding in these details where, I feel like I'm gonna get choked up talking about it. Adding in these details where she, specifies that, oh, my mom knows, I'm gonna be forgotten, my mom's gonna remember me, that's gonna keep this thing going. I need to stop it from spreading, and obviously at this time she's confident that her decision is going to save her from being forgotten, but it's going to be a very sad and confusing scenario that, that she's killed herself, basically. And John couldn't do anything about it because he doesn't have a clue. but because the gunshot and the thunderclap happen simultaneously, things don't end the way Annie intended. I miss the extra oomph added to the game. I can understand that because I like At as a character. There are things we learn about. You know, it's an interesting narrative, and At's position in that narrative is also interesting. We learn more details about him over time that I think characterize him pretty well. And in my mind, when, you know, like I talk about the themes in my video of memory and isolation, At is pretty much just like, you know, like one of the clearest details we know about him is that he lives a deeply isolated lifestyle. So I like him. It works a lot. But I also like keeping, besides whatever Rhea Beckon is doing here, keeping this story of Galley House to the characters that are affected. So, you know, I enjoy both of them, which is like I can like At a lot, and also like how At's removal has added or necessitated different things added to the narrative. Yeah. Anyway, we should get on to the next scene, which is the phone ringing and John going to answer it.
John, is that you?
Yes,
Is everything all right?
I think so.
Oh, good. A few of my neighbours are making their way over to you, but they won't be there for at least another half an hour, what with all this dreadful weather we've had. Will you be all right until then?
Yes,
Is something wrong?
I think there's someone else in the house.
There's someone else with you?
I haven't seen them, but I suppose someone must be hiding somewhere, and they've led me here to frame me? I don't know. Perhaps they'll kill me next. I don't know.
Are you sure? That sounds rather serious.
There must be someone else. There was fresh food on the table, and the piano was playing earlier. Do you know who lives here?
No one lives in Galley House as far as I'm aware. It's been empty since old Elizabeth Galley passed away. Well, she only had one child, a girl called Eleanor, and she died a long time ago. So whoever it is, I'm sure they're just trying to wind you up, John.
I went to try and look for people in the chapel. I took a gun, and then all of a sudden...
Are you still there?
Do you know someone called Annie?
Annie?
I found a note in the chapel by one of the bodies. Did she used to live here?
She's there with you, is she? She's all right?
Did you know her?
Now, John, you said you'd keep her safe. Where is she?
I don't know.
Then go and find her, John. I asked you very specifically to make sure my daughter was safe. Is something wrong?
No. I'm sure your daughter's fine. She's probably just in the next room. And I'd forgotten about her. I think my memory is fading. But there's no need to worry.
Good grief. Are you sure she's all right?
I'll go and check for you. What did you say her name was?
Annie Beaumont. John, what's going on?
I need to go. I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Hi Tyllurium in chat. Is this still fun if I recently played Type Help and therefore know the story? I think it's still fun because A, you're re-experiencing the story in just an interesting way, you know, like the visuals, the voice acting, the sound effects and music. It's like if you enjoyed Type Help and you want to, you know, like experience the same thing and with, you know, I don't want to just say like with a fresh coat of paint because that sounds like reductive towards all the different elements that make it interesting as a remaster, but I would recommend it. And, you know, if you're like a super Type Help fan and like really know like the script very well, then, you know, there's like different lines and certain scenes that, you know, make it interesting to experience again. Feels more immersive. That's a good way of putting it. All right. I know we should now get to what we didn't do forever ago, which was, it was page 2. Hobbs on front steps at 26. Which we were supposed to do forever ago, but I wanted to save for this moment because in the original video, I just play the scene again at this point because this is where it's placed chronologically. Except we're missing the scene at 25, which connects these, but the show must go on. Oh, I did not think. It's mostly At's commentary in the original. I kind of feel glad I saved that for towards the end rather than playing that earlier, because that's a gut punch. I feel I love John Hobbs so much. And oh, the groaning, the impact sound. It's rough. And just the duration it continues afterwards. Oh. Of course, the puzzle. Yeah, he fell on the stairs. We kind of actually, I'm not sure if it was that was what happened in the original from the intro where they say, man, my left eye contact's just killing me. His blood in the intro of Type Help, the intro says the neighbors who found his body, his blood was still pooling down the steps. So yeah, he fell onto the steps. Did that specifically say it here? Just that one had fallen to his death. No mention about neighbors specifically. Makes the scene worse than I imagined to be. Yeah, it did. Yeah, rough. And of course, the puzzle we are to deduce from this is he fell from somewhere, and the only spot he could have fallen from was the attic directly above it.
You've done it now, John. Well, this is it. don't remember her. I don't remember any of them. I don't even remember pulling the trigger. God forgive me.
Why does this keep happening?
You're not afraid of thunder at this point?
This isn't working.
Error 10B? It just charged itself the rest of the way. List of names. Vic, Annie, me, Eddie, Martha, owns house, strong perfume, Tony, paranoid, brought gun, John, she didn't know much about him, Oswald, used to live here, family drawing, 7 in total. Rest in peace, John, you were a trooper. I kind of got, like, sent to this, but I was going to talk about, like, you know, John dies thinking he is responsible for all this. The complete outsider, the guy who knew the least, the guy who knew nothing, is left with this feeling that I don't remember pulling the trigger, but he must have. And if he can't remember doing that, he probably doesn't remember killing any of these people. What's the generator for? At the start of the game, you cranked the wheel to turn this machinery on. And at a couple points in the game, the power's flipped off and you've been made to re-crank it. Anyway, page 3. Oh, SNC means spectrosonic calibration. Can I reread this with that in mind? An alternative technique to... Okay, I see. This wasn't like a rival company. It's just a different technique to doing this. Timeline will be calibrated starting from first death and ending with the last. Only able to follow the traces of people who died within the range of the timeline. People who died after the end of the calibrated timeline may still appear in scenes, but only alongside other people that it was able to follow. Gunshot death didn't stop it spreading. Person 4, person 3, person 2, person... Location of the machine. Gotta remember, spectrosonic calibration is able to reconstruct all scenes for anyone who died during the timeline, provided they died within a mile radius of the machine site. It's possible that SNC may detect the trace of someone who died within the timeline, but who is not near enough to the machine's present location be able to be followed through all scenes. In this case, only the moment of their death will be accessible using the machine. There's the hypothetical code, distant thunder, relative's location, who remembers last. Of course, these comments are the hints that, you know, it's analogous to the hints that At gives in his commentary about the stuff that he points out, which doesn't make sense, which is the sound of distant thunder. The detail, of course, we gather, if we kept in mind comments about what's within, you know, a mile or so of Galley House, who... you know, what these reference things are pointing to. And the key matter is that John kills himself, but he is not memory hold. There's no sound of thunder when he dies, when he jumps and collides with the pavement. His relatives remember him. And he's the only named victim of this. So if he didn't die, who was that distant sound of thunder for? And the answer, of course, is in his phone conversation with Catherine, Annie's mom. He's not the person who remembers Annie, the next person in sequence. Catherine is. And therefore the sound of distant thunder in this scene belongs to her. So, to fill that in, we need to calibrate. She was referred to as person K. So, manual calibration. I'm assuming this is still the same and not like person 13 because that doesn't fit the numbering scheme. Person K, Catherine, who must be wheelchair user, found near a broken teacup, photo nearby shows 2 young girls. Besides the fact that her description doesn't align with this inheritance dispute, the fact that she has a photo of 2 young girls points to her children, Victoria and Annie. So select that. And one last thing we need to do is the time where everyone says their mother lives in Wintercott, which is right over there. So, time code 25 is when John is in the attic. In the distant thunder is heard from Wintercott, person K, all by themselves. And now, back to the generator. Which is not working particularly well.
What the hell?
A body. A body. A note and an admin card for Lawrence Dunn. ID number 67. Issued 2007. Ours is ID 70. Several years ahead. Interesting. And the note on the body, my death time code 31. Use my card with the machine. You have to keep going. Sorry, Rhea. Or sorry, Rhea. It's not signed Rhea, it's addressed to Rhea. So I've immediately forgotten the number. Which is 31. And new card. I assume we're in the entrance of Galley House. No. Well, it's all new territory from here, which means I'm going
Looks
to
like it's not ready yet.
flounder. Oh, I don't think these are supposed to be shown. She said it's not ready yet, but there are avatars here. I think I'm not supposed to look at that. Lawrence done. My death time code is 31. And he was number 67, according to his card. Unless the card isn't relevant. So there's a lot of... Wait a minute. I want to look at the... No. Different person. Person doesn't wear glasses. Interesting. Oh, I didn't even realize I could just click on these individually. Alright, now's the part where... He died, time code 31, according to him. I've used his card with the machine, so where in time code 31 did he die? Wasn't the entrance, apparently. Even though... Where... Oh, wait, there's a fireplace here, huh? Which means we're not in the entrance. Just because we went through the front door, we are in the living room. I hope. No, we're not. Uh-oh. The piano is here, so... Am I just... Or were there other people with him when he died? Also, my ID number 70 is here. Which is... Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense, but I'm clicking it anyway. For catharsis. Oh my goodness. Of course.
Rhea, we don't have much time. Help me get this to work.
Lawrence? What took you so long? I've had to figure out everything for myself.
Did you find out how it started?
Well, I'm not sure, but I have followed it pretty far. I traced it to someone called Catherine, but I don't know what happened after that. What are you doing?
I found something in the room Rupert died in. Damn it! How do you get this stupid thing to work?
What is it?
An old roll of film. It's our only hope at figuring out what caused all this. Oh, but scanning it takes time. I don't have that long.
What do you mean? Are you okay?
How many thunderclaps have there been so far?
I think 4?
27, 28, 29, 30. One new time code for each death. Damn it! I don't have the list of IDs.
4 deaths? Wait, I thought the only people here were me, you, and Meg.
We shouldn't have trusted her. Oh, I'm sorry I dragged you into this, but I didn't know what I was getting into. Oh, this is all her fault.
Slow down. Just tell me what happened.
I found Meg earlier. She explained what was going on, but she took my bag with the list of IDs in it and threw it down the dumbwaiter shaft. That was around the time of the 3rd thunderclap. We were already too late. I can't stop it from happening.
Lawrence, we can get through this. What was your plan?
I went to look for clues after I talked to Meg. And that's when I found the film. But I couldn't save Pippa.
Who's Pippa?
Well, of course, you wouldn't remember. But she was there with me, helping me look for the film. I should have left as soon as I saw her body appear.
You remember her?
I'm sorry. I thought I had more time. I thought I could still stop it.
We can figure this out. There must be something we haven't tried.
Listen to me. You need to go back through the events of this evening. You'll hear things you don't remember saying. But you have to keep going. It's our only chance to find out how to stop this.
What do you mean? What are you writing?
God, you won't remember me. I need to get out of here. What am I doing?
What the hell?
Oh, the thunder. I mean, like, from the very beginning, the generator and the thunderclaps turning it off. I suspected, but I didn't suspect that my player character was forgetting things. And the person named Pippa, that's another person mentioned in the original type help, who works on the audio from At's computer. Oh my goodness, it's 12:26 a.m. and there's a whole actual game in front of us. Thank you for the IDs, who I assume is from Meg. Oh man, that was a nice scene to see, especially just him dying during the thunderclap and me, the player, going back to, oh, the power turned off, gotta start the generator up, oh my gosh, a dead body. Oh, that's good. Anyway, is the memory eater actually connected to energy somehow? I thought it just sounded like thunder for fun, I guess. Could be a bit of both. We know that thunderclap is kind of an approximation since it happened during perfectly sunny weather. It wasn't raining. Could be a bit of both. Turn the wheel for comfort. Oh man, my brain, I'm thinking of things. We've got considerably more to do. And for our actual game, we're entering a paradox. It's not quite a paradox, it's just things have happened that we, the player character, have forgotten. We, the player character, have experienced at least as many times as this generator has gone off, which is what, 4, 5 at this point, that we've been memory holed. Every time we had to recrank the generator was us getting memory hold. And of course, this is interesting. This is interesting. I felt like there would be more. And there's indeed more. Is the scanner thing legal? It's not prompted, but it feels bad that I was given these avatars, even though when I clicked the scanner it said it wasn't working. I'll just assume that maybe it wasn't working because I had already been given these avatars and my player character doesn't remember. Anyway, Lawrence, machine supervisor at D&M. So, should just name him, it was Lawrence Dunn, right? Dunn with 2 N's. Lawrence Dunn. Lawrence Dunn. Job done. I wonder if I should keep playing or if I should end this stream because I've been streaming for 9 hours. Oh, but I'm so intrigued now. Previously, it was just like a lovely, a fond appreciation, and getting to, like, you know, re-experience type help, and now it's shit's going down in real time, from my player character's perspective. What shall we do about this? Guess we could do Rhea Beckon is 70, and we do have what we look like. Rhea Beckon. Rhea Beckon. I've been waiting for this moment all night, but I also understand if you want to save it for tomorrow. If I stream tomorrow, will you be around still to watch? Because it feels a lot. If you do save it tomorrow, I want to know when you get to it. I would like, it's fantastic playing, you know, the game and having a dev watch you play. I think I need to eat something because it has been 9 hours. Depends when you start. When did I start this stream? 9 hours ago. Quite some time. I think... I don't know your time zone when you start streaming though. I'm in Pacific Standard Time. So... I just want to know what a good time tomorrow to start would be so that, you know, you can still watch. Because... It's like watching a playtester play, you know? He's just... He just has at it. And especially because type help means so much to me and this channel. Can I actually get like an exact time? When did I start this stream? Theoretically, it was around 3:25 p.m. I think I will put a pin in this and I will try and start stream 4 p.m. tomorrow, which is technically today. If that seems like a good time for you all, because I do like it's great having someone who actually made the game watch you play the game. It's so cool. It's so fun. Oh, I should assign my avatar. Junior engineer. What a position to be. I think I can be there and see the whole thing. Okay. We will put a pin in this at I have experienced the very first scene. I have named the characters involved. And I'm sure we have a lot of puzzle solving to get to. So I will aim for 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You have something at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. If you're gonna be busy, maybe I aim for 2:30 or 2. Can I do 2? I will aim for... Sorry, that's a minor spoiler for how long I expected this to go at maximum. No, that's fine. That's fine. Just because, despite the experience I have with the narrative of type help, doesn't quite exactly mean I'll be able to, you know, solve new puzzles quite quickly. I will aim for... I'll do 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow, and I'll just be on my A game. I will be on my A game so I can hopefully finish it by then. You might want to talk about it a lot, right? That's also true. I feel like when I finish the new content, I would just, you know, I talked about type help for hours in my video and in this stream. So, yeah. I think I'll aim for 2 p.m. I'll aim for 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You say you have something at 6:30, and I'm really gonna hope that I can nail it in time. And even if not, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And if we do the stream and you have to go before I have time to discuss it, I'm perfectly open to just doing a third stream where I just give my thoughts on the matter. So that might also work. So we can get to that tomorrow. So 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll make sure the stream is running by that point. So thank you all of you for watching. It has been a very long stream. Thank you to those who donated. Really just, I can't thank you all enough. It's new content, but it's not a Root Tree Mania level game. I'm fine with, I'm happy that it's there. I'm happy that it's there and that it's it's more stuff to tackle, especially because it's, what is this? In my video, I call it the info hazard. I haven't said that once this entire stream. What is this info hazard? I want to learn more about it. Anyway, I will call this stream off at this point. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you all. And good night.